Chapter 43:16. HMPH. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. Although he let out a cold snort, he was alarmed. After all, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were the supreme dragon clan in the three continents. They had been famous for a long time, and Xiao Hua could not compare with them in terms of cultivation age. Before Xiao Hua entered the heavenly prison, he was a severed divinity cultivator. In terms of combat strength, he was almost at the 6th tier of Yuan Qi. However, after entering the middle of 8th level of essence energy, the gap between the upper, middle, and lower levels would become extremely large. Every level would require tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation to fill in the gap. Right now, Xiao Hua's realm was at the lower of 9th level of essence energy. His combat strength was only between middle and upper of 9th level of essence energy. He had not truly reached the supreme upper of 9th level of essence energy. Therefore, when facing the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, Xiao Hua appeared to have a card up his sleeve, but in his heart, he still did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. Ha ha! Ao Tsongshu's wild laughter echoed throughout the entire space. You are indeed a dragon who used the dragon cleansing liquid in the folded emerald legacy land. You are so arrogant. You didn't even blink when you saw me and my brothers constructing the Four Seas formation. Do you not put the formation of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas in your eyes? Did the elders of the Dragon Island give you some divine ability that is beyond our Dragon Palace? Even if he is a dragon who used the dragon cleansing liquid, he has only condensed his body for 200 years. How powerful can he be? I don't believe he is my match. Ao Go, the Dragon King of the North Sea, shouted. Ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed so hard that he almost rocked back and forth. A moment later, he straightened his back, pointed his finger at the ocean surface and said, So, all of you are just putting on a show with me? You are actually trying to kill two birds with one stone, and your real target is Reverend Yun. Reverend Yun? Yes, the 11th clan of the Dragon Island that has been missing for a long time. Ao Qian, who had been silent all this time, said faintly. That's a good name. Reverend Yun, are you still not going to show yourself? Xiao Hua looked at the surface of the Four Seas Great Array with interest. The surface of the sea was still Lihan Heaven in the forgotten realm of stacked emerald. However, it was clear that there was no water in Lihan Heaven. The interior of the Four Seas Great Array was completely condensed from the sea crystals of the sea. The waves on the surface of the sea rippled. Every drop of water contained terrifying power. Reverend Yun. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Feng Wu, Tian Ren, and Wen Chu also didn't say anything, Ao Qian laughed and said, It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Since you have transformed into Xiao Hua's appearance, everything that you have done in the South Sea Dragon Palace will soon reach the Dragon Palace, and my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will definitely escort you to the Dragon Island. Of course, all of these crimes are Xiao Hua's and have nothing to do with you. If you are interested, why don't the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas make a deal with you? Damn it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, touched his nose helplessly and asked, Ao Qian, why are you so sure that I'm Reverend Yun? Why am I not Xiao Hua? Could it be another human cultivator? What's so strange about that? Others may not know, but how could the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas not know? Before Ao Qian could answer, Ao Go, the Dragon King of North Sea, spoke first. The two biggest secrets of the trial on the Dragon Island are the appearance of Dragon Sai and the body forming of Reverend Yun. All the dragons in the Three Rivers and Four Seas were eagerly waiting for the appearance of Reverend Yun. But, after the trial, apart from Xiao Hua's whereabouts, he had appeared everywhere on the hidden immortal continent, and even reached the sacred realm of Thousand Demons. But, Reverend Yun had never shown himself before anyone. So, what is Reverend Yun doing now? Of course, he is in a secluded meditation to form his body. It has been 200 years since then. I suppose Reverend Yun has succeeded in forming his body, and is now thinking of taking action after staying still for so long? What you said is true. I really didn't think so much about it. Xiao Hua nodded. He had understood that the Xiao Hua mentioned by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas was none other than the little white dragon who had transformed into his appearance. Of course, the little white dragon had made it clear that his soul was similar to his own. Even the revered Virokana could not tell them apart, so how could these dragons do it? Besides, Aojo did not mention anything about the little white dragon's body forming, so none of the elders of the Dragon Island knew about it. What was more, the little white dragon was hiding in the shadow of Reverend Yoon. Even if Ao Sheng knew about it, he would never have guessed it. As he had not shown himself in the heavenly prison for over 200 years, the little white dragon must have shown himself and been recognized as him by others. As a result, when he suddenly appeared in the Dragon Palace of South Sea, Ao Qian and the other Dragon Kings immediately understood that he was Reverend Yoon, who had been missing for a long time. Therefore, sometimes, there was no story without coincidences, and it did make sense. Immediately after, the Dragon King's voice once again reverberated within the Great Formation. What's more, Xiao Hua is merely a Daoist cultivator. 200 years ago, it was true that he was already outstanding amongst the 4th or 5th grade of origin energy, but, do you think that the real Xiao Hua would have your current strength? Ao Tsong smiled and said, first, you went through the 9th tier trial in the Dragon Palace of South Sea, then you destroyed the 7 Stars Formation, and finally, you destroyed the Dragon Image Formation formed by 4 old sinecures. Reverend Yoon now has the overall strength of a 9th tier cultivator. Apart from the dragon cleansing liquid of our Dragon Island, is there any other miracle in the 3 continents? Xiao Hua smiled wryly. Looking at these self-righteous Dragon Kings, he asked curiously, since you already know that I am Reverend Yoon, and are ready to use me as Xiao Hua, why do you still take out the dragon seal of the Immortal Palace? I get it now. Suddenly, Xiao Hua was enlightened. He looked at the surface of the ocean smilingly and said, is this the deal mentioned by the Dragon King of East Sea? Ha ha ha, that's right. When Ao Qian saw that Xiao Hua was enlightened, he laughed and said, since Reverend Yoon has understood it, we don't have to hide it from you anymore. Using you as Xiao Hua is an open matter, but we still want to make a private deal with you. Not only did the 9 elders of the Dragon Island do nothing, and never cared about the grudges between the 3 rivers and the 4 seas, they also meddled in the affairs of the Dragon Palace of 4 seas. How can such a dragon palace still be the supreme dragon palace in the hearts of the dragons? If Reverend Yoon has the intention, we, the Dragon Palace of 4 seas. At this point, Ao Qian gave Feng Wu and the others a look and did not continue. However, he had made his meaning very clear. Xiao Hua found it rather funny that Ao Qian was showing off the idioms of the human race, such as do nothing. But, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he looked at Feng Wu and the others and said, Ao Qian, do you mean that if I have the intention to be an elder of the Dragon Palace, you, the Dragon Palace of 4 seas and the Immortal Palace can help me? An elder of the Dragon Palace. Reverend Yoon, do you care? If I'm not mistaken, Ao Jio must have promised you the position of the 10th elder of the Dragon Palace that day. You didn't agree to it at that time, so do you care about the position of an ordinary elder now? Ao Qian did not answer Xiao Hua's question, but asked him a question instead. Xiao Hua smiled and said, so, Dragon King of East Sea means you can help me become the Great Elder? I didn't say that. This is just your guess. Ao Qian was not fooled. He answered indifferently, of course, if you have such an intention, I can certainly consider. At this point, Xiao Hua had come to the point where the dagger was revealed. After pondering for a while, he looked at the surface of the ocean where no Dragon King had shown up, then said, I think the name Reverend Yoon is quite good, and I don't want to change it to Ao Jio for the time being. Damn it. Ao Hong's voice rang out. Didn't I tell you? A dragon who has condensed his body with dragon cleansing liquid is definitely arrogant. If we don't beat him to a pulp, he will never know his own shallowness. Don't worry, second brother. Reverend Yoon and I are all dragons. It's best if we don't start a war, so we don't have to embarrass ourselves. But, if we do, who knows what accidents will happen? Elder brother, there's no need to talk so much with him. Ao Go was somewhat impatient as well. Reverend Yoon has been hiding for 200 years without being discovered by the Dragon Palace. He must have been hidden by the Dragon Island. I'm afraid he is of the same mind as Ao Jio of the Dragon Palace. Let's suppress this and use his dragon body. All right. Ao Qian seemed to be in a difficult position as well. He said to Xiao Hua, Reverend Yoon, you've heard it. I've tried my best to be on good terms with you, so I can kill two birds with one stone. But, you just don't agree, which puts me in a difficult position. I think you also know that your body, which is condensed with dragon cleansing liquid, is a supreme treasure to the dragons. Now, you've delivered it to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. If you still don't agree, don't blame the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas for killing you. There's no need for that. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'll never agree. Just do it. Suppress him. Without hesitation, Ao Qian gave a furious roar. A loud dragon roar rang out as a dragon body, over 100,000 feet long, rushed out of the ocean, and all the dragon forms of the Dragon King of East Sea were gathered in it. As Ao Qian's dragon body was revealed, the whole space began to tremble, and a suffocating sealing force rolled towards Xiao Hua and the others. Let me see what the Dragon King of East Sea is capable of. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. A rumbling sound came from his body as he exercised the reflection of heaven and earth cultivation technique. A strange light burst out of his body and cracked the spatial force of the Four Seas formation. Mph. As Ao Qian's dragon body took shape, the eastern position of the Four Seas formation was filled with silver-white dragon power. The dragon power transformed into sharp spears, which moved up and down with Ao Qian's movements. Roar! Almost at the same time, Ao Hong, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go revealed themselves in the west, south, and north respectively. The power of their domains grew several times stronger, suppressing Feng Wu and the others. Haha, the Four Seas formation is indeed interesting. After receiving Xiao Hua's order, the Celestial snorted, took out the Bone Dragon demonic spear, and pointed it at Ao Go. But, it's really wishful thinking for you to suppress me with your strength. Little dragon, let me teach you a lesson. Chapter 43:17. As he spoke, the Celestial being stepped on a cloud of light. The devil chi on the bone spear overflowed as he pounced on Ao Go. Ao Go was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. He opened his mouth, and seemingly endless emerald dragon chi gushed out. He said, You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you use the devil race's cultivation method in my dragon palace? Don't tell me you don't know. The dragon chi of my dragon race is brighter than the righteous chi of Confucian cultivators. And the devil chi's nemesis. Wen Chu didn't know why Xiao Hua wanted him to deal with the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Go, but in his eyes, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were the same. Seeing the Celestial being move, he also raised his hand and waved. A sword light soared into the sky. His figure stepped on a seven-colored cloud and flew toward Ao Go. Wen Chu shouted, I, Wen Chu, am here to fight under orders. Wen Chu. Seeing Wen Chu's extremely pure genuine chi of Confucian cultivators and the sword light of martial cultivators, Ao Go was a little puzzled. However, he only pondered for a moment. A dragon claw stretched out toward Wen Chu, and a light shadow of dozens of miles in size appeared. The light shadow crossed the sky and formed a substantial yellow dragon claw, sealing the space around Wen Chu. Ao Go's dragon tail swayed under the sea and quietly smashed toward Wen Chu's back. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others had opponents, Feng Wu looked at Ao Hong, the Dragon King of the West Sea, whose body was surging with flames. He couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood Xiao Hua's plan. Feng Wu spread his wings, and the power of the seven stars and the moon surged around him. An indescribable primitive aura was activated. Feng Wu raised his head and let out a long cry. Little Loach, let Grandpa teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that it's not easy to be the Dragon King of the West Sea. Feng Wu's words made Ao Hong so angry that his nose was crooked. He really wanted to swallow Feng Wu in one gulp, but when he saw the power of the stars and moon coiling around Feng Wu's body, the wind and lightning between its wings, and the numerous illusory images that appeared as its claws descended, his heart couldn't help but be shocked, and a bad feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He also raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. The space shook, and the west was immediately dyed in flames. Even the surface of the sea had turned into a sea of fire. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky and attacked Feng Wu's body. Buzz! The phoenix parasol flapped its wings. The power of the stars and moon transformed into 7 illusory figures that descended like thunder. Cracks immediately appeared in the space that the dragon kings of the 4 seas had sealed. Not only did the illusory figure destroy the seal, but it also extinguished the fire pillars. When the thousands of fire pillars turned into fireflies, the illusory figure's momentum did not decrease as it slammed into the surface of the sea. Boom! There was no wind or waves on the surface of the sea. Instead, thin cracks appeared and rapidly spread in all directions. Damn it! Ao Qian was enraged. With a furious roar, a crimson pillar of fire shot out from his dragon mouth. Crimson threads that looked like hair grew from his dragon horns and entered the pillar of fire. Wherever the pillar of fire went, the sealed space melted. Drops of dark green liquid dripped down, and within the liquid, there seemed to be the sorrowful cries of 10,000 dragons. Feng Wu was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth as well. Woo woo. A waterfall of innate heavy water rushed towards the crimson fire pillar. Feng Wu's phoenix claws still crossed the space and grabbed at Ao Hong's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Water and fire had always been mortal enemies. Although Ao Hong and Feng Wu were the last to attack, they did the least probing. The explosion of water and fire was especially violent. Ao Hong's fire pillar seemed to be no match for the innate true water, but the innate true fire crystals bursting out from his dragon horns were a few times stronger than the innate heavy water. The tremendous explosion generated an unimaginable force that tore apart the space within a few thousand miles. Countless dragon carvings rushed in from the countless cracks in the void. While the dragon carvings repaired the cracks in the void, they also fell into the ocean beneath the void. Amidst the sound of water and fire, Feng Wu's phoenix claws fell again and collided with Ao Hong's dragon claws. ZZZT. First, there was a loud boom. Ao Hong's dragon claw actually dimmed. Feng Wu's phoenix claw suddenly solidified and broke Ao Hong's dragon claw in an instant. How is this possible? Ao Hong turned pale with fright. A trace of panic flashed through his dragon eyes as he looked at Feng Wu in disbelief. He really didn't understand when there was another demon in the 1,000 demons sacred realm who could injure him. However, Ao Hong's panic only lasted for a moment. Peng! Ao Hong's dragon tail had already reached out from the void and landed solidly on Feng Wu's back. Ao Hong's panic turned into mockery. The brilliance on his dragon claws shone brightly again. Ao Qian shouted, "You are indeed very strong. However, you still fell into this king's trap. Within this 4 seas grand formation, this king is omnipotent." Gah! Feng Wu seemed to be in pain. His body was tumbling in mid-air, and he had no time to care about Ao Hong's mockery. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Ao Hong laughed maniacally. The dragon crown on his dragon head flashed, and a light shadow appeared. The dragon horn emitted a strange fluctuation, and the light shadow transformed into a real dragon head that pounced on Feng Wu's tumbling body. However, before the dragon head could land on Feng Wu's body, Feng Wu, who was in a sorry state, suddenly waved her left wing. Several beams of starlight shot out and shattered the dragon head. At the same time, her right wing stretched out again with lightning speed and actually transformed into a huge fist that smashed onto Ao Hong's dragon head. Ao Hong was stunned. This time, he really shook his head in disbelief and looked at Feng Wu's back. He really could not believe that Feng Wu was unharmed after being hit by his dragon tail. However, to his disappointment, 7 layers of starlight and moon power appeared on Feng Wu's back. It turned into a net under the feathers and protected Feng Wu firmly. How can there be so much starlight and moon power in the 4 seas formation? Ao Hong was puzzled. He opened his mouth again and was about to activate the obscure dragon language when he suddenly became alert. His dragon tail hurriedly swayed and his dragon body hurriedly dodged. Rip! Feng Wu's claws strangely appeared on Ao Hong's abdomen. It scratched the dragon scales on his abdomen and revealed a wound that was dozens of feet long. Ah! Ao Hong screamed and was shocked. Ao Qian, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go all looked at Ao Hong in surprise. They also did not expect that Ao Hong would be injured in just a short time. What shocked them even more was that Ao Hong screamed and raised his dragon claws. Swoosh! He grabbed Feng Wu's claws. Boom! A huge roar sounded again. Ao Hong moved his dragon body and pounced on Feng Wu. His dragon head opened his mouth and bit at Feng Wu's neck. Without waiting for Ao Hong to fall, Feng Wu's right wing swung again. Wu! Feng Wu's dragon head was smashed into nothingness. This dragon head was actually Ao Hong's feint. Feng Wu then looked at Feng Wu. Gah! With a long cry, the power of the stars and moon spewed out from her beak and landed on a nearby space. Boom! The void was torn apart by the power of the stars and moon. Ao Qian's dragon head was exposed awkwardly and the power of the stars and moon accurately hit Ao Hong's dragon horn. Ao! Ao Hong let out a sorrowful cry as his vision blurred. At this moment, Feng Wu's beak suddenly pecked at Ao Hong's forehead, and a faint strand of dragon essence was actually swallowed by Feng Wu. Damn it! Ao Hong roared in pain and twisted his dragon body. A great force came from the space and Feng Wu's claws loosened. Ao Hong took advantage of this and disappeared strangely from Feng Wu's sight. Ao Go saw the Celestial rushing over with the Bone Dragon demonic spear and could not help laughing. The righteous Qi of a Confucian cultivator was the nemesis of demonic Qi. Although Dragon Qi was not the destiny of a Confucian cultivator, the destiny of the human race was that of a dragon. Therefore, Dragon Qi was also the nemesis of demonic Qi. Ao Go felt that he had gained a great advantage. He opened his mouth and countless pure emerald dragon Qi roared and pounced on the Celestial. Sure enough, the demonic Qi rushing out of the Bone Dragon demonic spear was destroyed by these small dragons. The demonic light of the spear was somewhat dim. Ha ha ha! Ao Go laughed again. The emerald green on his dragon body shone brightly, covering nearly 1,000 miles. Almost countless dragon patterns rushed out from the space. Above the sea, huge vines flashed with multicolored light and wrapped around the Celestial. Seeing Ao Go's attack, the Celestial was helpless. He was different from Xiao Hua's other doppelgangers. The Celestial was formed from Xiao Hua's bones and was the doppelganger that cultivated the light escape. This doppelganger had no special ability except for tempering his origin energy and cultivating various bone tempering technique. Moreover, because the Celestial was born with the body of a primitive Celestial, not to mention the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent, even the ruins and primitive continent did not have a suitable ability for him to cultivate. Therefore, usually, the Celestial would go into battle bare-chested except for brandishing his spear and staff. Now that the wishful staff was too light, it was not suitable for the Celestial to use. The Celestial had no choice but to fall into an awkward situation. Previously, in the 7-star Great Array, he did not play a special role. However, the Celestial had another ability that others did not have, and that was the Celestial Bone. Now, no one could control the Celestial Bone except the Celestial. If Xiao Hua used the bone now, not to mention 1 Ao Go, even 2 Ao Go would be defeated by the Celestial. However, the Celestial Bone was not the Celestial's own bone. When the Celestial activated the bone, he would inevitably be affected by the terrifying consciousness. For safety reasons, Xiao Hua could only let the Celestial temporarily use the Bone Dragon demonic spear to fight the enemy. However, this demonic spear was difficult for the Celestial. After all, the Celestial did not cultivate any demonic arts and could not activate the demonic flames of the demonic spear. He could only use the demonic spear as an ordinary demonic tool. Ao Go's dragon Qi fell. Seeing that many of the demons on the demonic spear were killed by the dragon Qi, the Celestial could not do anything. Chapter 43:18. Roar. The Celestial let out a roar and his arms shook. The bone spear let out a thunderous roar and the bone dragon floated up from the spear. Although there were no fluctuations or dragon tattoos on the dragon's horn, the natural dragons might still spread out. Especially the sharpness of the dragon's horns, they instantly pierced through the emerald green dragon Qi. An indescribable feeling of fear stabbed into Ao Go's dragon body like an invisible flying sword. Damn it! Feeling this fear and the destructive dragon's might from the bone spear, Ao Go cursed angrily. He didn't dare to face the bone spear head-on. His dragon body flickered, and he immediately moved hundreds of miles away, dodging the bone spear. The Celestial didn't chase after him. The bone spear danced in his hand. Shua shua shua. The bone spear danced in the air. Numerous black dragon heads appeared in the air. These dragon heads were formed from tiny demon heads. The dragon heads howled as they pounced on the dragon patterns and dragon chi in the air. They even rushed out of the sea's surface. Boom! It was very strange. When the dragon chi and dragon veins came in contact with the devil chi of the bone spear, they immediately turned grey and were swallowed by the devil head of the bone spear. As for the rattan, it easily collapsed under the attack of the bone spear and was destroyed by it. Ha ha ha! At this time, the Celestial finally understood Xiao Hua's arrangement. The embarrassment in his heart disappeared, and he also laughed. The bone spear in his hand was like a shadow as it casually stabbed at the space sealed by Aogo. Damn it! Aogo didn't know how many times he cursed in his heart. He could see the Celestial's weakness, but the bone spear in the Celestial's hand was not only sharp, but it was also refined from a dragon corpse that was much higher in grade than him. Although the Celestial didn't know how to control the dragon corpse, the innate dragon's might was enough to completely suppress Aogo. Aogo raised his hand, and a golden light flashed through the sky. Within the golden light, the same spear shadow shot through the sky like lightning towards the Celestial. Seeing Aogo take out his golden spear, the Deva let out an excited roar in midair. He no longer cared about the draconic aura, and instead, began to fight Aogo. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Aogo suddenly raised his hand and lifted the long spear into the air. The dragon's mouth spat out a dragon breath, and the whole spear turned into a dragon. Not only that, but Aogo's dragon horn also released thousands of waves. A dragon shadow appeared from the waves and fell into the long spear. Roar! The dragon image's dragon might flourished, almost suppressing the power of the bone spear. It streaked across the sky like lightning, pouncing towards the Celestial's forehead. Another spell. The Celestial was furious. He hurriedly raised his bone spear to block. However, under the power of the dragon spear, the demonic aura of the bone spear was almost completely dissipated. It seemed that the bone spear couldn't resist at all. Even the dragon horn on the bone spear dimmed. Damn it, I don't believe it. The celestial being was fighting fiercely and was unwilling to retreat. He raised his head and roared. At this time, his heart suddenly moved again because he had activated the celestial being white bones. Although he had never cultivated the great desolate divine ability, he still had the feeling of the celestial being white bones activating the great desolate chi. Seeing that the golden spear was about to pierce his forehead, he also shook his arms and opened his mouth to spit out a brilliance. Unfortunately, although the celestial opened his mouth, no light spurted out. However, what surprised the celestial was that the primitive chi in his arms surged into the bone spear, which was more powerful than any true chi. The bone spear immediately came to life after receiving the primitive chi. Roar! The horse dragon roar revealed the majesty of the bone dragon when it was alive, and with the dragon's roar, the demonic aura on the bone spear suddenly flourished. The demonic fire and demonic flame were even more rampant than when the devil spirit Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua's body were activated before, crazily rolling towards the dragon image's ferocious golden spear. Haha, I understand now. The celestial shouted. The so-called 10,000 arts return to the origin is like this. Whether it's time, true chi, true essence, noble chi, or even devil chi, in the end, they will all return to the primitive world. I am the last day's venerable. Of course, Aogo didn't understand what the celestial was saying, but when he saw how powerful the devil spear was, how the devil flame flickered and the devil head roared and swallowed the dragon chi and dragon might on the golden spear, he didn't dare to be careless. He braced himself and used his divine ability to fight the celestial. Putting aside the fact that the celestial being and Aogo were evenly matched, when Chu was fighting against Aogo, Aogo's dragon claw slammed down like a mountain, creating a gust of wind that covered 1,000 miles. When Chu smiled faintly and threw the sword in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword buzzed and instantly split into 9 flying swords. Each flying sword had a different sword radiance, and each sword radiated a different sword intent. These sword intents were imbued with a mighty aura, and they shot toward the dragon claw faster than meteors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A faint chill like the autumn rain emerged from the seal. Ao Tsongda's dragon claws were sliced off by the sword light in the autumn. The battle intent that was suppressing Wen Chu was also shattered by the ferocious power of the Nine Stars transit. Which cultivation family of the hidden immortal continent do you belong to? Wen Chu. Ao Tsongshu was surprised and asked tentatively, how come this king has never heard of it? I was born from the noble spirit, and my real name is Wantsu. How can the human clan of the hidden immortal continent tolerate my benevolence? Wen Chu replied with a faint smile. How could Ao Concrete believe Wen Chu's words? He narrowed his eyes and said, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is now favored by the immortal emperor. You are a Confucian cultivator, so if you give up today and persuade Reverend Yun to reconcile with the Dragon Palace, I can recommend you to the immortal palace. With your cultivation base, you are more than qualified to be an immortal official. When the time comes, you will be welcomed by the heaven gate. How can a lackey be free and unfettered like himself? Wen Chu's tone was still indifferent. Plucking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain, not suffering for the mortal world, and not envying the power of the immortal emperor. While speaking, Wen Chu opened his mouth again. Woo! A mouthful of 5-colored energy sprayed out, transforming into a winter chrysanthemum and falling on the surface of the ocean. Boom! Ao Tsongshu's sneaky dragon tail suddenly lashed out from the void, hitting right on the winter chrysanthemum. Amidst a loud boom, the 5-colored energy was annihilated, and the dragon tail was forced back. How can a filthy dragon like you understand what I'm thinking? Wen Chu sighed lightly, as if he was not stained by the smoke and dust. He looked at Ao Tsongshu with a pitiful look, which was very similar to that of Buddha body. Ao Tsongshu was a bit embarrassed, but he instantly tore apart his gentleness. He simply roared, and his dragon body transformed into the image of heaven and earth. His entire voice resounded in Wen Chu's ears. It was very ferocious. I don't care if I'm Wen Saint or Wen Star, I don't care if you're an immortal official or an elder of a clan. Anyone who enters my Four Seas Grand Formation is an ant. Since you don't listen to my kind words, then I'll let you have a taste of my power. While speaking, Ao Tsongshu's mouth chanted a strange heavenly dragon technique. The entire horizon began to surge with a dense dragon aura. Countless primordial energies of heaven and earth gathered from an unknown place. Numerous mountains, layers of earth, and even stars appeared in the light of this primordial energy. The power of the mountains, the gravity of the earth, and the majesty and vastness of the stars all rushed towards Wen Chu amidst this strange phenomenon. Seeing such a celestial phenomenon, as if the blue dome of heaven was about to heavily press down, Wen Chu did not panic. He slightly smiled, raised his hand, and patted his head. The 5-colored energy rushed out, turning into a light that first protected him. Then, he opened his mouth and chanted, building a hut in the mortal realm, without the noise of carriages and horses. What can a gentleman do? His heart is far from his own. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain. The mountain's aura is fine in the sun and the evening, the birds return to each other. There is true meaning in this, but I've forgotten to explain it. As Wen Chu's voice fell, large inscriptions appeared one after another. Each inscription carried a kind of arrogance, and each inscription carried a sense of loneliness. And when these inscriptions formed a sentence in the air, boom, 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 a subtle noble spirit rushed out from the void. Chimph. Ao Tsongshu sneered. The heavenly draconic technique didn't stop. After all, everything was sealed within the Four Seas array. The void was filled with dragon marks, and the mighty Chi pillar couldn't break through. Just as Ao Tsongshu sneered, buzz, buzz. Wen Chu's body began to vibrate. The space within 1,000 miles began to surge like boiling water. Waves of noble spirit gushed out from Wen Chu's body. Not only did it cover 1,000 miles of space, but it also surged towards the Four Seas Grand Formation. Wen Xing. You really are a Wen Xing. Ao Tsongshu was surprised. The so-called Wen Xing he spoke of before was just flattering Wen Chu. He did not think that a Wen Xing would appear among the Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents. As the master of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would not be unaware of it. The noble spirit continued to appear, and the arrogant words began to shine with a light. Although there weren't many words, they were like the backbone of the human race, supporting the space within thousands of miles. The majestic southern mountain and the chrysanthemums fluttering in the wind under the southern mountain blocked the so-called mountains, the earth, and the stars from appearing indifferent. What is indifference? If there is no power in this world, no disputes, how can there be any excitement? Ao Tsongshu was also proficient in the essence of Confucian cultivation. Seeing Wen Chu in such a state, he sneered and once again chanted the heavenly dragon technique with a tight rhythm. Roar, roar, roar. The stars, earth, and mountains that were blocked by the noble spirit changed again, turning into yellow dragons that fell like rain. In just a moment, the indifferent noble spirit was washed to a dangerous level. Ha ha! At this point, how could Wen Chu not know Xiao Hua's arrangement? Although his armor inscription was not as good as Daoist Witch's green seal inscription, his strength was recognized by Wen Chu after all, surpassing Daoist Witch. Using the Confucian armor inscription to deal with the dragon clan's heavenly dragon technique was complementary. Wen Chu laughed and proudly chanted, "Lying in a lonely village, I do not mourn for myself, I still think of guarding the wheel platform for the country. Lying in bed at night, listening to the wind and rain, I dream of iron horses and ice rivers." Chapter 43:19. As soon as Wen Chu finished speaking, even more inscriptions rushed into the air. At this moment, the space to the left of Wen Chu was filled with a grand aura. This space had already become independent of the Four Seas formation. As soon as the inscriptions came out, the sound of wind and rain came out, and the ice began to invade the Four Seas Great Array, blowing toward Ao Tsongshu. At the same time, under the light of the inscriptions on the armor, more noble spirit turned into armored warriors riding on horses. These warriors held long spears in their hands, and the realm of golden spears and armored horses was born instantly. Teams of armored warriors stepped on the ice river and rushed into the air. The place where the long spears fell was exactly the same as the flood dragons. The sound of horses and dragons roaring was endless. Sigh. Ao Tsongshu saw this and unconsciously took a breath of cold air again, and Wen Chu narrowed his eyes, watching the Aaron Chi and Dragon Chi compete, and a kind of pride was born from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua had been refining the innate qi in his chest since he was young, and even practiced this innate qi to the extreme of the 18th layer. Later on, Xiao Hua's middle dantian was sealed. This true qi had been brewing inside his middle dantian. When the seal was broken, Xiao Hua focused his true qi on Confucian cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua's realm of Confucian cultivation was the highest. However, the original meaning of Confucian cultivation was not to fight, to kill, and not to show off, but to cultivate the innate vitality. After Xiao Hua comprehended this essence, he rarely used the means of Confucian cultivation to fight against the enemy. Of course, the means of Confucian cultivation were not as fierce as the means of Taoism. Wen Chu also rarely used the Aaron Qi, and mostly used the Jojo Cauldron and the innate Qi. Now, Wen Chu tried to use the insignificant inscriptions to deal with the Dragon Clan's heavenly dragon technique, and it was actually on par with the Dragon Clan, which really made Wen Chu feel gratified. Xiao Hua's 4 doppelgangers showed off their power, and fought against the 3 Sea Dragon Kings. How could Xiao Hua be worse than them? Xiao Hua activated his golden body, and his Dharma form was born. With a wave of his arms, he cracked the restriction of the 4 Seas formation. Ao Qian watched as Xiao Hua activated his golden body, and the silver-white spear floating in the sky seemed to be breathing. Then, he sneered and said, "You didn't take the Dragon Clan's path to heaven, but you didn't take the narrow door of the human clan. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my dragon ancestor, you traitor." After he finished speaking, the long spear that soared into the sky was like a mountain flood, covering the sky and the earth as it fell, covering the space where Xiao Hua was. The sharpness of that spear had already pierced through the space before it even landed. Even the brilliance of Xiao Hua's golden body had become riddled with holes. Ha ha! Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He knew that in this space, the divine abilities of the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas were magnified greatly, especially some of the Dermas. Therefore, Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. He urged his magic power, and the power of his domain also rushed out like a mountain torrent. First, it covered nearly 1,000 miles around him, and then he grabbed with both hands. Catcher! Amidst the sound of thunder, a myriad of lightning waves rushed out even more ferociously than the spears. In just a few breaths of time, the silver spears formed from dragon chi were scattered. That violent lightning was like the anger in Xiao Hua's heart. He had been framed for no reason at all. Every strand of lightning destroyed the draconic chi, but at the same time, it also tore apart the seal of the Four Seas Great Array. Seeing the large area of draconic chi being annihilated in an instant, Ao Qian couldn't help but be shocked again. On the contrary, Xiao Hua's expression didn't change at all as he watched the draconic chi being annihilated. He understood in his heart that although the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were stronger than the four consecrators of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, and this Four Seas Great Array was fiercer than the Seven Stars Great Array, the Seven Stars Great Array was, after all, strengthened by generations of Southern Sea Dragon Palace masters. The power inside would definitely surpass this hastily formed Four Seas Great Array. Moreover, after these years of fighting, Xiao Hua understood even more clearly that fighting wasn't about the process, but about the outcome. No matter how fancy a magic technique was, in the end, it was still about power. Back then, Xiao Hua used the divine power in his arms to make up for his lack of magic power. Later, the growth of his divine power couldn't catch up with the growth of his magic power, so he had no choice but to pursue the power of his magic power. Now that he had already controlled the power of lightning, lightning naturally represented the punishment of heaven and earth. Even the immortal palace had to be afraid of it. Therefore, Xiao Hua simply didn't use any other magic techniques. He only used simple and crude lightning to destroy Ao Qian's draconic chi. However, when the draconic chi was completely annihilated, a bright moon rose from the sea behind Xiao Hua. The bright moonlight ignored the distance between them and appeared on Xiao Hua's back in the blink of an eye. In the moonlight, a several jong large pearl was revealed. Inside the pearl, there seemed to be an underwater world. The deep blue sea water filled the entire pearl. Countless sea race members swam freely in this sea water. Some corals and reefs also cast shadows on them. When the moonlight fell on Xiao Hua's back, the enormous power of a minor thousand worlds suppressed Xiao Hua to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Especially the brilliance on the pearl. In the Four Seas Great Array, it gave birth to the shape of a flood dragon and crazily tore at the brilliance on Xiao Hua's golden body. Damn it! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He waved his hand and used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. In an instant, it enveloped the pearl and Xiao Hua's consciousness was about to take the pearl away. However, when Xiao Hua's consciousness fell, the pearl spun and released boundless vitality. Its brilliance rushed out like a bright moon and pierced Xiao Hua's mind like a sharp sword. How could Xiao Hua take this treasure? Moreover, the pearl's impact was so great that Xiao Hua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique was actually shattered by it. Chimpage. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and quickly retreated. He stretched out his hand again. He didn't believe that a Mahayana cultivator couldn't take this pearl. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still wrong. Although Xiao Hua's hand had sealed the space within 100 miles, the power of the pearl to kill him had not decreased in the slightest. When it broke through the seal, it even tore the space apart. Not to mention Xiao Hua trying to collect the pearl, he didn't even know if his hand would be fine after touching the pearl. What kind of treasure is this? Xiao Hua was even more shocked. He waved his hand and sent out the Overturn the Sea Seal. The Overturn the Sea Seal's shadow crazily fell, barely stopping the pearl's momentum for the time being. Roar! However, just as the pearl stopped in the air for a moment, a dragon's roar came from the pearl again. The pearl's brilliance turned into a flood dragon again. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at the seal. Not only did it break through the layers of shadow, but it also made the light of the coiling dragon below the seal dim. So arrogant. Xiao Hua was shocked. His eyes lit up again. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and countless bolts of lightning rushed towards the pearl. The dragon formed by the pearl seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and charged into the void. Although the void was sealed by Xiao Hua, a crack appeared where the light landed. When the dragon formed by the pearl charged into the spatial crack, it suddenly turned its head. The dragon had a mocking expression on its face. "Ao Chen, you're just courting death." Xiao Hua was furious. He raised his hand and waved it. An inconspicuous yellow light flew out from his hand, and when it landed in the air, it was an inconspicuous copper coin. "Ha ha!" Ao Chen's mocking face became even more hysterical. The pearl, which was supposed to fall into the spatial rift, paused for a brief moment, as if he was showing off and showing off. His wild laughter echoed throughout the entire East Sea, even stirring up waves on the surface of the ocean. "Reverend Yun, if you have no money, feel free to come to my East Sea Dragon Palace. I can even give you any ocean crystal you want, not to mention how precious time is." "Why should I give you a copper coin?" This copper coin was naturally the copper coin of treasurefall that Xiao Hua had bestowed upon Liu Yi. Xiao Hua had originally not planned to use it, but Ao Chen had truly made him angry. His mind entered the space and forcefully took out the copper coin of treasurefall from Liu Yi's Chenkuan bag. When the copper coin of treasurefall was an extraordinary prehistoric treasure, it did not cause any ripples when it first appeared. But when it came close to the pearl, a powerful ripple immediately emanated from it and enveloped the pearl. After that, the dragon aura on the pearl completely disappeared, and its light was extinguished as well. It quickly transformed into a fist-sized ocean pearl and fell from the crack in space. "Ah!" Ao Chen's mocking expression froze on his face as he cried out in surprise. Embarrassment filled his eyes as he said, "Reverend Yun, you." When the ocean pearl fell, the copper coin of treasurefall immediately shone with a yellow light. Like the tongue of a golden toad, it landed on the ocean pearl. Following the light, the ocean pearl flew to the side of the coin. After that, Xiao Hua raised his hand and was about to take the coin. Roar! Ao Chen let out a furious roar. "Reverend Yun, how dare you take my 4 Seas pearl?" With Ao Chen's angry roar, Ao Chen's dragon body appeared in the sky. His dragon aura soared into the sky and flew towards Xiao Hua. His silver-white dragon horn was filled with murderous fluctuations, causing the entire space to become chaotic. What was special was that the space around the copper coin of treasurefall was also shining with a dazzling silver-white light. Obviously, Ao Chen was going to snatch the 4 Seas pearl. Boom! Xiao Hua waved his sleeve, causing the space within 100 miles to tremble. All the spatial anomalies were suppressed. He raised his eyes and gave Ao Chen a contemptuous look. Then, he performed the Chenkuan in the sleeve technique again and easily took the 4 Seas pearl and the copper coin of treasurefall. Only then did he say coldly, "Not only will I take your 4 Seas pearl, but I'll also take your life." As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. Buzz! The wishful steel staff buzzed and turned into a sky-high staff that crossed the sky and hit Ao Chen's dragon body. Unfortunately, although the wishful steel staff streaked across the sky and broke the space of the 4 Seas array, it still could not stop Ao Chen's dragon aura. A loud roar burst out, but it still could not stop Ao Chen. The wishful steel staff was bounced back by Ao Chen's attack. The wishful steel staff of 5 elements. No, this is the sky-leveling staff. Ao Chen was also slightly surprised. He did not expect Xiao Hua's inconspicuous weapon to be so powerful. A moment later, Ao Chen came to his senses and cried out, "I finally understand why you came to the South Sea Dragon Palace." Chapter 43:20. Seeing that the wishful steel staff had been knocked back, Xiao Hua did not panic. After putting away the wishful steel staff, he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Catcher! The sound of thunder sounded again. The 9 heavens divine thunder, the 5 Qi thunder, the yin thunder of 3 corpses, and the Xianming thunder rushed out at the same time, turning into a big 4-colored hand above Xiao Hua's head. Above this big hand, the different thunderbolts gave birth to strange fluctuations. These fluctuations were sometimes annihilated and sometimes reborn. Moreover, when the big hand moved in the sky, there were countless spatial anomalies from time to time, either infinite vitality or sudden appearance of death. The unspeakable way of life and death actually showed a trace of power in this big hand. Although it was only a trace of power, Ao Chen's dragon aura was wiped out wherever the huge hand fell. The dragon's power was like the lament of an old woman in the face of death, resentful and powerless. Boom! The towering dragon aura was crushed into powder. Even Ao Qian's dragon body was imprisoned by the huge hand, and he could not easily break free from it even though he was waving his dragon tail. Ao Qian turned pale with fright. Suddenly, he swept his dragon tail toward the sea. The seawater, which was several times larger than a mountain, flew up with his dragon tail and smashed toward Xiao Hua's huge hand. Hee hee. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed at the waves. Boom. All of the waves were grabbed and turned into pure sea crystals. These sea crystals instantly exploded, but it was also at this moment that Ao Qian's figure flickered and his afterimages appeared one after another. He actually managed to escape from Xiao Hua's hand. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from where Ao Qian was. Ao Qian, who had just escaped, was startled and hurriedly looked in that direction. He saw dragon blood flowing out of Ao Hong's abdomen, and Feng Wu proudly flapping his wings. The pride of a victor was self-evident. Damn it! Ao Qian cursed angrily. His ferocious dragon head suddenly turned and roared at Xiao Hua. Reverend Yun, don't think that you and your friend have a very high cultivation base. The Four Seas formation of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is definitely not something you can resist. The reason I haven't activated the real Four Seas formation is to let you know the difficulty and retreat, so that you can cooperate with me. And you don't understand this king's painstaking efforts, you actually tried to kill me, the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for not giving face to the dragon ancestor and giving you a way out. Actually, Xiao Hua was also a little surprised in his heart. This Four Seas Great Array looked very powerful. All of the space was sealed by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Even if a 9th grade Essence Energy Cultivator fell in, they would still be restrained by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. If he didn't have any special abilities, it would be very difficult for him to gain the upper hand. However, in less than 5 minutes, Wen Chu had clearly gained the upper hand. The three of them were on par with the 3 Sea Dragon Kings. They even vaguely had the upper hand. The Four Seas Grand Array was not as powerful as Ao Qian had described. Of course, Xiao Hua also had some hope in his heart. He thought that the Four Seas Grand Array was only at this level. After all, the 4 of them were 9th grade Essence Energy Cultivators. On the hidden immortal continent, it was rare for 4 9th grade Essence Energy Cultivators to work together to break the Four Seas Grand Array. Hearing Ao Qian's angry threat, Xiao Hua was shocked. He immediately ordered Feng Wu, don't hesitate. Quickly kill the Dragon King of the West Sea. Yes. Feng Wu replied in her heart. Her beak immediately pecked at Ao Hong's forehead. Ao Hong couldn't dodge in time. Part of the dragon essence was swallowed by Feng Wu. How could Ao Hong dare to hesitate? He screamed and immediately disappeared into the void. Wu! Feng Wu flapped her wings. Several moonlight pillars shot into the void. However, under the void, other than the dragon patterns, Ao Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ao. Seeing Ao Hong escape, Ao Qian, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go all raised their heads and roared. The 3 Dragon Kings also disappeared into the void. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Seeing the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas escape at the same time, Xiao Hua didn't dare to force them. He shouted, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas want to activate the real Four Seas Grand Array. Not waiting for Xiao Hua's voice to land, boom 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 boom. 4 thunderous sounds, like the roars of 10,000 dragons, came from all directions of the sea surface. Then, 4 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from the source of these sounds, skyrocketing for 90,000 miles, piercing straight into the blue dome of heaven. 4 wills that resembled heaven and earth emerged from the dragon avatar and surged towards the surface of the sea from all 4 directions. Under the supreme wills, not a single ripple appeared on the surface of the sea. Even the dragon runes that were wreaking havoc earlier had stopped moving in the void. Xiao Hua and the other 3 stood in the air. The will instantly annihilated them. Within his will, an irresistible feeling, a feeling that made people bend their knees, a feeling that made people prostrate themselves before him, was born. This is. Xiao Hua was aghast. This feeling was very familiar to him. Back then, when he fought against the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State in the Blackwind mountain range, the state preceptor Leng Qingge used the 5-dragon jade seal to suppress Xiao Hua. This feeling came from the 5-dragon jade seal. Moreover, when Xiao Hua went to the Jade Pavilion meeting to seize the lot of the state preceptor, he also met the monarch of the state preceptor. The mountain and river seal wanted to suppress Xiao Hua, and the same feeling came from the mountain and river seal. However, compared to the 4 wills in front of him, those 2 feelings were just the light of a firefly. The 4 wills in front of him were so terrifying and so vast. In the will, Xiao Hua, Wen Chu, and Feng Wu's figures shrank rapidly. They were like ants in the world, unable to compete with the will of the world. On the contrary, the celestial being with the lowest cultivation level looked at this overwhelming aura in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Rise. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the mountain and river seal. However, just as the mountain and river seal flew out of the space, it immediately let out a mournful cry. Its brilliance disappeared, and it fell from the air. It couldn't even fly up. Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua put away the mountain and river seal and exclaimed, I have some methods to resist, but I don't want to use them now. What about you? If you can't resist, I will ask fellow Daoist Ji to come out. Unexpectedly, although Wen Chu's figure was forced to shrink, the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. He replied, Don't worry, we haven't reached the end of the line yet. If we ask fellow Daoist Ji to come out now, wouldn't we lose face? Is that so? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He looked at Wen Chu and Feng Wu in disbelief and asked curiously, You actually have a magical ability that I don't know? We're nothing. Wen Chu chuckled. Look at fellow Daoist Heavenly Dao. He doesn't seem to have sensed this incomparably powerful intent at all. With him here, what do we have to be afraid of? All right. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked in the direction where Ao Qian disappeared. Since his 3 clones still had methods that they hadn't revealed yet, he naturally wanted to see just how powerful the true 4Cs formation was. Buzz 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 buzz. The entire space collapsed rapidly, and the dragon statues that were originally soaring into the sky fell down with a loud rumble. At the place where the dragon statues fell, 4 golden dragon thrones slowly rose from the sea surface of the 4C's great array. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun, and the dragon thrones were more dazzling than the rising sun. On the dragon thrones, the dragon kings of the 4Cs sat calmly with dragon crowns on their heads and dragon robes on their bodies. Incomparably majestic auras that were filled with the authority of heaven and earth seeped out from their scales, dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and other parts. This aura surged from all directions and firmly suppressed Xiao Hua and the others. Dragon thrones! Dragon thrones! Dragon thrones! Xiao Hua struggled to straighten his back and shouted unyieldingly, I understand now. These 4 dragon thrones that are filled with the intent of the dragon clan are the foundation of the 4C's formation that you set up. At the same time, they are where the authority of the 4C's formation lies. That's right. Ao Qian coiled on the dragon thrones. The golden light from the dragon crown merged with the dragon thrones, and his voice was like that of a god. It actually had the power to make people submit without hesitation. All under the 4Cs are my water, and all the clans of the 4Cs are my people. Not to mention that you're a member of the dragon clan, even if you're not, you'll still have to crawl before the dragon thrones. Daoist Minute, this is your last chance. If you still don't submit, I'll suppress you on behalf of the dragon clan. I understand. Xiao Hua sighed. Ao Jiao is truly cunning. How is the title of Dragon Master false? It can't be any more real. I originally didn't plan to use this dragon crown anymore, but you're forcing me. I can only choose to resist. Ha ha ha. Ao Qian laughed loudly. Confucian cultivators have said that humans are the 5 elements: heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. You, a dragon master, can only be ranked at the bottom. How can you contend against the will of heaven and earth of this king? Sigh. Xiao Hua took out the dragon crown. Sure enough, when the dragon crown rushed out, its elegant aura immediately blocked most of that irresistible will. Xiao Hua wore the dragon crown and sighed. You're only the king of the dragon clan. How can you know the righteousness of the dragon clan? How can the will of heaven and earth be represented by you? Your dragon thrones are only imperial authority, and imperial authority is only the will of the monarch. It's your will as a king. It's far from being comparable to heaven and earth. At this point, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and shook his head. This poor Daoist was wrong. This is not the real Four Seas Grand Formation. The previous Grand Formation was the real Four Seas Grand Formation. The current Four Seas Grand Formation is only an improvement you obtained from the Immortal Palace's throne and the Immortal Emperor's authority after you joined the Immortal Palace. Unfortunately, Ao Chen didn't answer. He just smiled and asked, Daoist minute, it's useless to say more. Have you thought it through? Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua threw his head back and laughed loudly. In the midst of his laughter, he answered sonorously, even if you're the ruler of the dragon thrones, even if you're using imperial authority to force me, you're still not heaven and earth. You're still not justice. I am not afraid. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ao Chen was furious. Since you want to die, then this king will fulfill your wish. Don't think that what Dragon Island gave you is a protective talisman. Chapter 43:21. With that, Ao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the dragon seal he obtained from the Immortal Palace. At the same time, Ao Tsong, Ao Go, and Ao Hong also opened their mouths. Identical dragon seals fell into the air and landed on the dragon throne. Swoosh! The dragon throne, which already represented the will of the dragon clan, gained a supreme imperial aura. The destiny of the human clan from the Immortal Palace made the will of the dragon clan even more powerful, and its will spread throughout the entire space. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiao Hua's dragon crown once again fell from the sky. Faced with this kind of heaven and earth order, Xiao Hua was helpless. He could only open his mouth. Pu! Sword light rushed out, and his entire golden body flashed with sword light. His body transformed into a heart-shaped sword intent, and he chanted, "The wrath of the Son of Heaven, 1,000,000 corpses float, 1,000 miles of blood flow. The wrath of the commoner, 5 steps of blood flow, a world of mourning. Since I am unyielding, I will use my sword to travel 1,000 miles." Just as Xiao Hua was feeling helpless, the Celestial shouted, "Fellow Daoist, don't worry, I will help you." Following the Celestial's voice, he actually stepped onto a cloud and flew towards Xiao Hua with a demonic weapon. Damn it, this Celestial has a primitive body. At the beginning of the primitive era, there was no imperial power. This bastard is indomitable, completely ignoring the so-called imperial power and the will of the dragon clan. Seeing the Celestial ignore the Four Seas Great Formation, Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He sighed in his heart and hurriedly ordered, "Fellow Celestial, you don't need to worry about me. Although I can't kill the Dragon King with my sword, I can still protect myself. You just need to kill Ao Go." Oh! The Celestial stared blankly for a moment, then responded. He turned his head and urged the Bone Dragon Spear to rush towards Ao Go, who was sitting on the Dragon Throne. Seeing that the Celestial was not afraid of the Dragon Throne, Ao Go's face turned bitter. He hurriedly patted the Dragon Throne, causing the surface of the Four Seas Great Formation to ripple as he prepared to meet the enemy. On the other side, Wen Chu smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, don't panic. Watch my method." Following Wen Chu's voice, he clapped his hands. With a rumbling sound, the 5-colored genuine qi rushed out and turned into endless auspicious clouds in the air. In the south where Wen Chu was, on the dragon throne where the Dragon King of the South Sea Ao Tsongda sat, the entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. Within the auspicious clouds and multicolored light, all kinds of auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, and picturesque territories were born. An indescribable aura shrouded the Dragon King of the South Sea. Not good. Ao Concrete seemed to have thought of something. He screamed and slapped the dragon seal with his hand. The imperial power of the Immortal Palace soared into the sky, trying to disperse the vision. Unfortunately, the aura didn't reach more than 10,000 feet. Woo! At the top of Wen Chu's head, another strange whistling sound was heard. The whistling sound was mixed with the sound of chanting and wind and rain. It was truly a rhythm of wind, rain, and reading that entered one's ears. This is. Ao Tsongda's eyes were filled with fear. Sure enough, with this sound, thousands of scrolls flew out and condensed into a brilliant Wenchu star. The majestic starlight above the Literati star instantly enveloped the southern part of the Four Seas formation. The dragon chi and imperial power that Ao Tsongha had activated met the starlight and the power of the saints in midair. Boom boom boom. Explosive sounds rang out one after another. The dragon image immediately collapsed and fell toward the dragon throne that Ao Tsongha was on. The starlight from the Literati star swept past the dragon throne. Catcher sounds of cracking suddenly rang out. Whether it was the dragon throne, the dragon seal, or even the dragon crown on Ao Tsongha's head, they were all unable to bear the heavy burden and cracked. Fellow Daoist Wenchu's methods are only SOSO. Seeing Wenchu use the Wenchu star to fight, the Feng Wu proudly smiled. She looked at Xiao Hua and shouted, "Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. I will also help you." As the phoenix parasol let out a cry, it flapped its wings. Boom, 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 boom. 7 powerful booms soared into the sky. 7 pillars of starlight shot into the clouds above the Four Seas Grand Array. These starlights were even more dazzling than the literate star. They even pierced 7 huge holes in the clouds. You. Ao Chu was injured by the Feng Wu's attack, so when he saw the 7 pillars of starlight, he almost jumped up from his dragon throne. He looked at the Feng Wu in disbelief and shouted at the pillars of starlight. Wang! Wang! Even more powerful explosions came from the pillars of starlight. To the north of the Feng Wu, the entire space was shaking. Countless rays of light shot out from the Feng Wu's back, and wherever the starlight went, space collapsed. The so-called true Four Seas Grand Formation that Ao Chu spoke of was actually torn to pieces by the light. Not only that, but under the starlight, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper slowly rose. Each star looked like the Feng Wu. Each of the 7 stars was several times more majestic and crazier than the Wenchu star, especially the power of the stars and the moon, which rushed toward the dragon throne in the north. Ao Hong couldn't compare to Ao Shuetong at all. Whether it was his draconic aura, imperial power, or the dragon throne, they all decayed under the power of the 7 stars of heaven and earth. Even the throne and the dragon crown on Ao Hong's forehead cracked and almost split in half. Ah! The people of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas were scared out of their wits. Ao Chu didn't even have the thought of using the dragon throne to attack Xiao Hua. He screamed, and his voice echoed in the entire space. You're actually a great saint of the demon clan? How is this possible? Ao Go shouted as he dodged the attacks of the Celestials. When did a great saint appear in the 1,000 demon sacred realm? How come we didn't know? At this time, the dragon kings of the Four Seas felt like they had smashed their own feet with a rock. Although the Four Seas Grand Formation wasn't good, it was still able to trap Xiao Hua and the other 3. Even the dragon kings of the Four Seas were only at a slight disadvantage. But when they used the Four Seas Grand Formation that they had been planning for a long time, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It wasn't that the Four Seas Grand Formation wasn't strong, but they really met a hard nail. They never thought that, not to mention the fact that the Celestials were of the Great Desolate Era and weren't restricted by imperial power, the Wenchu star was actually a genuine Wenchu star. The Feng Wu was also a genuine new great saint of the demon clan. Moreover, this great saint of the demon clan was a 7 stars great saint. With these 3 clones, there was no need for Xiao Hua to transform into a sword. The Four Seas Grand Formation that used imperial power and draconic might as its foundation had already collapsed. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. You are really shallow. Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. The so-called imperial power and the authority of the dragon clan are nothing but nothingness under the power of heaven and earth. Gah! Just behind Xiao Hua's laughter, the Feng Wu once again let out a phoenix cry that shook heaven and earth. The Feng Wu's voice sounded in Ao Hong's ears. How can a dragon king without the fire dragon soul still be called a dragon king? You're not even as good as a little loach. Boom! The moment the Feng Wu's voice fell, She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of demonic chi that landed on the 7-star star pillar. The huge power of the stars and moon directly crashed into Ao Hong's dragon body. Ka. The brilliance of the dragon throne couldn't block the power of the stars and moon at all. Ao Hong's huge dragon body let out a cracking sound. The cracks were like dry earth, strangely appearing. Pieces of dragon scales fell from the surface of his body, and streams of dragon blood spurted out from the cracks like fountains. Ao! Ao Hong screamed. His dragon body rapidly shrank and fell from the dragon throne. Chemph. Seeing Ao Hong fall from the dragon throne, Xiao Hua coldly snorted. This was his plan. The strength of the dragon kings of the four seas was around the middle of the 9th grade of essence energy. They borrowed the power of the four seas great array. Xiao Hua and his 3 clones might not be their match. If there was any chance in this great array, Ao Hong would be their biggest weakness, because Xiao Hua was very clear in his heart that the West Sea Dragon Palace's nature was fire. Xiao Hua had obtained the Fire Dragon Soul in the West Sea Eye. If there were no surprises, it must be the West Sea Dragon Palaces. Now that the Fire Dragon Soul was obtained by the little white dragon, Ao Hong definitely didn't have the Fire Dragon Soul. Therefore, Ao Hong was the weakest of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Therefore, Xiao Hua ordered the strongest of the 4, the Feng Wu, to deal with Ao Hong. Who would have thought that the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas would actually use the power of imperial power? In this way, the Feng Wu with the Big Dipper star mark was the natural nemesis of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. And it was really easy for him to deal with the weakest Ao Hong. The western side of the Four Seas Great Array was lost, and a flaw immediately appeared in the entire Four Seas Great Array. There was no need for Xiao Hua to give any more instructions. The Feng Wu spread his wings again, and a huge Big Dipper star light pillar immediately fell around the dragon throne, separating the western side from the Four Seas Great Array. Haha, many thanks, fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua understood. He released his mind and was about to put the dragon throne into his space. However, when the dragon throne fell into his mind, the dragon throne was actually as heavy as 10,000 catties. Xiao Hua's mind was unable to move it at all. Damn it! Xiao Hua immediately understood and cursed in his heart. He was not a dragon. Although there was some dragon chi in his body, if he wanted to control this dragon throne that was said to represent the will of the dragon race, it was impossible. Roar! Ao Qian was shocked and hurriedly urged the dragon throne, wanting to take back the Dragon King of the West Sea's dragon throne. But how could the Feng Wu let him succeed? The power of the stars and moon surged, blocking the dragon throne. The Dragon King of the West Sea fell from the dragon throne, and a flaw appeared in the Four Seas Great Array. And when the Feng Wu separated the dragon throne from the Four Seas Great Array, the entire Four Seas Great Array was broken, and it no longer had the ability to stop Xiao Hua. Swoosh! Like a heavy rain, endless blue water fell from the sky, and the space of the Four Seas Great Array collapsed. Boom! Wen Chu smiled. The Wen Chu star turned into a book and fell into his body. The sword light around Xiao Hua's body disappeared, revealing a Daoist cultivator who had a card up his sleeve. As for the Feng Wu, his wings protected the dragon throne, and the Big Dipper star mark was also hidden on his back. Chapter 43-22. Outside the Four Seas formation, there were still over 1 million members of the sea race. At this moment, these members of the sea race had surrounded Xiao Hua and the others. Behind the sea race, the entire South Sea Dragon Palace had changed under the control of the South Sea Great General. Within the tens of thousands of li of the Dragon Palace, all the palaces were emitting light. All the seawater was also faintly fluctuating. Nearly endless water elemental energy of heaven and earth surged over from 100,000 li to 1,000,000 li of the sea and poured into the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace and all the members of the sea race had formed another great formation. A true overturn oceans formation. When the Four Seas formation collapsed, the entire overturn oceans formation immediately appeared in front of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Tsongda. Ao Tsongda laughed nastily. This was what he had instructed Ao Shin to do before he laid down the Four Seas formation. He activated the Dragon Emperor without hesitation. Once the Dragon Emperor entered the Overturn Oceans formation, she became the formation eye of the entire Overturn Oceans formation. The South Sea Dragon King Dragon Emperor, who originally ruled the South Sea, immediately borrowed the power of the Overturn Oceans formation to create a huge pressure that pressed down on Xiaohua from a million li of the sea. Good. Facing the power of such a great formation, even Ao Qian could not help but praise. This kind of power of the sea, the power of a million members of the sea race, was not something that a few ninth-grade essence energy cultivators could resist. Even if there was a literary star and a great sage among them, Ao Qian could almost see the scene of Xiaohua and the others escaping in a sorry state. Damn it! Everyone could see the anger in Ao Tsongda's eyes. He had truly suffered under Wen Chu's hands. Only then did he fiercely shout, "So what if you are a literary star? So what if you can activate Wen Chu to become a star? Can the will of the many sages resist the will of the people?" Facing such a heavy pressure, Wen Chu, Tian Ren, and Feng Wu's expressions changed. They could easily escape without any effort, but if they resisted, not only would they be injured, how many of the million members of the sea race would be able to survive? Although Buddha body had already attained the Maitreya Buddha fruit, Xiaohua's several clones also had a compassionate heart. They didn't want to fight to the death with these innocent dragon race and sea race. Ha ha ha. Only Xiaohua's expression didn't change. Looking at the entire Southern Sea Dragon Palace turning into an incomparably large array, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His tone was filled with pride. This Xiao doesn't know if anyone from the 3 continents has already caused havoc in the Dragon Palace. However, from today onwards, when someone causes havoc in the Dragon Palace again, it won't be unprecedented. Because at this moment, I will destroy the South Sea Dragon Palace. While speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He called out, "Fellow Daoist Kwong, it's time for you to show yourself. Your descendants really miss you, forcing I again and again." Roar! As the Kunlun mirror's light pillar pretended to penetrate, a powerful dragon roar rushed out from the light pillar. A dragon aura that was not inferior to the Dragon Emperor of the 4 seas rushed out in all directions with the dragon roar. "Reverend Yun!" Ao Qian cried out in disbelief once again. He had always thought that Xiaohua was Reverend Yun, but it never occurred to him that Reverend Yun was actually someone else. What the hell is going on here? Ao Qian felt a headache coming on, as if he was drawing water with a bamboo basket. But at this moment, he had no time to feel the bitterness of having nothing, as he exerted all his strength to drive the Dragon Emperor to resist the oppressive aura of Reverend Yun from the Dragon Realm. When Reverend Yun's dragon body appeared in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, an aura of a king returning to the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Palace of the 3 seas pressed down forcefully. However, even Reverend Yun felt that he could not withstand the entire Dragon Palace's array alone. Nevertheless, Reverend Yun was not in a hurry. He threw his head back and roared as he reached out his dragon claw and raised the ancient Pangu axe high into the air. The broken Pangu axe was just a shadow on the primitive continent, but when it appeared here, countless powers of laws poured down crazily. As the light and shadow twisted, the space collapsed once again. Strange black and white ripples rushed into the shadow of the axe, and in just a flash, an axe that looked ordinary to the naked eye or divine will revealed its true form. As Yun's dragon claw waved the handle of the axe, the Pangu axe began to move gently in the Dragon Palace. A soft swoosh rang out, softer than the sound of a flying sword cutting through silk, and gentler than a breeze caressing one's face. Just like that, a crack appeared on the surface of the Pangu axe. The broken 4 seas formation was cut in half, the 7 stars palace was cut in half, the tens of thousands of oceanic clans were cut in half, the entire Dragon Palace was cut in half, and even the ocean region of 1 million miles was cut in half. All the dragons, all the oceanic clans, and even Xiaohua were stunned. Boom! In the end, a huge rumbling sound came from the bottom of the sea. 1,000,000 miles long, 100 miles wide, and 1,000 miles deep trench appeared in the Dragon Palace that had been split into 2 halves. Only then did all the sea race awaken. Roar! Reverend Yun gave a furious roar as a golden light burst out from his body, and the Pangu axe disappeared into his dragon body. "Who dares to attack me again? I'll kill him." Reverend Yun's weak voice rang out as he descended towards the mirror of Kunlun. Fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him and transmitted his voice to him, the dragon throne of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean, Reverend Yun nodded. The dragon claw had covered Ao Hong's dragon throne, and as the dragon claw raised, Reverend Yun easily grabbed it. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He shook the mirror of Kunlun and pulled Reverend Yun into his space. Ao Chen, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go were all struck dumb. If Ao Hong had not fainted, he would have been struck dumb as well. All the oceanic clans stared blankly at the Dragon Palace, which had been split in half, and at Xiao Hua, who was standing proudly in the ocean. The Dragon Palace of the Southern Ocean had never been so quiet. Not even a fish dared to swim in the palace, and the entire ocean was rocked by towering waves. But the bottom of the ocean was so quiet that not even a ripple could be seen. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Xiao Hua cleared his throat and said, "Dragon King of the Southern Ocean, you may withdraw your subordinates now." Ao Concrete recovered from his shock and looked at Ao Chen. Both of them exchanged a glance, then Ao Concrete said coldly, "The Dragon Palace of the Southern Ocean is not at the end of the line yet. We still have the strength to fight again." The strength to fight again? A sarcastic smile emerged on the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth. He pointed a finger into the distance and said, "You can't even protect your fourth prince. How can you talk about the strength to protect yourself?" Ao Concrete was slightly startled, and he hurriedly turned to where Xiao Hua was pointing. Sure enough, there were a few dragon generals guarding there. Although their faces were filled with panic, they were still on high alert. Behind them, the fourth prince, Ao Chen's dragon body was covered in large spots. The edges of the spots had long festered, and the dragon blood that gushed out had turned pitch black. Meanwhile, strange dragon blood was gushing out of Ao Chen's head, eyes, mouth, and other parts of his body. It seemed that he had died there long ago. Ao Concrete's body stiffened, and he immediately said, "Ao Chen plotted to kill his own brother, and he has violated the law of the four seas. This king will not let him live for another day. Now that he has repented, he took his own life first. At least he knows how to behave. Hee, you're so stubborn." Xiao Hua chuckled. The Kunlun mirror vibrated, and a beam of light shot out. Wang, wang. Another thunderous rumble sounded as two enormous lightning boats appeared in front of the Sea Tribe's experts. On the lightning boats, other than Dragon Lady Jiang Hong, there was also Liu Yi. Under their command, the Liu family's descendants, Shenhua Continent's Dragon Clan's members, and even several 100,000 Fortune Gate's disciples appear. Grotto River Dragon Clan? Ao Concrete's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise. He was the master of the Dragon Palace. How could he not see the purity of the Dragon Clan's bloodline? How could he not see the strength of the Dragon Clan's descendants? After the two thunder boats and hundreds of thousands of descendants of the Dragon Clan flew out, the courage that Ao Tsong had mustered disappeared again. The Dragon Clan of the Shenhua continent could not compare to the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Clan's descendants could not compare to the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon Clan's descendants were much stronger than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. The origin energy of the Shenhua continent was different from that of the Three Rivers and Four Seas. Although the Dragon Clan's descendants only had a few thousand years of cultivation, their strength was not much weaker than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. It was difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce in the Three Rivers and Four Seas, but it was easy on the Shenhua continent. The Dragon Clan's population was not much less than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Although Xiao Hua did not release all of the Dragon Clan's descendants, anyone would have made a decision after seeing the endless stream of Dragon Clan's descendants flying out. "Dragon Master Xiao," Ao Chen hurriedly asked, "what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing," Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "I don't like being threatened. Today, either the fish dies or the net breaks." "All right." Ao Shuachin gritted his teeth and raised his dragon claw. "In that case, let's fight again." Ao Chen originally wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua, but seeing that Xiao Hua had so many trump cards, he could not deal with him at all. He could only shout, "Third brother, don't be anxious." "Chen-ph." Ao Shuachin snorted coldly, but in reality, he was already relieved. Ao Qian continued, Dragon Island has already issued an order. The Dongtian River has already been removed from the Four Seas Dragon Clan's list of targets. Now, they are also a member of the Dragon Clan. If we rashly start a war, not only will we go against Dragon Island's order, but we will also cause discord among the Dragon Clan's descendant. Damn it, they are really selling dog meat under false pretenses. Xiao Hua snorted and thought to himself, they just wanted to betray Dragon Island, and now they are using Dragon Island's order as an excuse. This face is thicker than the South Sea. Even Pangu's axe cannot cut it open. Since the Dongtian River's Dragon Clan has appeared, how can the Dragon Clan of the South Sea retreat? Ao Shuaqin replied. Dragon Master Xiao. Ao Qian hurriedly asked, this is all a misunderstanding. Dragon Master Xiao, please forgive us and take back the Dongtian River's Dragon Clan first. They have already come out. How can we just turn back? Xiao Hua understood that this was the time to negotiate, so he immediately went with the flow and asked. Chapter 43-23. If you don't hand over the West Sea Dragon Emperor, my Dragon Clan of the South Sea Dragon Palace will never back down, Ao Tsonghe shouted with a guilty conscience. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and looked at Ao Shuaqin thoughtfully. He nodded and said, yes, South Sea Dragon King is right. If you don't satisfy me, I won't back down. Ao Qian was overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Hua asking for a price. He was afraid that Xiao Hua wouldn't ask for a price. Ao Qian raised his dragon claw and set up a silent barrier. He said, Dragon Master Xiao, what conditions do you want to return the West Sea Dragon Emperor to my West Sea Dragon Palace? When it came to bargaining, Xiao Hua wasn't inferior to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He waved his hand calmly and said, let's not talk about the Dragon Emperor for now. Let's discuss how to let the Heavenly Abode River Dragon Clan return. What? Ao Shuaqin almost vomited blood when he heard that. He said angrily, you want conditions for your hundreds of thousands of dragons to come out. What about my South Sea Dragon Palace's formation? I didn't ask you to set up the formation. You asked for it. Xiao Hua replied bluntly, and the Heavenly Abode River Dragon Clan was forced out by you. It's your fault. Then what conditions do you want? Ao Qian was really helpless. He could only swallow his anger and ask. Simple. Xiao Hua replied casually, metal and wood elemental magnetism. You. Ao Shuaqin trembled with anger. The trial formation of the Seven Stars Palace is used by my South Sea Dragon Clan to stimulate the dragon bloodline. The metal and wood elemental magnetism is the core of the formation. Without waiting for Ao Shuaqin to finish, Xiao Hua retorted, losing the trial formation is better than having the dragon bloodline of the South Sea Dragon Palace disappear. Xiao Hua, you're threatening me. Ao Shuaqin was furious. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, if you think so, then just take it as a threat. I don't care about it. Third brother. Ao Qian hurriedly said, Xiao Longsha wants to use the metal and wood magnets to refine the five-element wishful heaven cudgel. This kind of primordial ominous weapon has not appeared in the world for many years. If third brother takes out the metal and wood magnets, it can be considered as forming a good karma. Furthermore, today's matter was caused by the South Sea Dragon Palace. I think we can agree to this condition. Ao Shuahue felt as if his teeth had been knocked out. He didn't know what to say, but when he heard Ao Qian mention the five elements wishful sky cudgel, he seemed to understand something. He looked at Ao Qian and then at Xiao Hua, gritting his teeth. All right. This king agrees. However, the metal and wood elemental magnetism is right there. If Dragon Master Xiao can't take it away, then don't blame my Southern Sea Dragon Palace for not agreeing to this condition. Haha, you just need to agree. Xiao Hua laughed as he activated the Kunlun mirror and released Reverend Yun. Xiao Hua had been to the space of metal and wood elemental magnetism before, and he had seen that the South Sea Dragon Palace had already refined the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Therefore, it was impossible for him to take it away casually. Therefore, after leaving his blood essence behind, he flew out of the space and waited quietly for his bloodline to permeate the metal and wood elemental magnetism. And now, when he saw how easily Reverend Yun faced the Dragon Emperor, he immediately thought of Reverend Yun. Sure enough, when Reverend Yun appeared, Ao Shuehue's face turned pale again. When Reverend Yun breathed out a dragon aura and sucked the metal and wood elemental magnetism into the space, Ao Shuehue's head drooped down, looking dejected. Xiao Longsha. Ao Qian asked again, can we discuss the matter of the Dragon Emperor now? Of course not. Xiao Hua refused without even thinking about it. Ah, why? Ao Qian was taken aback. Can't the dragons in Heavenly Abode River go back? What about my fellow Taoists? Xiao Hua looked at Feng Wu, Wen Chu, and Heavenly Man and said proudly, they are Wen stars of Confucianism and great saints of the demon race. Do you think they can leave so easily? Then, Ao Qian looked at Feng Wu with fear and asked in a low voice, what is your condition, Xiao Longsha? Xiao Hua glanced at Ao Go, who shrunk his neck as a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. The North Sea Dragon Palace should have an innate mother of wood, right? Xiao Hua smiled and said, it is exactly what I need to refine the 5 elements heaven cudgel. Lord of North Sea, please bear the pain and part with it. Ao Go nearly jumped up when he heard that. Xiao Hua, you want an innate mother of wood. How can there be an innate mother of wood in the entire 3 rivers and 4 seas? How can the innate mother of wood in my North Sea Dragon Palace possibly? Before Ao Go could finish, Xiao Hua shrugged, clapped his hands and said, it doesn't matter. Since the Lord of North Sea is not willing, I won't mention it again. Later, I'll invite fellow Daoist Feng Wu to the North Sea Dragon Palace. I won't go. Feng Wu replied coldly. Let fellow Daoist Ao go and give the North Sea Dragon Palace a blow, sigh. Ao Go was helpless. Xiao Hua said to let Feng Wu go to the North Sea Dragon Palace, but how could he not know the meaning behind those words? It was a threat to Ao Go. Feng Wu would definitely not let Ao Go return to the North Sea Dragon Palace safely. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, how about it? Pu. Ao Go did not hesitate. He opened his dragon mouth and a ball of flame-like dragon chi flew out. At the center of the dragon chi was a dot of innate mother of wood. Above the dragon chi, the great purity azure light floated there like a wisp of azure smoke. Haha, great. Xiao Hua had already stored the innate mother of wood into his space. Xiao Longsha, do you have any other conditions? This time, Ao Qian learned his lesson and did not directly ask about the West Sea Dragon Emperor. High-level wind escape technique. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Qian and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. This is the price I have to pay for being frightened by the South Sea Dragon Palace. You. Facing Xiao Hua's exorbitant demand, Ao Go's dragon body kept trembling. All right. This time, Ao Qian was very nimble. He opened his mouth and a dragon shell flew out and landed in front of Xiao Hua. This was left behind by a wind attribute great demon that I killed in the past. See if you can use it. Xiao Hua was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. He reached out and took it. He scanned it with his Yuan will and smiled. Not bad. I will kindly accept this. As long as Xiao Longsha likes it. Ao Qian smiled. I wonder if we can talk about the Dragon Emperor now. Not yet. Xiao Hua smiled. I have one last condition. Of course, this condition is very simple. Others may not know, but the dragon race of the 4 seas definitely knows. Ao Qian's face flashed with anger. Just as he was about to get angry, A low groan was heard. Ao Hong, who had fainted, raised his head. Ao Qian glanced at him and his anger disappeared. He turned and asked Xiao Hua, I wonder what is Xiao Longsha's last condition? Hearing how Ao Qian emphasized the word last, Xiao Hua knew that this was his last chance. He answered without hesitation. Since the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas is in charge of the 4 Seas ocean shipping, you should know about the origin of water, right? Which Dragon Palace has it? Just give me a little bit of it. What? Ao Qian was flabbergasted. He was about to fly into a rage. If not for the fact that he was afraid that Xiao Hua would snatch the Dragon Emperor of the East Seas away again, he would have jumped up long ago. His breathing was already uneven. He said angrily, Xiao Hua, you are going too far. Dragon King is of the dragon race, not my human race. At best, you are going too far. Xiao Hua saw that Ao Chen had lost his mind and answered with a smile. The 4 seas are so big, and it is the center of the 3 continents' water flow. If the 3 continents have the origin of water, it should be in the 4 seas, right? Seeing Xiao Hua's smile, Ao Chen's anger subsided. He knew that Xiao Hua was asking for too much. He calmed down for a moment and shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling, nor is it that my dragon palace of the 4 seas is unwilling. It is that there is no origin of water in the 4 seas. If you want to find the origin of water, you should go to the 3 rivers. They are the foundation of the world's water sources. In that case, the dragon palace of the 4 seas does not want the dragon emperor of the West seas. Xiao Hua threatened. Ao Hong said weakly, I have never seen the origin of water in the 4 seas. Where does Dragon Master Xiao want me to find it? If Dragon Master Xiao insists on using this as a condition, then my dragon palace of the West seas does not want the dragon emperor. How could Xiao Hua not know the value of the origin of water? Seeing that Ao Hong had spoken, he waved his hand casually and said with a smile, forget it, forget it. Since there is no such thing, this Xiao will not mention it. Should we return the dragon emperor of the West seas now? Ao Hong had received Ao Shuachin's voice transmission and already knew the ins and outs. He gritted his teeth and asked, Of course, of course. Xiao Hua knew that even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Of course, he would not let these dragons jump over the wall like dogs. He hurriedly replied, This Xiao has already felt the sincerity of the dragon palace of the 4 seas. Now, we can talk about the dragon emperor of the West seas with you all. What? Dragon King of the West seas asked curiously. You asked for so many things from my dragon palace of the 4 seas. Could it be? Xiao Hua smiled coldly. Looking at Ao Hong, whose dragon blood had already begun to heal, he nodded and said, That's right. Previously, it was just some appetizers. Now, it is the real feast. Ao Hong's heart thumped. He looked at Ao Chen. Ao Chen's face was also green. He nodded slightly at Ao Hong. Damn it. Ao Hong had just cursed when dragon chi rushed out of his body again. After a while, it slowly retracted. Xiao Hua did not move and watched quietly. He believed that the current Ao Chen knew his situation better than Ao Chen. There was no way he would not accept his conditions. All of Ao Hong's reactions at this time were just a bluff. And this kind of behavior could only make Xiao Hua feel more confident in his heart. Sure enough, after a while, Ao Hong took a deep breath and asked, Dragon Master Xiao, what conditions do you have? The treasury of the West Seas Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua had heard from Shen Cheng hundreds of years ago that there were countless treasures in the treasury of the West Seas Dragon Palace. How could he let go of this opportunity? Chapter 43-24. Impossible? Dragon Master Xiao, what are you thinking? Ao Hong rejected without hesitation. How can I give you the treasury of my West Sea Dragon Palace? No, no. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and shook it slightly. This Xiao will not ask for the entire treasury of your West Sea Dragon Palace. This Xiao only wants 50%, 20%. Ao Hong immediately bargained, just like an auntie buying cabbage in the market of the mortal realm. This Xiao is a man of his word. If I say 50%, then 50%. Xiao Hua said resolutely, if I want to bargain with you, then I won't ask for 50%, 30%. Ao Hong clenched his teeth and said, Dragon Master Xiao, you don't even know what 30% of my West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury means. TCH. Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully, proudly pointing at the dragons outside the restriction and said, These dragons and their descendants were all raised by this Xiao. Do you think this old man doesn't know the situation of the West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury? Besides, only with the West Sea Dragon Emperor can you control the West Sea Dragon King. Then the treasury of the West Sea Dragon Palace will be full sooner or later, if you don't have the West Sea Dragon Emperor. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't need to say anything more. Ao Hong knew how to choose. All right. Ao Hong narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, this king agrees to take out 50% of the treasury to exchange for the Dragon Emperor. However, if Dragon Master can tell me the news of the West Sea Fire Dragon Soul, this king is willing to take out another 20%. Xiao Hua smiled, and his eyes narrowed like a fox's. He also transmitted his voice, there's no need for you to take out 20% of the treasure vault as an exchange. After this Xiao obtains 50%, this Xiao will naturally tell you the information this Xiao knows. This news, just treat it as a gift. Really? Ao Hong's heart moved, and he asked with some disbelief. Of course, this Xiao has always been a man of his word. Xiao Hua patted his chest and answered proudly. All right. Ao Hong nodded solemnly and said, in that case, this king will return to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Don't be in such a hurry. Xiao Hua smiled and said, this Xiao will go with you. Now that you are heavily injured, if something were to happen, this Xiao's treasures would disappear. How could that be possible? Longsha Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to leave, Ao Qian hurriedly asked, this king's 4 seas pearl. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said snappily, of course you can return it to the East Sea Dragon Palace, but you have to use 30% of the East Sea Dragon Palace's treasury in exchange. You. Ao Qian didn't say anything. Ao Go stretched out his dragon claw, trembling with anger, and said, the 4 seas pearl belongs to the 4 seas. If you take it, so be it. Now, I'll give you face and trade with you. Do you all have the qualifications to trade? Xiao Hua did not wait for Ao Go to finish speaking and coldly said, Ao Go, ask yourself honestly, how did you deal with this Xiao in the beginning? Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. The reason why I'm standing here talking to you and making some deals with you is also because I'm giving face to Dragon Island, and because I'm a Dragon Master. I'm also giving face to Great Elder Ao Jio's painstaking effort. If it weren't for this Xiao wouldn't be bothered to talk to you all. Isn't it just killing dragons? It's not like this Xiao hasn't killed dragons before. It's not like you all haven't seen the corpses of dragons that died at my hand. Back then, this Xiao was only a 4th grade essence energy cultivator and dared to set up a blood steely in the bronze pillar state. Today, in the 4 seas. Is there anyone who can stop this Xiao from killing? Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Ao Qian, Ao Hong, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go. Although the 4 dragon kings didn't fear Xiao Hua's gaze, they didn't dare to look him in the eye for even a moment. Don't blame this Xiao for speaking so harshly. It's you all who are too disgusting. Xiao Hua said again, perhaps you all have been sitting on the dragon throne for too long and your schemes are deeper than the South Sea. But you all must remember, the wrath of the Son of Heaven will cause millions of corpses to float and blood to flow for thousands of miles. The wrath of commoners will cause blood to flow for 5 steps and mourn for the world. In this world, there is no throne for a long time, only a long benevolence. After speaking, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a heart-shaped sword light soared into the sky. It streaked across the sky and easily broke the restriction set up by Ao Qian. Outside the restriction, Jiang Hong, Liu Yi, and the others controlled the thunderboat. They were on high alert. Although the entire South Sea Dragon Palace had been split in half by Xiao Hua, there were still millions of Sea Clan members. The Dragon Clan led by Jiang Hong and the Dragon Clan descendants led by Liu Yi were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Seeing Xiao Hua appear, Jiang Hong and the other dragons were overjoyed. Liu Yi transmitted his voice, Master, did the negotiations break down? Are we going to fight? Fight your head. Xiao Hua glared at him and scolded, these dragon descendants and sea race members might become your wife's subordinates in the future. Are you willing to kill them? Master, what do you mean? Liu Yi was really confused because after the restriction was set up, the 4 dragon kings of the 4 seas appeared safe and sound. Their expressions and majesty were the same as before. Nothing. Xiao Hua laughed and said, your copper coin of treasurefall is quite useful. I'll borrow it first. I'll give you the spirit binding shackles refined by your martial uncle Lei Ting. Yes, Master. Liu Yi was overjoyed. Actually, he had no use for the copper coin of treasurefall. He had heard Xiao Hua talk about the spirit-binding shackles, which were refined from the antennae of the bee he killed on Tongtian Peak that day. When the Thunderclap Immortal was refining this item, Liu Yi had seen it before and had also drooled over this spirit-binding shackles. However, he had never thought that Xiao Hua would bestow this item to him. Yen, order all the disciples to leave the South Sea Dragon Palace and have Jiang Hong take them to Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua swept his gaze and ordered, tell your wife that I found a dragon weapon for her. Don't be so petty in the future. Yes, yes, master. Liu Yi's face turned red. He understood that Xiao Hua could have said these words directly to Jiang Hong. The reason why Xiao Hua asked him to pass the message was to tell him that Liu Yi should be the one in charge of the Liu family. He couldn't be too soft. After Xiao Hua handed the spirit-binding shackles and 4 Seas pearl to Liu Yi, he watched as Liu Yi issued orders. The Heavenly Abode River's dragon race and Liu family's descendants formed groups and left the South Sea Dragon Palace in batches. When Jiang Hong heard Xiao Hua's orders, her expression became complicated. When Xiao Hua asked her that day, she had clearly said that she had married into the Liu family and was a Fortune Gate's disciple. She wouldn't ask about the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race. Then again, Jiang Hong was the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race's little princess. She was protected by the dragon race since she was young. How could she not be worried? When Xiao Hua returned to the 3 mainlands, the first thing he did was to release Fu Jiwen and the others, leaving Jiang Hong and Liu Yi behind. This was definitely a blow to Jiang Hong. Perhaps Xiao Hua's departure from the 3 mainlands was merely 200 years in the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race's eyes, but in Jiang Hong's eyes, it was 10,000 years. How could she not be homesick? Seeing that Xiao Hua had sent her and her descendants out of the Shenhua continent to face the dragon clan of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Jiang Hong's heart burned with passion. She craved power even more than Liu Yi, or perhaps she had grown up in an atmosphere of power since she was young. Her bones were filled with the desire for power. How could she not understand Xiao Hua's intentions? However, Xiao Hua had suddenly ordered her to lead the dragon race to the Heavenly Abode River. She didn't think of anything else. She and Liu Yi were a loving couple. Although she was a little domineering in the family, she wouldn't refute Liu Yi's words. She was surprised that Xiao Hua had suddenly changed his mind. She didn't understand what Xiao Hua was planning. If Xiao Hua wanted to rule the Heavenly Abode River, in Jiang Hong's mind, the Heavenly Abode River wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xiao Hua didn't think as much as Jiang Hong. He looked at Jiang Hong's dazed expression and asked curiously, "Disciple? What are you thinking? Haven't you always wanted to go back and take a look? Now that I've asked you to go back, why are you hesitating?" "Master." Jiang Hong hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "The Heavenly Abode River's dragon race has been weak for a long time. If the Fortune Gate's disciples go there, I'm afraid they will collapse very quickly. Fuck." Xiao Hua immediately understood. He glared at Jiang Hong and scolded, "What kind of person do you think your master is? Why would your master put the Heavenly Abode River in his eyes? You're thinking too much." "Yes, master." Suddenly, Jiang Hong seemed to have been enlightened. She was really worried about her gains and losses. She had thought too much. Jiang Hong hurriedly wanted to bow down, but Xiao Hua waved his hand to stop her. "Go. Heavenly Abode River is your maiden home, but it is also yours. Liu Yi won't care about the Heavenly Abode River's matters in the future, but he still has to take care of the Heavenly Abode River's matters. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer to the elders in the future. Disciple understands." Jiang Hong replied carefully. Following Liu Yi's orders, she led a group of dragon race experts out of the South Sea Dragon Palace and headed towards the Heavenly Abode River. Seeing Liu Yi and Jiang Hong leading the sea tribe away with great familiarity, giving clear orders, the army orderly, and all the sea tribe carrying out their orders with an aura of being experienced on the battlefield, complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the dragon kings of the 4 seas. Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and he could suppress the dragon kings of the 4 seas. Although they were afraid, they weren't afraid because they had the dragon palaces of the 4 seas behind them. Xiao Hua could kill the dragon kings of the 4 seas, but he couldn't annihilate the dragon palaces of the 4 seas. However, Liu Yi and Jiang Hong's troops were different. They represented a force, and they also represented a kind of ability. They represented Xiao Hua's ability to wipe out the dragon palaces of the four seas. The dragon kings of the four seas looked at each other, and there was more meaning in their eyes than before. After Xiao Hua put away the thunderbolt, he turned to look at Ao Hong and asked with a faint smile, "Master of the West Sea, can you bring me to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea now?" "Dragon Master Xiao, please." Ao Hong's heart trembled. Although there was still some arrogance on his face that made the other Sea Tribe members pay attention, his tone was faintly respectful. Chapter 43-25. More than a month later, on the shore of the North Sea, waves of water came from the depths of the sea. Holding hands, the snow-white water splashed towards the reefs on the shore. When it got close, the water gushed towards the reefs enthusiastically. Unfortunately, the reefs only gave the water a hard and cold feeling. The water splashed onto the reefs and instantly shattered. The passion that only lasted for a few breaths was once again submerged in the sea. As the sea slowly fell, the sound of the water splashing was like waves of weeping. At this moment, the sun was setting again. The orange sunlight scattered across the surface of the water, adding a trace of beauty to the snow-white surface. Boom! A huge wave rose up from the sea, and a huge dragon with a dragon crown on its head flew out. Under the sunlight, the dragon's body was covered in scales that were several feet long, and they shone with a gorgeous color. When this huge dragon rushed out of the sea, its majestic aura instantly roared and surged in all directions. Not to mention the fish and shrimp in the sea, even the passionate water that occasionally hit the reef quietly retreated, not daring to act coquettishly. After the huge dragon, a tall and thin human figure also flew out of the sea. Although this human figure was not very tall, his figure was tall and straight. There was a faint smile between his brows. Those slanted eyebrows and slender phoenix eyes. Wasn't this Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao? Xiao Hua flew out of the sea. His divine sense swept towards the reef. After a moment, he smiled and said, "So you've already reached the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Thank you for sending me off for thousands of miles." "This Xiao can't thank you enough." The huge dragon turned its head. Although the ferocious dragon head was full of majesty, the fear in its eyes was mixed with shame and anger. It looked rather complicated. This huge dragon was the West Sea's master, Ao Hong. Ao Hong opened his mouth and replied. His voice was several times louder than Xiao Hua's, "I don't dare. It's this king's honor to be able to send Dragon Master Xiao to the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Since we've already reached the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm, we humans have an old saying, even if you send someone 1,000 miles away, they will still have to part. Let's part here. If fate wills it in the future, this Xiao will go to the West Sea Dragon Palace to visit Daoist." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. The enthusiasm on his face was even more beautiful than the sunset in the sky. Ao Hong forced a smile and said, "Dragon Master Xiao is the master of my dragon race. This king will always wait for Dragon Master's arrival in the Dragon Palace. When the time comes, we'll drink and chat." "All right." After Xiao Hua cupped his hands, he flew up and said, "Since that's the case, we'll part ways here." Cough cough. When Ao Hong saw that Xiao Hua was really about to leave, he hastily coughed and sent a voice transmission. "Dragon Master Xiao, earlier. Didn't you say that you were going to tell this prince that fire dragon's soul, ouch?" Xiao Hua patted his forehead, his face filled with apology, and said, "Look at me, in the Dragon Palace treasury, my eyes were dazzled, and I actually forgot such an important matter. Actually, I am not the only one who knows about the fire dragon's soul. There is also a member of the Sea Clan in your West Sea Dragon Palace who knows about it. Go ahead and ask him." "Who?" Ao Hong was taken aback. He forgot to send a voice transmission as he exclaimed, "There are other members of the sea race in my West Sea Dragon Palace that know of this matter?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nods. "You just have to ask Shen Cheng in your Dragon Palace about this." "Shen Cheng? West Sea Patrol Chief." Ao Hong was truly confused. How did he know about the fire dragon's soul? Could it be that Dragon Master Xiao doesn't know where the fire dragon's soul is? "I only promised to tell you about the fire dragon's soul, but I didn't say where the fire dragon's soul is." Xiao Hua smiles. If I tell you where the fire dragon's soul is, your West Sea Dragon Palace treasury will belong to me. After saying that, Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning as he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, disappearing in an instant. Damn it! At this moment, Ao Hong finally realized that he seemed to have been tricked by Xiao Hua. However, if he thought about it carefully, Xiao Hua only promised to tell him about the fire dragon's soul. Since he had already named Xian Cheng, as long as he asked Xian Cheng, wouldn't he know the whereabouts of the fire dragon's soul? Xiao Hua didn't go back on his word. Damn Xian Cheng! Ao Hong didn't dare to vent his anger on Xiao Hua, but he dared to vent his anger on Xian Cheng. After cursing angrily, his dragon body flipped a few times in the air and fell into the sea with a whoosh, disappearing in an instant. Dusk was over, the curtain of night rose, the stars were bright, and the crescent moon was hidden. In the darkness, Xiao Hua activated the wind escape technique and flew slowly. Beside him was Feng Wu, who had transformed into a human form. Feng Wu turned to look at the North Sea that was no longer in sight and covered her mouth with a smile. Fellow Daoist is really sinister, sending Ao Hong away with one sentence. This time, that damn Xian Cheng will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. How can it be just a layer of skin? Xiao Hua indifferently replied, I dare to bet with you that this time, Xian Cheng is dead for sure. Why? Feng Wu didn't know if she really didn't know or if she was just chatty, so she asked back. Xiao Hua replied, I believe fellow Daoist already knows the use of the fire dragon's soul. That fire dragon's soul is the inheritance of the Dragon King of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Without the fire dragon's soul, Ao Hong can't perfectly merge with the Dragon Emperor and can't perfectly suppress the West Sea. The biggest weakness of the Four Seas Grand Formation is him. Moreover, from Ao Hong's words and actions, it seems like he didn't leak the news of the fire dragon's soul to Ao Qian and the other Dragon Kings. In other words, he might suspect that the fire dragon's soul was taken away by the other Dragon Kings. Or maybe he didn't dare to let the other Dragon Kings know that the fire dragon's soul was lost. This kind of important news. Xian Cheng actually didn't report it to him and secretly went to look for it himself. He even colluded with the human and demon race cultivators. Especially, because of this, Xian Cheng even released the Grand Mist Ancestor, causing the fire dragon's soul to be lost again. Do you think Ao Qian will spare Xian Cheng? The problem is, Xian Cheng didn't know that that was the West Sea's eye, nor did he know that the fire dragon's soul was at that place. Feng Wu laughed. Wouldn't Xian Cheng die unjustly? It doesn't matter whether he knows the truth or not. The key is that he didn't report this matter to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua waved his hand and replied, just this alone is enough to take his life. As for being unjustly accused, does fellow Daoist feel that he was wronged? If it wasn't for his trap in the stacked Jade Legacy realm that day, how could I have been besieged by the 4 Sea Dragon generals? I originally wanted to kill him with my own hands, but how can I make a move against him now? Borrowing Ao Hong's saber to kill him, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? What best of both worlds? Feng Wu curled his lips again. You took away half of the treasures from the West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury and even used his saber. You took advantage of him. This is all consensual. Xiao Hua did not refute, and only said with a smile, I took the treasure and returned the Dragon Emperor to Ao Hong. Without the Dragon Emperor, I don't think he would have been able to keep the other half of the treasury. Sigh, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings deserve it. Feng Wu sighed, they could have schemed against anyone, but they had to scheme against fellow Daoist. In this world, I have never seen anyone who could scheme against fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua said proudly, I have a good character. I was originally thinking about how to plunder the South Sea Dragon Palace's treasury, but Ao Hong and the others sent the Dragon Emperor over. I can't not give Ao Hong face. That's right, fellow Daoist has already done well, and even returned the West Sea Dragon Emperor to Ao Hong. I thought that the thing in fellow Daoist's hands, how can I take it out again? Feng Wu looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Feng Wu and replied, the West Sea Dragon Emperor was only temporarily lent to Ao Hong. In the future, wouldn't I be the one waiting? Then how can Ao Hong, who doesn't have the fire dragon soul, keep the Dragon Emperor? Oh! Feng Wu was startled, and said with some surprise, "What does fellow Daoist mean? Could it be that you still want to be the master of the West Sea? I have no interest in that boring thing." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "And previously, I didn't intend to interfere with the matters of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. However, since Ao Jiao tricked me and wanted me to use the name of the Dragon Master to restrain the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, then, we might as well do something bigger and stir up the water of the entire Four Seas." "Good boy." Feng Wu understood at once, and almost gave a thumbs up, and praised, "Why didn't I think of it? Fellow Daoist is still the best. It's not that great." Xiao Hua was modest at this time, and waved his hand and said, "Seeing the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon King, I also had a sudden idea. Since Jiang Luis Metria Buddha fruit can be given to body, why can't Ao Hong's West Sea Dragon Emperor be given to Little White Dragon? Isn't Little White Dragon obtaining the Fire Dragon Soul the same logic as body obtaining the Great Derivation Exquisite Pagoda? The opportunity has already been placed in front of us. If we don't take it, we'd be fools. Hihi, if it's so simple, why did fellow Daoist almost fall into the Devil Dao that day? You even almost killed Buddha body." Feng Wu didn't know that he was exposing the scar in Xiao Hua's heart, and asked without thinking. Xiao Hua was already able to face it calmly at this time, and didn't care about Feng Wu's words. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I take other people's things, I naturally won't think too much about it, but if I take my own family's things, I always feel like I'm robbing. Robbing is robbing." Feng Wu smiled and said, "Is there still so much to pay attention to? If I had such scruples like fellow Daoist, how could I still devour all living beings? Isn't this just fate?" Xiao Hua explained, "For example, Little White Dragon obtaining the Fire Dragon Soul can aspire to be the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Palace, and fellow Daoist devouring the Holy Bloodline can aspire to be the Dragon Emperor." At this point, Xiao Hua paused, and asked tentatively, "By the way, is there anything wrong with the Heavenly Phoenix's consciousness? What's his mission?" "There's nothing wrong." Feng Wu shook his head, "I still don't know anything about the Heavenly Phoenix's mission. Alas, let's leave it to fate." Xiao Hua smiled helplessly. The matter of the Heavenly Phoenix and the Holy Bloodline was probably not something he could solve with his current strength. Alas, they're all from the Demon Clan. Why is the Dragon Clan so cunning? Feng Wu also sighed like Xiao Hua. There's so much to pay attention to when giving a Dragon Master. At that time, I really thought it was to rope in fellow Daoist Ao. Chapter 43-26. Looking at Feng Wu's sighing appearance, Xiao Hua understood that Feng Wu had obtained the position of Great Sage, and his spiritual wisdom had already begun to awaken. Now, he had also reached the crucial point of forming a human nature. Xiao Hua had to give him some enlightenment at all times, so he patiently explained, "Actually, what we think is not unreasonable. It was also one of their thoughts. However, Ao Jiao is the great elder of Dragon Palace. He stands at a high position and sees far, so he knows more information than us. When he was trying to rope us in, he would naturally consider other factors, such as the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas disobedience, the betrayal of the Gui clan, the coveting of the second elder, and so on. As for us, we appeared at the right place at the right time, which allowed Ao Jiao to make the right choice. By making I the Dragon Teacher, firstly, it would allow us to rope in Reverend Yun and express Dragon Island's attitude. Secondly, it would give Ao Zhon a reason to be at ease, allowing him to join hands with I when he could not get help from Dragon Island. I had thought of these two reasons before, but now, looking at the situation of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, I have a third reason. I can restrain the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas with the title of Dragon Teacher." "Oh, wrong. Reverend Yun can restrain the Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. I reckon the 4 Dragon Emperors are not suppressed by the elders of the Dragon Palace, which is the most fundamental reason why the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas refused to submit to Dragon Island. Of course, I reckon there is a 4th or even a 5th reason, but I can't recall it for now. However, I don't like to be someone else's chess piece. Since I don't want to be a chess piece, I have to jump out from the chessboard. What I have gained in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years, what my fellow Taoists have gained from the bloody storm in the ruins, what Wen Chu has gained from the sages of literature, what Feng Wu has gained from the stars, what heavenly Tao has gained from the primordial purple chi, and what we have gained from opening the heavens in the primitive continent and saving the world. All these are enough for me to stand at the top of the 3 continent. Of course, it is impossible to digest all these without tens of thousands of years of cultivation or some extreme opportunities. However, what I have gained so far is enough for I to jump out from the chessboard. I have indeed come out, but the chessboard of the Dragon Clan is still there, and the game must continue. Therefore, other than the arrangement of the Dragon Island and the Dragon Palace, I have also made a third arrangement. Ao Zhon was indebted to I, and Ao Zhon was also a man of his word. Between Dragon Island and I, he knew who he would choose. Ao Hong was nearing his end. After the 4 Seas Grand Array, there might be some turmoil in the 4 Seas. The little white dragon had a chance to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. Although the Dongtian River had been pardoned by the Dragon Island, they might not listen to Ao Zhon's orders. Now, they were in an awkward situation. Jiang Hong had led the Shenhua continent's dragon race back. She was the little princess of the Dongtian River, and it was natural for her to control the Dongtian River. With this 3-step flag, does the Dragon Island elder still want to play chess with I? The Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas has been arrogant for too long. We still have Reverend Yun. Feng Wu was happy to hear that as well, and said hastily, with Reverend Yun here, who can compete with him? With the axe of the South Sea Dragon Palace. Which stupid dragon dared to go against Reverend Yun? Reverend Yun doesn't even have to show up in the future, he can just be a title. Xiao Hua said with a smile, besides, the current Reverend Yun does not belong to the 3 continents anymore. What do you mean, fellow Daoist? Feng Wu did not understand. Fellow Daoist, how did you feel when you became a great saint and looked down at all the stars? Xiao Hua asked. All the mountains were small. All the saints were under my feet. Feng Wu answered proudly. That's right. If that's the case, will you still lower yourself to the same level as old demon Jifeng? Feng Wu shouted without hesitation. Of course. If he dares to provoke me, I'll kill him. All right. Let's just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiao Hua held his forehead with one hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are a great saint now. Why don't you have the awareness of being a great saint? Woo woo. While the two of them were talking, several streaks of star power appeared in the sky above a few dark mountain ranges not far away and fell into the mountain ranges. Although the stellar energy was invisible to the naked eye, it was difficult to detect with divine sense. However, Feng Wu had already become a great saint and was very sensitive to the energy of the stars and moon. She had already seen them and released her Yuan will to check. It's really the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. After a while, Feng Wu withdrew her Yuan will and said with a smile, there are actually a few demons whose strength is close to that of a great demon who are cultivating the demon race's secret arts. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, if that's the case, let's hurry. Hurry? Feng Wu laughed and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully. Where are you going, fellow Daoist? Cough cough. Xiao Hua coughed twice, his gaze looking at the endless starry sky as he replied, that greater demon died very decisively. Not only did I not know who instigated him to come over, I also don't know where his immortal's cave is. However, this fellow's patriarch should be very famous. Let's go to the 1,000 demons' sacred realm and look for him. There will definitely be an answer. That day, didn't you ask Samantabhadra Bodhisattva who this so-called patriarch is? Feng Wu asked curiously. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and replied, at that time, I was concerned about Liu's matter. Then, Namo Maitreya Buddha achieved enlightenment. I didn't think of this at all. However, since this patriarch is someone who gave Mahavarokana Buddha a headache, he must be very famous. Won't we know if we ask him? Then let's go. After Feng Wu finished speaking, she raised her head and let out a phoenix cry. That phoenix cry not only shook the surroundings, but also attracted countless starlight to fall. Feng Wu's eyes were filled with desire and pride. She flapped her wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the depths of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Under the starlight, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm was like a huge monster crawling there. An indescribable wild aura spread out from the depths of the continent. Night passed and dawn arrived. Just as the sun and moon were alternating, Xiao Hua and Feng Wu flew to a barren swamp. However, this swamp was somewhat different from the swamps Xiao Hua had seen before. There were many small beasts in the swamp. They were either gliding along the surface of the water or darting around wantonly in the red and black mud. Occasionally, some small flying creatures like dragonflies would fly by. The clever little beasts had already jumped up high and stretched out their tongues to swallow them. The mosquitoes and other creatures that were commonly seen in swamps could not be seen at all here. Even the fishy smell was almost indiscernible. What was left was only some rich starlight aura. The morning sun had just risen, and everywhere it shone, the swamp was already covered in sparkling gold. The many little beasts were a little lazy under the sunlight. In the gentle breeze, the starlight aura gradually faded and was replaced by the extremely hot aura of the sun. The swamp was surrounded by spiritual trees that were several feet long. At this moment, the few dewdrops on the branches and leaves of the spiritual trees had already turned into nothingness. Along with the dewdrops, the little beasts had also disappeared. Above the mud of the swamp, whirlpools could be vaguely seen. Clearly, the little beasts had already hidden inside. Roar, roar! After a short while, hundreds of demonic beasts emerged from the mud in other places. These demonic beasts were dozens of feet in size. Other than the 3 sharp horns on their heads, there were also some small thorns on their bodies. However, these small thorns were covered by a thick layer of mud, and only a few extremely short thorns could be seen. Aoo, aoo. These demonic beasts had just poked their bodies out, and before they could even roar twice, they immediately let out low howls. Their huge bodies stopped in the swamp, and they didn't dare to move at all. On the heads of the monsters, the eyes behind the mud all flashed with terrifying gazes. Swoosh! Under the gazes of these demonic beasts, Feng Wu and Xiao Hua's figures seemed ordinary yet extremely fast as they flashed past in the sky. Only after the two of them had flown far away did these demonic beasts become lively once again, as expected of the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm. Xiao Hua quietly withdrew his divine sense from the swamp and said in a low voice, "No matter if it's a high-level monster or a low-level monster, they all have a natural sense for experts. We have yet to release our divine sense or origin thought. As long as we don't conceal our aura, they will be able to detect us early." Yes. Feng Wu did not release her origin thought. Instead, she looked down and sighed. The 3 continents are the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm. Although there are 4 seas in between, they are still the same realm. However, for some reason, these 3 continents are completely different. The hidden immortal continent is filled with boundless noble chi, and the human clan's luck is endless. The Western Paradise is filled with Buddhist light, and the sound of wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures are endless. Even the beasts seem to carry an extremely heavy benevolence. Looking at the Western Paradise again today, there are endless ravines, endless forests, and countless monsters and monsters. What's special is that the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm is somewhat similar to the prehistoric continent. Many of the mountains and spiritual trees are several times taller than other places. If it weren't for the abundant vitality and the strong power of the stars and moon, I would almost think that this is the prehistoric continent. Xiao Hua's figure did not change. Following Feng Wu's flapping wings, he also looked at the abnormally tall mountain range in the distant horizon and nodded. "Fellow Daoist is right. I also suspect that the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm might be a fragment of an ancient prehistoric continent. Moreover, there are mysteries in this fragment that we don't know about. This is why the power of the stars and moon is more favored, causing the monster clan to prosper and also creating countless great monsters, monster kings, and great saints." "Yes," Feng Wu said with a smile, "although this is the first time I have come to the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm, under the power of the stars and moon and feeling the aura of countless monster clans on the continent, I actually feel like I'm at home. Moreover, I also feel a kind of summoning in that place. It's the aura of the main hall that appeared in the void when I attained the great saint realm that day." As she spoke, Feng Wu raised her eyes to look at the depths of the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm. Her eyes revealed an indescribable expression. Chapter 43:27. That's naturally where the Great Sage Hall is located. Xiao Hua's eyes also revealed a strange expression as he replied, if nothing unexpected happens, every demon that attains the Great Sage Realm will be able to sense the Great Sage Hall's aura within the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. However, with our current situation, it doesn't seem appropriate for us to enter the Great Sage Hall so soon. Isn't it just a Great Sage Hall? I don't even have the patience to go, Feng Wu said proudly. Besides, who knows what kind of trash the great sages in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm are? They've already divided the forces of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. If I suddenly joined, wouldn't the balance be broken? They don't seem troublesome, but I do. Let's find a demon and ask them first. Xiao Hua also didn't like troublesome matters, so he nodded and shifted his gaze away from the Great Sage Hall. Up ahead, Feng Wu's origin sense swept out and easily discovered the location of the changes in the power of the stars and moon. There's a great demon there. Feng Wu's figure landed on a mountain range in the distance, and Xiao Hua naturally followed. Boom! Just as they flew close to the mountain range, an untamed aura surged from the depths of the mountain range and directly pressed towards Feng Wu. A cold voice sounded in Feng Wu and Xiao Hua's ears. Where did this demon come from? Boom! Before the demon could finish speaking, Feng Wu sneered. She flapped her wings, and the aura around her surged out like a torrent, instantly dispersing the great demon's aura. The demon's untamed arrogance immediately disappeared, and his cold voice was replaced with apprehension. He cried out in a low voice, "Senior, please spare my life." This lowly one didn't know it was Senior who had graced us with your presence. Feng Wu snorted coldly and rushed into the mountain range. However, in just half a cup of tea's time, Feng Wu and Xiao Hua flew out of the mountain range with deep confusion on their faces. After identifying the direction slightly, they continued to fly towards the north. After flying for half a day, Feng Wu once again rushed into a pool and asked another great demon. After a few times, the sky was already close to dusk. The starry sky of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm seemed to have arrived earlier than the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. Under the twilight starry sky, Xiao Hua and Feng Wu slowed down. Feng Wu was unable to restrain the bewilderment in his heart, and he spoke first. "Fellow Daoist, looks like the matter isn't as simple as we thought." Xiao Hua also replied somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Yes, I have always been somewhat self-righteous. This time, I thought that I already knew that the great demon's backing was the great sage that even the Mahavarokana revered one was afraid of, and that I only needed to find a great demon and ask for the details. But now, I already know who the 6 great sages of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm are, and I have already asked about their residences. However, these great demons just don't know where these 6 places are, not to mention who the great sage was that even the Mahavarokana revered Buddha feared. These narrow-minded great demons actually thought that every great sage could easily kill the Mahavarokana revered Buddha. It's really too laughable." Feng Wu looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "That's right. The 6 great sages of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm are ranked according to their rankings: the golden-winged great roc, the profound armored pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, the 5-colored sea godshell, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the nether demonic dragon spider. If we only look at the great demon's body, it's somewhat similar to the 5-colored sea godshell. However, the 5-colored sea godshell is ranked 4th among the 6 great sages. How could its divine ability make the Mahavarokana revered Buddha fear it? Perhaps this 5-colored sea godshell great sage has a special divine ability. Can it restrain the Buddhist sect's methods?" Xiao Hua frowned and guessed. Feng Wu shrugged and replied, "Perhaps. Of course, what the 6 great sages' true bodies are is just a legend. Perhaps the names of their true bodies are different from their true bodies." Xiao Hua said again, "Just like these great demons know that the golden-winged great Peng lives in Tsungyue Heaven, but where Tsungyue Heaven is, whether it's in the sky or on the ground, they don't know at all. Yes, the mystic armored pentaceratops lives in the endless sea, the feathered void beast lives in the Xian space forest, the 5-colored sea god shell lives in the star-obscuring lake, the scarlet flame vermilion bird and the nether demonic dragon spider live in the Sun Vault Mountain and the Dark Abyss respectively. However, these places are legends in the first place. They're a type of symbol. No one knows where these places are located in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, Feng Wu chimed in rather impatiently. Xiao Hua was somewhat pensive. He looked in a direction and said, "Of course they don't know where the Great Sage Hall is. Could it be that we have to make a trip to the Great Sage Hall? If you want to go, then go," Feng Wu urged. "So what if there are 6 great sages? Can they defeat us fellow Taoists?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. Now that the 6 great sages are in the open and fellow Taoists are in the dark, the situation is to our advantage. Moreover, if we rashly appear in the Great Sage Hall, things will become even more troublesome. Forget it, forget it. Feng Wu shook his head and said, "I won't think too much about it. I'll listen to fellow Daoist instructions and do whatever fellow Daoist says." Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Let's follow our previous plan and take it step by step. If there's no news today, perhaps there will be news tomorrow or the day after. Besides, if Little White Dragon is in trouble, he would have been in trouble long ago. He wouldn't care about these few days. All right, we'll listen to fellow Daoist." Feng Wu nodded and looked at the night sky again. He asked, "What about now? Shall we continue forward and find other great demons or even demon kings to ask?" "Haha, there's no need to be so anxious." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "We still have other things to do." As he spoke, Xiao Hua stopped and invited Wen Chu and Daoist Witch out of the space. He said, "Fellow Taoists, I have always had 2 questions that I haven't figured out the answer to. Since we have nothing to do tonight, how about we have a casual chat?" "Okay." Wen Chu and Daoist Witch landed in the sky and understood the current situation in a moment. Wen Chu clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The ancients often say that drinking wine and chatting merrily with the bright moon in the sky is the joy of life. Today, the moon is not round, but the stars are shining brightly. It's a great fortune for us to discuss the Tao with the stars." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "It's not about discussing the Tao. It's just that I have some doubts that are related to fellow Taoists. That's why I said it. Fellow Daoist, please tell us." Daoist Witch looked at Xiao Hua in confusion. Fellow Daoist Wen Chu cultivates a Confucian cultivation method. That day on the primitive continent, fellow Daoist Feng Wu was recognized by the Big Dipper in the 7 Stars Formation in the South Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Daoist Feng Wu also obtained the recognition of the Big Dipper. The stars revolved around the moon. It was also extremely thrilling for the 10,000 demons to turn into stars. Xiao Hua said tirelessly, "Whether it's the Confucian saints or the demon race's stars, they were all at a realm that we couldn't imagine before. Now that we've seen them and they've cultivated to such a realm, I can't help but have a question. Where did the saints and 10,000 demons come from? There's no need to talk about the saints. They don't exist in the hidden immortal continent anymore. They probably went to the heavenly court. However, among the saints, other than the ones we're familiar with, there are many that we've never seen before. These unfamiliar saints, are they from the 3 continents? Or are they from other realms? As for 10,000 demons, according to I's knowledge, there are 6 great saints after the 1,000 demons sacred realm. When the stars revolve around the moon, are those great saints from the 1,000 demons sacred realm? Are there any demon saints from other realms?" Hiss. Wen Chu and Feng Wu looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They've never thought about this. Xiao Hua's words made them think of many things. Wen Chu spoke first. "In my opinion, the saints aren't all saints from the hidden immortal continent." "Why?" Xiao Hua looked at Wen Chu thoughtfully and asked. "It's very simple. The Great Desolation continent is far away in the torrent of time. How could ordinary saints have the strength to accurately find where we are?" Wen Chu replied, "Since the saints can accurately appear in front of me, it means that those saints have reached a realm that we can't pry into at the moment. How could a saint of this realm be born in the hidden immortal continent? Even fellow Daoist Wen Chu thinks so. I don't need to say anything more." Feng Wu said with a smile, "The 1,000 demons sacred realm can produce 6 great saints, but they might not be qualified to appear in the stars revolve around the moon. Even if the 1,000 demons sacred realm produced great saints in the past, how many of them can be ranked in the heavenly stars? Didn't fellow Daoist also say that? Outside the 1,000 demons sacred realm, there's the 10,000 demons realm. That place is probably much bigger than the 3 continents, right? The chances of great saints appearing there are also more. Yes. In that case, other than the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent, there are many realms and many starry skies. The saints point when Chu and stars revolve around the moon, will also appear in other realms. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. When Chu looked at the starry skies and sighed, when I don't look up, I always feel that I'm the master of the world. I always feel that I can look down on the mortal world and be my own master. Only when I see the starry skies will I understand my true position. Only then will I know that I'm just a speck of dust, an ant under the starry skies. Haha, fellow Daoist Wen Chu, don't be sad. Xiao Hua said with a smile, even if we're ants, we're still the biggest ones. That's reasonable. Daoist which clapped his hands and said, I wonder what fellow Daoist's second question is. I'll have to ask fellow Daoist to explain the second question. Xiao Hua said with a smile, of course, I had this question when I saw countless souls at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda in the great sky array of the Great Desolation continent. What's the use of souls that made the heavenly demon of the melting paradise try his best to collect the souls of the desolation beast? When we were in the ruins, didn't the demon emperor also collect the souls of humans? Daoist which didn't think at all and answered, the bodies of humans are comparable to a world, and the souls of humans are even more mysterious. It's not an exaggeration to say that they contain the heavenly Tao. Even though I have studied soul cultivation techniques and comprehended some of the inheritances of the 13 gods, it's really difficult for me to answer fellow Daoist's question. I don't know how to answer it. P.S. This is a transitional chapter. Everyone, take your time and don't rush. Chapter 43-28. Actually, fellow Daoist, you don't have to think too deeply about it. Feng Wu suggested, the heavenly devil activated the heavenly dome formation to destroy the primitive continent, but what good would it do him if the primitive continent was destroyed? Of course, the benefit would be to obtain more souls of the primitive beasts. Why would the heavenly devil obtain the souls of the primitive beasts? Isn't it to leave the primitive continent? In other words, 1 or 2 souls are useless, but hundreds of millions of souls have secrets that we don't know. They can save the heavenly devil from the primitive continent. That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua smiled. That day on the primitive continent, weren't you entangled by the dark sky thunder vine? Didn't a demon race want to seize the Kunlun mirror? Presumably, that demon race was transformed by the heavenly devil. He wanted to use the Kunlun mirror to escape from here. In other words, his soul can have the same ability as the Kunlun mirror. Not only that, Daoist which replied, I can vaguely feel that there is a great power in the soul. This power might be even stronger than the magic power of the Daoist sect. If we can control this power of the soul, we won't have to be afraid of facing immortal Emperor Gaochen and Vairocana revered Buddha. The power of the soul, that's the power of reincarnation. How can an ordinary cultivator comprehend it? Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Netherworld and Xue. Haha, fellow Daoist, you have a good character. No one in the entire 3 realms can compare to you. If you can't comprehend it, it's even more impossible for others. Wen Chu said with a smile. Now, it's naturally impossible. However, that doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Xiao Hua replied proudly, I think that the soul is the core of soul cultivation. Now, the million soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are divided into 13 branches, and each branch cultivates a different soul cultivation. Aren't they also neglecting the essentials? If fellow Daoist which wants to cultivate Confucian cultivation to the extreme, you still need to carefully comprehend the power of the soul and find the essence of it. That's right. Daoist which also sighed and replied, fellow Daoist is right. I have also been thinking hard about this recently. Now, even though we've obtained the inheritance of the soul cultivator, all the cultivation within it seems to utilize the energy of the soul, the energy of the bloodline, the energy of negative karma, and so on. Even though it seems very mysterious, its might can't compare to the Dao sect's techniques. In fact, it wasn't even as good as the green seal script that I had cultivated earlier. Just like what fellow Daoist said about the Confucian cultivators, we soul cultivators seem to have lost our way in the long river of time. The green seal text is definitely the right direction. Xiao Hua nodded, because the spirit techniques of the 13 branches can be traced back to the source using the green seal text. However, green seal runes were far too difficult to cultivate. That was why the adepts had no choice but to seek shortcut. The more shortcuts one took, the more one would forget the real path. But what was the essence of the green seal text? Was it a soul? The power of the soul. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed involuntarily. He waved his hand and said, I think too much. With our realms and the 3 continents we are currently in, it is very unlikely that we will be able to obtain the correct answer. Fellow Daoist should take one step at a time, slowly cultivate, and slowly search. Perhaps after a long time, when we suddenly look back, we will find the answer. At that time, when we think about tonight's discussion, we will definitely have some thoughts. That's right. If we didn't go to the Heaven's Prison and experience the ruins and the great desolate continent, how would we know so many secrets? Since we know that there is such a wonderful place in the outer world, we naturally have to work harder and strive to have the ability to go there as soon as possible. Actually, this little one is somewhat regretful. Wen Chu said thoughtfully, why didn't we stay in the higher world? Since that is where we will go in the future, why did we return to the 3 continents? Why did we have to cultivate diligently before going to the higher world? Xiao Hua smiled and said, not to mention that the Great Desolate Continent is an incomplete Great Desolate Continent with time turbulence outside. That is a place that even the Hua La Heavenly Demon doesn't want to stay in. How good could our fate be if we stayed there? Although I don't know why the Dragon God and the previous Maitreya Buddha reincarnated, I feel that it has something to do with them wanting to leave the Great Desolate Continent. Moreover, the ruins. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua's smile disappeared. Instead, he looked up at the bright stars in the night sky and said bitterly, under the Great Desolate Starstorm, I don't know if the ruins can still exist. Will Yu Mingxin and Wu Tian be able to escape with their lives? We understand fellow immortal's heart. After a while, Wen Chu continued, that place may be suitable for fellow immortal, but it is not suitable for this little one and the other fellow immortal. There is another layer of meaning. Xiao Hua nodded. Just now, I also said that in order to pursue a shortcut, the cultivation system of Confucian cultivators and soul cultivators seems to have deviated from the essence. Although it is an excellent choice for us to stay in the higher world, isn't this also a shortcut? If we don't go through the tempering of the lower world, if we don't go through the normal cultivation path, how can we have the realm and strength of the higher world? Strength can increase, but to enter the higher world, strength is not the only thing that is needed, right? There are many necessary things that we don't know. Without these necessary things, we are trees without roots in the higher world. Therefore, I feel that it is better to return to the 3 continents step by step. Of course, there is also the knot in fellow immortal's heart. Daoist which smiled. Just as he said that, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows again and looked faintly at a place. Since Xiao Hua had made a move, the other clones naturally noticed something as well. Feng Wu even asked curiously, eh? Why is he here? Xiao Hua's hand pinched his chin as he thoughtfully looked into the distance. Some extraordinary splendor flashed within his eyes. However, after merely a moment, he was stunned once again. His eyes turned, and once again looked towards another direction. The thoughtful expression on his face became even denser. After a moment, Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and looked at Daoist Witch and Wen Chu. He smiled and said, fellow immortal, what do you think? Wen Chu shook his head slightly. If I'm not wrong, these people coming from afar to the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm should be related to that Xiao Hua. But the problem is, since even the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas don't want to easily leak the information to us, how do these Dao sect cultivators know? Daoist Witch blinked his green eyes and said with a smile, if I say that fellow immortal is too narcissistic, would fellow immortal be angry? Although some of these Dao sect cultivators are familiar with fellow immortal, they might have come here to hide from the Immortal Palace's inspector. It might not be related to fellow immortal. You guys are really troublesome, Feng Wu said disdainfully. Fellow immortal, You just have to show up in front of them and ask them. They have already sworn loyalty for 500 or 1,000 years. It has only been 200 years. Are they still not listening to fellow immortal? Fellow immortal, you are thinking too simply. Daoist, which glanced at Xiao Hua and said, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing in this world. Do you know what a honey mouth is and a sword in the belly is? Do you know what a knife hidden in a smile is? Back then, these cultivators had no choice but to pledge their allegiance to you. After witnessing your strength, they decided to pledge their allegiance to you wholeheartedly. As for what they are thinking in their hearts, it is impossible for us to know. Soul search. Feng Wu replied decisively, fellow immortal, you just need to point your finger and you will know everything, right? Besides, don't you still have the dream mirage butterfly? Once the illusion is released, their state of mind will be immediately revealed. Xiao Hua looked at Feng Wu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He explained, if it is not necessary, it is best not to use the soul search technique. Although the illusion is useful, don't you think that using the dream mirage butterfly on these Dao sect cultivators whose cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th level and the lower of the 5th level of essence energy is degrading? I don't think so. Feng Wu did not have the consciousness of a great sage and replied without hesitation, I only think that the most direct way to find the truth is the best way. There is no need to complicate things. Actually, Wen Chu looked at Xiao Hua and asked again, fellow immortal, you are not only worried about this, right? Because of the appearance of that great demon from the Great Snow Mountain and the obscurity of the dragon kings of the 4 seas, fellow immortal is still worried that there is some other truth behind this seemingly simple matter. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded, although I did not say it clearly, that dragon king of the West Sea already understood. He even took out the treasury of the West Sea Dragon Palace, but did not want to solve the doubts in Ai's heart. Don't you think it is strange? Could it be that the mastermind behind this is more powerful than the dragon kings of the 4 seas? Feng Wu seemed to understand something and sneered, is it that great sage of the dragon clan called the profound armored Pentaceratops? If so, I would like to see what kind of extraordinary methods this great sage of the dragon clan has. On the surface, in the 1,000 demons sacred realm, the profound armored Pentaceratops is the most likely to be interested in the 5-clawed golden dragon. But on a deeper level, since the dragon kings of the 4 seas dared to make a move on Ai, some elders of Dragon Island might not dare to. Xiao Hua said again, oh, also, the death of Ao Qian, the 4th prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, was too strange. Although Ao Concrete cared about his face and only said that Ao Qian committed suicide, I feel that things are not that simple. How could Ao Qian suddenly have the guts to kill 3 princes in the South Sea Dragon Palace? Fellow immortal, you mean? Feng Wu frowned, behind all this is most likely an elder of Dragon Island. That's right. Xiao Hua sighed, that Ao Jiao has caused Ai to be in trouble. A dragon master with an undeserved reputation. TSK, how much trouble has he caused? Fellow Daoist, you've changed the topic and confused fellow Daoist Feng Wu. Daoist, which said with a smile, we're going to find out who's behind this, but it's still too early for that. Chapter 43-29. Feng Wu glared at Daoist Wu and said with dissatisfaction, who says I's confused? It's just that these Daoist cultivators are too weak and can't know the truth. You don't want to use your divine ability to get the results from them and want to use other method. It's not that I don't know, I just feel that if we interrogate great demons during the day and stop at night when we meet Daoist cultivators, it's like we're selling dog meat under false pretenses. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded with satisfaction. However, great demons are different from Daoist cultivators. My fortune gate will definitely become the pillar of support for the rise of Daoist sects in the 3 continents. These Daoist cultivators will also be a great help. I have to reconsider their loyalty. Don't forget that some things can be tested and some things can't be tested. If you face human nature directly, many people won't be able to withstand this kind of test. In the end, both sides will lose. Wen Chu suddenly interrupted and reminded him. Oh! Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Wen Chu and said, you actually know this? It's worthy of celebration. This might be what I think, but... Wen Chu said meaningfully, A lot of it is what you think in your heart. We just inherited it from your memories. Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that when Chu was reminding him that even though he had many clones, they had all inherited his thoughts and thoughts after all. It was best that the tragedy that Buddha Subhuti had suffered that day did not happen again in the future. Xiao Hua didn't say anything in this regard. After all, he didn't want this kind of thing to happen. However, there were many temptations in this world, and cultivators had to face many difficulties. No one knew what would happen in the future. As long as there was more trust between each other and less suspicion, even if there were some disasters, there would be a time when the rain would pass and the sky would clear up. Daoist Wu and Daoist Wen Chu, return first. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and instructed. All right, be careful. Daoist Wu and Wen Chu cupped their hands and entered the space. Xiao Hua then said to Feng Wu, how much of your strength can you conceal now? When Feng Wu heard this, she retracted her aura and turned into a star monstrous race. Then, he proudly said to Xiao Hua, this poor Daoist is now in the devouring space realm. Everything in the world can be devoured by this poor Daoist, even the power of the stars and moon is no exception. Therefore, this poor Daoist can conceal his strength at will. Xiao Hua looked at Feng Wu from head to toe and said with a smile, although fellow Daoist has concealed your strength, do you think that your aura can escape the detection of the 1,000 demons sacred realm demons? Well, Feng Wu thought of the few great demons and demon beasts he encountered during the day and hesitated. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, it's an instinctive perception. I can't guarantee it. Forget it. Xiao Hua said with a smile, fellow Daoist, you should go back and rest first. I will go there myself. Fellow Daoist. Feng Wu asked in an unconvinced manner, do you really think you can fool them? Of course. Xiao Hua smiled and transformed into the shape of a python dragon. At the same time, he took out the hallucinatory pearl and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a python dragon aura appeared in front of Feng Wu. Even with Feng Wu's cultivation, she couldn't detect any flaws. Damn it. Feng Wu was truly in awe. How could I have forgotten about this hallucinatory pearl? Fellow Daoist, you used the 1,000 illusion pearl to transform into a demon from the Enlightenment Star realm. Such a demon can be found everywhere in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. You don't even need to waste your time scheming. You just need to fabricate a story to confuse these Dao sect cultivators, right? I didn't think too much. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this dragon clan's 1,000 illusion pearl still has a bit of dragon chi. I can transform into the shape of a python dragon and cover up this flaw. Oh! The crown prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't seem to notice when you transformed into a demon with the 1,000 illusion pearl. Feng Wu said curiously. How could the cultivation of that time be compared to today? Xiao Hua explained, when I took out the hallucinatory pearl, I sensed the dragon clan's aura in it. Although it was very faint, it was still there. Forget it. I will also go back to cultivate. If fellow Daoist needs feel free to ask I to come out. Feng Wu knew that Xiao Hua was right. She didn't want to ask any more questions. She stretched and said a few words before returning to the Shenhua continent to cultivate. Xiao Hua looked into the distance. His body swayed, and the body of the python dragon entered the void, disappearing in a few breaths. In the direction that Xiao Hua went, there was a lush forest thousands of miles away. This forest was similar to the forests in other parts of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. The trees were huge, and the branches and leaves were extremely dense. They covered thousands of miles of undulating hills. In this forest, there were many small demon beasts roaring and leaping between the trees under the moonlight. Although these small demon beasts hadn't shed their fur yet, their natural affinity with the power of the moon and stars made them very lively. At this moment, above the demon beasts, there were a dozen or so human cultivators in the canopy of the trees. They used the thick tree trunks to hide their bodies as they silently flew forward. The two people at the front were Xue Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, whom Xiao Hua was familiar with. As for the dozen or so people behind Ao Zhantian, Xiao Hua was also familiar with them. They were the nascent soul cultivators that he had saved on the Yaotai mountain. They were also the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators who had pledged their loyalty to Xiao Hua. Whoosh! Just as Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others were flying, a pitch-black bat-like demon beast that was over 200 feet in size flew out from a hill about 10 kilometers in front of them. Although the sound of it tearing through the air was extremely soft, it created ripples in the air like boiling water. These ripples spread out in all directions, and the demon beasts that were celebrating in the forest immediately fled. However, before they had a chance to escape, the ripples had already caught up to them. Wherever the ripples passed, many of the small demon beasts fell to the ground like dumplings. There were even some thick and sturdy trees that were letting out creaking sounds. Thin lines could be seen on the surface of these trees, making for a very strange sight. Catcher! A very soft sound came from the canopy of the forest. The pitch-black bat-like demon beast immediately stopped in mid-air in alarm. Its hideous head that was hidden in the darkness of the night turned slightly. Cough cough. A sound similar to that of a human coughing sounded from the head as it charged toward the canopy in the distance. Boom boom boom. As the sound passed, the branches above the canopy were all reduced to dust. A passageway that was over 300 feet in size was revealed in the canopy of the canopy. However, the passageway stretched for several dozen kilometers, and the sound gradually faded away. The pitch-black bat-like demon beast also didn't discover anything strange within the canopy of the canopy. Squeak squeak. The demon beast let out a few low cries as if it was saying something. Then, it spread its wings and charged out of the canopy. Boom boom. The invisible power of the moon and stars fell from the sky, enveloping the demon beast's body. The demon beast spun a few rounds happily under the power of the moon and stars before flying toward a mountain peak in the distance. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a Dao sect cultivator with half of his Daoist robe torn appeared above the passageway that had been blasted open by the bat-like demon beast. His face was flushed with embarrassment. In the other hand of this cultivator, there was a small demonic beast that had been imprisoned. At this moment, the small demon beast was struggling with all its might under the restraint of the cultivator. Sparks were flying out of its mouth and nose from time to time. However, regardless of whether it was sound or light, not a single sound escaped from the cultivator's restraint. The night sky was still as tranquil as ever. After the human cultivator appeared, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others also appeared on the treetops several hundred feet away with nervous expressions on their faces. A trace of displeasure flashed through Ao Zhantian's eyes as he scolded, "Fellow Daoist Shin, what's going on here? Why were you so careless?" The embarrassment on fellow Daoist Shin's face hadn't faded away, and when he heard Ao Zhantian's scolding, he became even more embarrassed. He waved his hand and explained, "Senior Ao, it's not that I was careless. This little thing just happened to pass by me. I remember Senior Shui saying that although the 1,000 demon Holy Realm demon beasts aren't very powerful, they are extremely vigilant. If you provoke them, you will definitely attract the attention of other demon beast. As such, I didn't dare to be too careless, so I used my magic power to restrain this little thing. In fact, the sound just now was also made by this little thing." Fellow Daoist Shin was a nascent soul stage grandmaster, so how could he be so careful with his words? However, in front of Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, he had no choice but to lower his guard. This was because Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi had already broken through the nascent soul stage and reached the out-of-aperture stage. They had truly become Origin Chi Grandmasters of the 5th level. In a mere 200 years, 2 late nascent soul stage Daoist sect cultivators had actually broken through the taboo of Confucian cultivation and reached the out-of-aperture stage in one go. This greatly shocked fellow Daoist Shin. This wasn't just a matter of personal strength, but also the strength of the forces behind them. Apart from shock, fellow Daoist Shin could only feel envy. Unfortunately, Ao Zhantian didn't pay any attention to fellow Daoist Shin's explanation. He frowned as he looked at the little beast in fellow Daoist Shin's hand and said impatiently, "You can't even control such a small demon beast. How am I supposed to reprimand you? Are you still a nascent soul stage cultivator? If you screw up the entire plan, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Back when Ao Zhantian was only a late nascent soul cultivator, he was already extremely arrogant. Now that he was an out-of-aperture supreme grandmaster on the hidden immortal continent, he was even more arrogant than before. Cultivator Shin was a nascent soul cultivator, but in his eyes, he was no different from an ordinary disciple. He didn't hold back at all when he scolded him. Yes, Junior knows his mistake. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Fellow Daoist Shin lowered his head and muttered. Magic power flickered in his hand, and with a shua, the little demon beast didn't even have time to cry out before it was crushed into meat paste. Chapter 43:30. Damn it. Without waiting for Cultivator Shin to raise his head, Shui Ming's expression changed and he angrily cursed, didn't this old man say it before? Unless absolutely necessary, don't kill any demon beasts. Cultivator Shin was slightly angered by the fact that he was being scolded by two out-of-body martial grandmasters. He almost blurted out, Senior Shui, even if it's just an ordinary little demon beast, I won't bring about a calamity if I kill it, right? How could Shui Mingzi be bothered to explain anything to him? Shui Mingzi made a hand seal and hit his nose with the back of his hand. After that, Shui Mingzi sniffled and his expression changed drastically. He shouted, Go! His body turned into a rainbow and without concealing himself, he rushed in the direction where the bat demons had flown to earlier. This. Ao Zhantian was also a bit confused. However, when he saw Shui Mingzi reveal himself, he hurriedly released his spiritual sense. Sure enough, the eyes of all the little demon beasts that had fled or fallen to the ground had turned crimson red. They rushed out from all directions and rushed toward the human cultivators like moths to a flame. Moreover, when these little demonic beasts scurried over, their mouths emitted squeaking sounds. Although these squeaking sounds were very soft, when there were so many of them, they formed a kind of loud sound that was like the roar of a mountain or a tsunami. This loud sound spread very far in the night sky. Damn it! Ao Zhantian cursed. What the hell is going on? Why did these little demon beasts suddenly go crazy? Even as he cursed, Ao Zhantian's body also transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward Shui Mingzi. Although he didn't know what was going on, Cultivator Shin knew that he had caused trouble by killing the little demon beast. He hurriedly shook his hand and threw the little demon beast's minced meat onto a huge tree. His body also transformed into a streak of light and chased after Shui Mingzi. But what this cultivator surnamed Shin didn't know was that the little demonic beast's flesh was somewhat strange. When he killed the demonic beast with a shake of his hand, a few strands of its blood seeped through his magic power and landed on his Daoist robe. Let's go, let's go. The group of nascent soul cultivators also didn't dare to tarry and flew into the distance. Not long after the human cultivator left, hundreds of small demonic beasts arrived first. They effortlessly discovered the corpses of the small demonic beasts killed by the cultivator surnamed Shin. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. The small demonic beasts closest to the corpses let out hysterical screeches. Then, their entire bodies glowed with a blood-red color. Puff puff puff. A series of light popping sounds, like beans being cooked, emerged one after another. Around these small demonic beasts, thumb-sized whirlpools emerged. These whirlpools sprayed out a thin mist of blood, which fused with the aura of the blood on the corpses of the small demonic beasts and spread in all directions. Woo! As the thin blood mist spread out, the power of the stars and moon descended from the starry sky onto their bodies. These several small demonic beasts suddenly flew up from the giant tree and chased after Shui Mingzi and the other humans. Just as these small demonic beasts left, the dozen or so small demonic beasts that were affected by the blood mist also flew up and chased after them. Behind these dozen or so small demonic beasts, the blood mist that had doubled in size once again spread out in all directions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the blood mist had already covered several dozen kilometers of the mountain forest. The aura of the blood mist had also drifted far away with the night wind. In the air above the blood mist, several thousand small demonic beasts fearlessly chased after the human nascent soul cultivators who could kill them with a wave of their hand. What's going on? Although Ao Zhantian had flown far away, his spiritual sense had remained on the giant tree this entire time. He had clearly seen everything that had happened. He couldn't believe that the death of a small demonic beast would cause such a huge change. Sigh. At this point, Shui Mingzi could only sigh. He looked at Cultivator Shin and the others and explained, "Fellow Daoist Ao, these demonic beasts are called moth-gathering beasts. They are demonic beasts that I've only recently learned about. There were many moth-gathering beasts around Chongqing Mountain. Their divine arts weren't strong, but they were united. If one moth-gathering beast was attacked, all the moth-gathering beasts within a few miles or even dozens of miles would receive the news and attack together. What's most inconceivable is that when these moth-gathering beasts smell the blood of their own kind, they will immediately go berserk and their abilities will multiply. What's more, the moth-gathering beasts have the word moth-gathering beast in their name, which means that they're like moths that fly into a flame. Once these moth-gathering beasts go berserk, unless there's a special reason, they'll definitely chase after their prey with no regard for their lives." With that said, Shui Mingzi raised a hand and pointed at the Yu shadows that were flying out from the darkness behind him. He smiled bitterly and said, "As for the rest, I don't think I need to explain further, do I?" Looking at the black shadows that were flying out like waves, the cultivator surnamed Shin was also helpless. He could only open his mouth again and say, "This junior really doesn't know, hey." Shui Mingzi smiled faintly and waved his hand. "This matter isn't entirely fellow Daoist Shin Ping's fault. It's also this old man's fault. Although this old man said that we can't casually attack them, I didn't mention any specific taboos. These moth-gathering beasts look nothing more than ordinary cattle and sheep on the hidden immortal continent. Who would have thought that they would have such powerful natures? Yes, yes." The cultivator named Shin Ping's expression relaxed slightly. After a few words of agreement, he hurriedly asked, "Senior Shui, what should we do now?" This junior sees that Senior already has a card up his sleeve. Shin Ping's words weren't without a hint of flattery, but Shui Mingzi was very pleased. He glanced at Ao Zhantian and the group of nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, "Since all of you have taken a liking to this old man and fellow Daoist Ao has invited me with all his might, how could this old man not do his homework? This old man has been in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm for over 200 years. Although I don't dare to say that I know the habits of the demon race like the back of my hand, I still have some understanding of them. Just now, all of you saw that although these moth-gathering beasts are arrogant, they are most afraid of the eagle bat. In other words, we just saw the demon race. As long as we get too close to the eagle bats, these moth-gathering beasts will definitely retreat. So that's how it is." Ao Zhantian came to a realization and nodded. "We'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist. But..." After Shin Ping, another nascent soul mid-stage cultivator was rather puzzled. He asked, "This junior still has a question, but I don't know if I should ask it." "Shu Tingzi." Ao Zhantian glared at the cultivator and scolded, "If you have something to say, then say it. This is the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, and there are many demon beasts and demon races all around us. Our situation is also very dangerous, so what's there to be afraid of?" "Yes, yes," Shu Tingzi hurriedly said. "Senior Shui said that these moth-gathering beasts are most afraid of the eagle bats, but why do these moth-gathering beasts keep moving around the eagle bats? They should be far away from them." Shu Tingzi hurriedly smiled at Shui Mingzi and said, "Senior Shui, I'm just a little confused. I don't have any other intentions." "Hey, it's fine." Shui Mingzi was constantly paying attention to the movements behind him as he flew. When he heard Shu Tingzi's words, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't Confucian cultivators have a famous saying? What you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. It's a pity that I can't give you a very satisfactory answer because I'm not a demon race cultivator, so I can't answer your question. However, don't the pigs, goats, geese, and other animals all fear the humans in the mortal world? Don't they all live beside humans every day? The eagle bats are demon race cultivators, and the moth-gathering beasts are merely demon beasts. That's all there is to it. Senior Shui is right." Shu Tingzi was completely convinced. "I've overestimated the intelligence of the moth-gathering beast." Ao Zhantian was getting a little impatient. He didn't dare to release his divine sense too much, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. "Fellow Daoist Shui, the eagle bats from before seemed to be nearby. Why haven't we seen them yet? Moreover, Too many of these moth-gathering beasts have already been alerted. Shui Mingzi was also helpless. He also wanted to escape the pursuit of the moth-gathering beasts as soon as possible. After all, a dozen or so human cultivators were nothing in this dark night, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of crazed moth-gathering beasts were a different story. Unfortunately, he had to bring these dozen or so nascent soul cultivators with him, so he couldn't use teleportation. Thus, Shui Mingzi pondered for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoists, using the eagle bats is merely a risky tactic. Those moth-gathering beasts are no ordinary demon race cultivators. If I don't control the scale well, I might end up in a predicament where I'm attacked from two directions. Therefore, if there are any changes later, you must remember the other thing that we discussed earlier." Right at this moment, before Shui Mingzi could finish speaking, a pitch-black shadow silently flew out from a hill several kilometers away. As soon as the shadow appeared, a faint fluctuation immediately disappeared into the void from where the shadow was, and the space around the shadow began to warp slightly. Shui Mingzi didn't release his divine sense, so he naturally didn't discover what was happening several kilometers away. However, he was a descendant of the demon race, and his bloodline had an innate instinct. As soon as the black shadow appeared, he immediately became vigilant. His explanation came to an abrupt halt, and he immediately raised his head to look in the direction of the black shadow. "Who's there?" Not only Shui Mingzi, but even Ao Zhantian also became vigilant. His expression suddenly froze, and he turned to look in the direction of the black shadow. The shock in his heart forced him to blurt out a warning. As for Xiao Hua, he transformed into an ordinary boa dragon of the demon clan and flew towards Shui Mingzi and the others. However, after flying for about 1,000 kilometers, a powerful origin intent swept over from the peak of a mountain. When the Yuan will landed on Xiao Hua's body, a bloodthirsty aura immediately emerged from the Yuan will. Xiao Hua's brows slightly furrowed as he stopped and cast a sidelong glance at the mountain peak. Under the stars and moon, he saw a bird that was close to 100 feet in size spreading its wings. Pillars of light from the stars and moon continuously landed on its wings. Within the pillars of light, the ferocious bird's eyes were clearly visible. Chapter 43:31. HMPH. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and scanned the area with his divine sense. Buzz. Above the mountain peak, a huge divine sense came crashing down like a hammer. Not only did it seal the night sky, but it also scattered the light beam of the moon and stars. Caw! The ferocious bird turned pale with fright. It urged its demonic body, seemingly wanting to flee. Boom! A loud noise resounded. Dust and smoke suddenly rose from the mountain peak. Not only was the ferocious bird smashed down the cliff by the divine sense, even the summit of the mountain peak had collapsed by several tens of zhong due to Xiao Hua's divine sense. Looking at a few feathers flickering with starlight fluttering in the night sky, Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. He was about to move again. "Fellow Daoist." At that moment, Feng Wu's voice sounded. "Yuan Ye has something to talk to you about." "Yuan Ye?" Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. When Xiao Hua had sent the disciples back to the soaring dragon mountain range from the pure land of ultimate bliss, he had also asked Yuan Ye to lead the 3,000 disciples back. However, Yuan Ye had actually wanted to return to the Shenhua continent first. Xiao Hua had not known what was going on and had hurriedly taken him back to the Shenhua continent, allowing the 3,000 disciples to follow Fu Jiwen and the others back first. After that, because of Liu Yi and Jiang Hong, Xiao Hua was in a bad mood and forgot to send Yuan Ye out of the Shenhua continent. Since the Thunderbolt Immortal was building the teleportation array in the Western Paradise, no one told Xiao Hua about the matters in the Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua caused a ruckus in the Dragon Palace and rushed to the 1,000-demon sacred realm, sending all the disciples out. He only forgot about Yuan Ye on the Shenhua continent. Xiao Hua looked around and teleported to the peak of the mountain. He took out the Kunlun mirror and released Yuan Ye from the light beam. Yuan Ye looked at the dragon-shaped demon in front of him in surprise and then looked at the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand. He bowed and said, "Disciple greets Uncle Master." Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Under the moonlight, he carefully sized up this disciple in front of him. Yuan Ya was the first disciple he met after he got lost in the hidden immortal continent. He was also the one who had the most rough experience, especially Yuan Ya's heart. He was hurt by his parents when he was young, and then by Dia Wu. It could be said that in Yuan Ya's heart, the human race couldn't compare to the demon race, or even the demon race. Suddenly, Xiao Hua wanted to go to the mystic Jade Dark Forest where Yuan Ya came from and see if he could find his true origin. Martial uncle? Xiao Hua was somewhat absent-minded. Yuan Ya didn't dare to get up. He hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Where is disciple's master?" En. Xiao Hua responded. He put away the Kunlun mirror and the Thousand Illusion Pearl and returned to his original appearance. He smiled and said, "Master is right here." "Disciple, what do you need?" "Master," disciple greets master. Seeing Xiao Hua appear, Yuan Ya wasn't surprised. He bowed once again. His etiquette was very thorough. Although Yuan Ya's thoughts were pure, he also understood that his master's abilities were vast and he definitely couldn't measure them. It wouldn't be strange for him to transform into anything. However, after bowing, a hesitant expression appeared on Yuan Ya's face. "Oh. Previously, I had forgotten that you were on the Shenhua continent. Your disciples have already followed Fu Juan back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This place is already in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, you don't have to return." Xiao Hua thought that Yuan Ya wanted to volunteer to return to the hidden immortal continent, so he hurriedly helped Yuan Ya up apologetically. However, the moment Xiao Hua helped Yuan Ya up, Xiao Hua suddenly froze. He looked at Yuan Ya with wide eyes and said in surprise, "That's not right. Ya, when have you been so polite to your master? Ha ha ha, so that's how it is." At this point, Xiao Hua had already seen the expression on Yuan Ya's face. At this moment, after Xiao Hua exposed him, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Yuan Ya's face. Thinking about how Yuan Ya wanted to return to the Shenhua continent after leaving the Shenhua continent, how could Xiao Hua not know what Yuan Ya wanted to say to him? "Master." Yuan Ya was actually a little bashful and said in a low voice, "So you already know." Disciple knew that I couldn't hide it from master. Yes, yes. Xiao Hua's mood was really good. It was as if the stars in the sky were shining brightly. He nodded vigorously and said, "Master didn't know before, but now I know. Tell me, who is she?" Master doesn't seem to have heard Jiang Hong and Chang Yuan mention it. "Ya, you hid it so well. Not to mention master, even your uncle Master Lei Ting didn't know." Saying that, Xiao Hua took out the Kunlun mirror again and prepared to invite Yuan Ya's lover out from the Shenhua continent. "Master." Yuan Ya replied in a low voice, "It's just a recent matter. Junior brother and junior sister, don't know, disciple, also don't know, so I want master to make a decision for disciple." Xiao Hua smiled and pinched his chin as he looked at Yuan Ya, whose face was a little red and whose breathing was a little hurried. How could he not know that Yuan Ya, this 1,000-year-old iron tree, had already bloomed? His heart that was hurt by Dia Wu had already healed. Xiao Hua sighed. "That day, master had said that he would find you a fairy maiden from the immortal palace, but who would have thought? You were so quick to act and actually found a soulmate in the Fortune Gate. It seems that master has broken his promise." "Master, Dia is a fairy." Yuan Ya was anxious and actually misunderstood Xiao Hua's meaning. He hurriedly replied, "Ah." Xiao Hua was dumbfounded and said in shock, You're talking about Dia?" "Yes." Yuan Ya saw Xiao Hua so shocked and didn't know what happened. The embarrassment on his face immediately disappeared and he replied, "It's Dia Ah. She said she's not a cultivator from the Shenhua continent, she's from the 10,000 demon realm, she's a fairy." Looking at Yuan Ya's anxious appearance, Xiao Hua looked at the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As his fingers shook, the Kunlun mirror looked like an ordinary bronze mirror in Xiao Hua's hand. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the surface of the mirror. Light and shadow flickered from time to time, making Xiao Hua a little confused. Seeing Xiao Hua frowning and not answering, Yuan Ya's heart tightened. He didn't dare to say anything, biting his lips and staring at the ground. Xiao Hua's heart was really in a mess. The space was his biggest secret. In his space, Xiao Huang was the first to enter, and Dai was the second. From the moment he saved Dai from the Sky Patrol City, Xiao Hua didn't intend to let Dai know his secret, and also didn't intend to let Dai know that he was the one who saved her. Therefore, after Dai's injuries were healed, Xiao Hua placed a restriction in the space near Dai to prevent Dai from discovering anything from the space. Xiao Hua was waiting for a suitable opportunity to throw Dai out of the space, just like the rainbow-colored conch. Of course, this suitable place should be the Dawn Rain continent. However, before he could return to the Dawn Rain continent, Dai actually became acquainted with Yuan Ya. Thinking of Dai's intelligence when she was a child, thinking of Dai going through the yin and yang in his space, and then looking at the simple and honest disciple in front of him, Xiao Hua didn't need to think to know what Dai had learned from Yuan Ya. He also knew how much Dai knew about him. The idea of killing Dai was something that Xiao Hua had never thought of, even now, when his secret might be exposed. Xiao Hua sighed and prepared to enter the space. He really didn't understand, how could Dai, who was in the restriction, see Yuan Ya? However, just as his mind was about to move, he smiled again. Yuan Ya said it clearly, but he only saw Dai recently, and no one knew what happened in the space recently. The wind and thunder sources entered the space, causing the space to advance. It must be at this time that a crack appeared in his seal on the space, giving Dai a chance to escape. Ari. Xiao Hua sighed. The Kunlun mirror in his hand stopped flipping, looked up at the full moon, and said after a while, "Fate. Wonderful." Xiao Hua's thoughts were thousands of times, but at this time, he could only turn it into this sentence. Thinking about it, one was the monster clan of the 10,000 demon realm, the other was the wolf of the hidden immortal continent. The two were originally unrelated, but because of the existence of Xiao Hua, the two were pulled together. If it wasn't fate, how could it be explained? And Xiao Hua was really the Moon Lord once again. Master. Seeing Xiao Hua sigh, Yuan Ya tentatively said, "Disciple, he." A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and he sat down cross-legged and asked, "Disciple, don't worry, Master will support any choice you make. Tell me, how did you meet Dai?" Seeing Xiao Hua's kind tone, Yuan Ya's heart was relieved. He sat opposite Xiao Hua and said, "When Master was in the Great Desolate Continent, didn't you want to bestow the demonic spear to Disciple? It was just that Disciple was unable to control the demonic intent in the demonic spear, so Master didn't give the demonic spear to Disciple. After Disciple comprehended the demonic intent in the demonic spear, it was difficult for Disciple to calm down, so Disciple returned to the Shenhua continent and found a place to gain experience. Just when Disciple flew to a barren place, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the air. That crack was very strange, and ordinary magical powers couldn't break it. Disciple used the Big Dipper magical fist to pass through by luck, and there, Disciple saw a lake as quiet as a fairyland, and Dai, who was as white as snow, was flying by the lake. After Yuan Ya finished talking about the process of how he met Dai, Xiao Hua secretly nodded. Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the spatial anomaly had destroyed the restriction sealing Dai. However, Dai didn't escape from the restriction as Xiao Hua had expected, and instead, she chose to stay by the lake. Yuan Ya's intrusion was purely coincidental, and this made Dai very happy. Yuan Ya's sincerity and innocence made Dai have a good impression of him. Dai tried to ask Yuan Ya about the Shenhua continent situation, and Yuan Ya didn't hide anything. He even told her about the Fortune Gate situation, as well as the conflict between the Liu family and the Yu family. Dai really didn't expect that there was such a wonderful world around her, and it was far from the barren desert she had imagined. Chapter 43-32. Dai naturally asked about Little Yellow and Little Black, but Yuan Ya didn't know much about them, so he didn't say much. Then, Yuan Ya accompanied Dai to cultivate by the lake. The following days were unforgettable for Yuan Ya. The lake was beautiful, birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and beautiful women were accompanying him. Yuan Ya, who had been lonely for thousands of years, seemed to understand something, and Dai also saw warmth and love in Yuan Ya's eyes. Xiao Hua, of course, didn't know about this. As soon as he returned to the Western Paradise, He dragged his disciples out of Shenhua continent and didn't care about Yuan Ya's location at all. Yuan Ya was erased from Dai's sight by Xiao Hua. Seeing that he was about to leave Dai for the hidden immortal continent, Yuan Ya didn't know how long he would be gone. He wanted to go back to Shenhua continent to say goodbye to Dai. Although Dai was from the monster race, she was still a woman. When she saw Yuan Ya suddenly leave, she thought that he had met with an accident and was heartbroken. But later, after careful consideration, she felt that things were not so simple and became suspicious. When Yuan Ya appeared in front of Dai in a panic, Dai naturally asked him why he left. Yuan Ya was a very sincere person, and he had answered all of Dai's questions without holding anything back. However, this was only limited to Shenhua continent. He didn't say a word about Xiao Hua or the Kunlun mirror. But this time, the disappearance put Yuan Ya in a difficult position. He didn't want to deceive Dai, and he didn't want to reveal the secret of the Kunlun wonderland before Xiao Hua disagreed. Therefore, he answered honestly. He wanted to report to his master first before answering Dai. Dai was even more interesting. She had never asked Yuan Ya about his master's name, and when Yuan Ya mentioned Xiao Hua earlier, he only said master. Only now did Dai realize something. She only asked Yuan Ya one question and didn't ask him about the reason for his disappearance. This question, of course, was Xiao Hua's name. Disciple, you mean? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuan Ya meaningfully. He asked, Dai only asked for master's name, and then didn't ask about the fortune gate anymore. She only taught you how to be filial in front of master, right? Yes. Yuan Ya was never one to hide anything, so he answered honestly. He. Xiao Hua laughed. In fact, there was no need to ask more. Xiao Hua, these two words were enough for Dai to understand everything. Xiao Hua didn't know what Dai and the Empress had encountered in the Xiaoyu continent. However, Xiao Hua knew that Dai definitely knew about Xiao Huang and him. Since Dai had already seen Xiao Huang on the Shenhua continent and heard his name now, how could Dai not know that he was the one who had rescued her? How could someone as smart as Dai interrogate the honest Yuan Ya? She just had to wait for him to break it down with her. As for Dai teaching Yuan Ya to be filial to him, it was definitely because she didn't want Yuan Ya to be neglected in the sect and thus attract his attention. Of course, Dai and Yuan Ya had only known each other for a short period of time. It was still too far away to talk about marriage. However, from Dai's narrow-mindedness, Xiao Hua had already seen some shadows of Chang Yuan and Jiang Hong. Dai is from the demon race of the 10,000 demon realm. She is also a servant that the Empress values. There is no need to talk about her origin, Xiao Hua thought to himself, just based on the fact that she had experienced the separation of yin and yang in this Xiao space. Her future advancement is definitely not comparable to ordinary demon. How can such a demon race with an immeasurable future be won over by others? Now that she can hit it off with Yuan Ya, it is both Yuan Ya's blessing and this Xiao's opportunity. How can Xiao Hua give it up in vain? This Xiao was previously worried about the leakage of the space's secret. Now that this Xiao has the Kunlun mirror as a cover, why would I still worry about this? Moreover, this Xiao didn't dare to ask about the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm because I was afraid that I didn't have the strength and would cause more trouble. Now that this Xiao has the cultivation of the 9th level of essence power, I have reached the peak of the 3 continents and even the Xiaoyu continent. No matter what the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm encounters in the Xiaoyu continent, this Xiao should be qualified to participate. It seems that the heavens have arranged for me to meet Dai. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua asked again, Ya, then the purpose of you looking for master is to let master explain to Dai? Yes. Yuan Ya nodded and said, without master's consent, this disciple doesn't dare to tell Dai. Good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you did well. Master asks you, do you like Dai very much? This. Yuan Ya's face was a little hot, he hesitated a little shyly and then nodded, yes, master. Does she like you? Xiao Hua asked. If it was someone else, they would have hesitated, but Yuan Ya answered without hesitation, yes. On the contrary, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. After a moment, he softly probed, "This feeling, is it the same as dear Wu?" "It's somewhat similar, but also somewhat different." Yuan Ye still didn't hesitate and blurted out. He must have thought for a long time. Xiao Hua wanted to ask again, but his lips moved a few times and he gave up. The so-called men, no matter how old they were, would be abnormally ignorant in front of the woman they liked. His feelings for Hongxia Fairy, Xue Xue, and Princess Xin Xin were all tangled up. What qualifications did he have to teach Yuan Ye? Some things, it was better not to ask. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "In the future, if Daya asks you anything, you don't have to hide it from her." "Yes, master." Yuan Ye's answer was unchanged, but there was a hint of joy and relief in his tone. As he spoke, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand vibrated, and Daya was invited out from Shenhua continent. Daya was naturally confused, but she already had a premonition. As soon as the shackles on her body were released, she immediately urged her demonic power to be on guard. When she saw Yuan Ye's concerned gaze and Xiao Hua's unchanging appearance, an indescribable sadness rose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't hesitate and didn't doubt Xiao Hua's strength. She immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, "Spiritual Master Xiao, please go and save my lady." "Ah?" Yuan Ye was stunned. He looked at Dai in disbelief and then at his master. It was obvious that the fairy in his heart knew his master, and his master didn't mention this just now. Xiao Hua raised his hand slightly and said, "Dai, get up." "No, if spiritual master doesn't save my lady, Dai won't get up for the rest of my life." Dai knew that her lady was indebted to Xiao Hua, and she had seen Xiao Hua since she was young. Now that Yuan Ye was by her side, she simply acted coquettishly. Xiao Hua still helped Dai up. Even if Dai struggled to resist, she still stood up in front of an irresistible force like the power of heaven and earth. "Dai." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point around. "It's not that I don't want to save her lady. If I didn't want to save her, I wouldn't have saved you years ago. But look at where we are. When I was in Xiaoyu continent, I didn't have the ability to save her. But now, I have the ability, but I can't return to Xiaoyu continent." "Ah! 10,000 demon realm?" Daya slightly released her Yuanshan and looked around. She immediately cried out involuntarily, but a moment later she came to her senses. "No, this is not the 10,000 demon realm. Where is this? It doesn't matter where this is, the important thing is, I can't find the way back to Xiaoyu continent. I can't return to Xiaoyu continent." Xiao Hua replied, "So, even if I know that something big has happened to her lady, I'm afraid I can't save her." Sigh. Daya naturally knows Xiao Hua's difficulties. She lets out a long sigh and says with tears in her eyes, "Pitiful Niang Niang. Even if she's really in the Dawn Rain continent right now, in that great array, she won't be able to survive these thousands of years." Xiao Hua opened his mouth and wanted to explain the problem of time, but he hesitated. Instead of giving Daya hope, it was better to let her be at a loss. Xiao Hua understood the principle that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. "Tell me about her lady." Xiao Hua was indeed very concerned about what happened to her lady and couldn't help but ask. "Sigh, it's been more than 7,000 years." At this time, Daya's heart was cold and she was unwilling to mention it again. "Daya, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it." Yuan Ye said with some heartache, "Master won't force you." Daya smiled and nodded at Yuan Ye, "I know. In fact, Daoist Xiao can save Daya. Daya is already very happy. Now that I have met you, Daya doesn't know how to thank the heavens. Now, Daya only has one wish, and that is to complete her lady's last wish. How could there be secrets in a woman's mouth? Especially when one was a man she had a good impression of, and the other was an elder who had helped her and had the ability to help her." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything more, Daya told him about how she and her lady were plotted against by Dongshan Yi. "So that's how it is." After listening to the end, Xiao Hua understood. Daya escaped from Dongshan Yi's hands, but after all, she was seriously injured and fell into the hands of the human race. She was brought to Sentry City to be auctioned. If she hadn't met him, she would have died long ago. Now Daya has no one to rely on, Daoist Master is in charge. Daya bowed again and said while crying, if Daoist Master has a chance, please take Daya back to the 10,000 demon realm so that Daya can pass on her lady's message. Daya was very obedient and didn't mention her lady's favor to Xiao Hua, only saying please. How could Xiao Hua not understand? He sighed in his heart at Daya's cleverness and nodded again. Don't worry, I will never forget the grace of her lady. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely fulfill your wish. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua glanced at the surprised Yuan Wei and said, even if I can't fulfill it, I will let my disciple fulfill it on my behalf. Chapter 43-33. Thank you, spiritual master. Daya thanked him shyly. However, after a few breaths, Daya suddenly understood Xiao Hua's meaning. She raised her head in disbelief and shouted, spiritual master means, there is no other meaning. Xiao Hua replied faintly, it's just that from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon realm, this Xiao doesn't know where the space meridian is. This Xiao doesn't have much time to find it. This junior also doesn't know the space meridian from the Dawn Rain continent to the 10,000 demon realm. Daya suppressed the indescribable excitement in her heart. She called herself a junior and whispered, but the thing that Empress gave this junior must have something related to this. Good. Xiao Hua nodded, this matter will be handed over to you and YA. My disciple is slow-witted and his cultivation is not good. I'm afraid he won't be able to contribute much to Empress. Not at all. Daya was still a little naive and blurted out, Yuan Ya's mind is pure and his cultivation is excellent. After saying these 2 sentences, Daya immediately woke up and lowered her voice a lot. With his help, this junior will be a lot more relieved. That's good. Xiao Hua smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. The Bone Dragon Demon Spear appeared in his hand. As soon as the Demon Spear appeared, a vision appeared immediately. Not to mention the lingering demon chi, just the bone dragon on the demon spear made Daya turn pale with fright. Disciple. Xiao Hua handed the bone spear to Yuan Ya and said, this thing is a demon spear. It contains the remnant soul of an ancient demon dragon. Ordinary demons don't dare to use it. Although Master has promised you before that I will give it to you, why didn't I dare to give it to you? On one hand, your heart force is still unable to control the demon soul. On the other hand, your heart is still unable to control itself. Now that Master has seen Dai I know that your heart is close to perfection. This demon spear should be given to you. However, Master still says the same thing. The spear is a demon spear, but the person is a righteous person. The demon spear is a murderous weapon in the hands of the demon race, but in the hands of a righteous person, it is a sharp weapon that upholds the righteousness of the world. Yuan Ya looked at the demonic spear in front of him and solemnly accepted it. Seeing the demonic energy enter his body, Yuan Ya's body flashed with red light. His eyes were filled with determination as he replied, yes, Master, this disciple understand. Xiao Hua looked at Daya's rather worried expression and said with a smile, among this Xiao's few disciples, I'm afraid that Horizon's cultivation is the lowest. And this demonic spear is the most powerful magic treasure that I have bestowed upon my disciple. However, he was the most suitable person to use magic artifact. Don't worry, as long as Ya can use the devil spear freely, killing Dongshan Yi and avenging the Empress will be a piece of cake. Daya was from the flying feather upper race of the 10,000 demon realm. How could she not see the power of the demonic spear? Her heart was filled with admiration. Not to mention the Dawn Rain continent, even in the 10,000 demon realm, how many people could control the demonic spear? Now that Yuan Ya could use the devil spear, killing Dongshan Yi would be a piece of cake, and dominating the 10,000 demon realm wouldn't be too difficult, right? But, could Yuan Ya control such a demonic spear? Would she be able to protect him? For a moment, Daya was a little absent-minded, but after a few breaths, eagerness appeared in her eyes again. She respectfully kowtowed and said, thank you, spiritual master. Get up. Daya didn't say much, but Xiao Hua heard a lot of meaning. He helped Daya up and revealed the Kunlun mirror in his hand. This Xiao won't say anything unnecessary. This is the treasure that I saved you from before. There is a Kunlun wonderland inside, which is the Shenhua continent that Yuan Ya mentioned. You can accompany Yuan Ya back and cultivate well. I'll leave the matter of avenging the Empress to you. Kunlun Wonderland? Kunlun Mirror? Daya couldn't help but exclaim, spiritual master actually has such a treasure, no wonder. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked curiously, could it be that the Kunlun Mirror is also famous in the 10,000 demon realm? Yes. Daya nodded and said, this junior heard the Empress mention the treasures of several realms, and this Kunlun Mirror is one of them. Xiao Hua wanted to ask what the treasures the Empress had mentioned were, but he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. After he saw the situation in the distance clearly, he unconsciously stood up from the mountain peak and asked curiously, it's only been a short while, how could such a big mess be stirred up? What's wrong, spiritual master? Daya was also stunned and wanted to release her divine sense. Xiao Hua stopped her and said, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved, go back and cultivate first. Yes, master. Yuan Ya answered honestly and said to Daya, Daya, master wants to take us into the Kunlun Wonderland, don't resist. Daya smiled sweetly and replied, yes, I know. Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror, and his divine sense swept the two into the Shenhua continent. The Kunlun mirror in his hand shook and was about to be put into the space. After thinking for a while, he pulled the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle out of the space and whispered a few instructions. The three demons didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. At this time, Xiao Hua put the 1,000 illusion pearl in his mouth again. After the body of the python dragon appeared, clouds and mist appeared around his body and hurriedly flew forward. Shui Mingzi and the others noticed something strange and hurriedly looked up. Pa, pa, pa. Just like before, a series of small explosions appeared in the void around them. Obviously, in just a few breaths, the fluctuations emitted by the black shadow had swept across a distance of several miles and landed where they were. Cough cough. The sound of old man Ruo Tong coughing sounded once again. From the source of the sound, an eagle bat that was several hundred feet in size flew across the night sky like a ghost and quietly appeared in the vision of Shui Mingzi and the others. Roar, roar, roar. In the wake of the eagle bat's roar, fist-sized vortexes appeared out of thin air. Just as these vortexes appeared, countless thumb-sized pillars of starlight and moonlight blasted into them, creating a strange sound like the howling of the wind. The space around Shui Mingzi and the others was like a huge rock that was filled with holes in the wind. Quick! Shui Mingzi was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. He waved his hand and said, we've already attracted the eagle bat. Quickly, fly back and lure the eagle bat to force the gathering moth beast to retreat. Then, we can escape. Diverting trouble was naturally the human race's specialty. Without waiting for Shui Mingzi to say anything, Enchanting pointed at Xin Ping and Shu Tingzi and said, according to the previous plan, the two of you will lead 4 cultivators each. Fellow Daoist Shui and I will lead 5 each. We'll lure the eagle bat to fight the gathering moth beast and then take advantage of the chaos to escape. Yes. Xin Ping and Shu Tingzi nodded without hesitation. Their bodies moved, and they turned around to charge at the gathering moth beast that was chasing after them like a flash flood. 8 of the dozen or so cultivators also arrived like the wind. Their bodies flashed with brilliance as they prepared to face the attack. Remember. Seeing the cultivators activate their magic power, Shui Mingzi felt an indescribable shock in his heart. He couldn't help but transmit his voice again, don't attack recklessly. We'll prioritize escaping. As long as the gathering moth beast stops chasing us, we'll leave immediately. Fuck. Enchanting let out a strange cry, and his figure also rushed in another direction. He even said, this daddy here is also a great master of the 5th level of elemental energy. Why do I feel like a grandson here? Why don't we just fly away? Why do we have to be so cautious? Hihi, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Shui Mingzi's figure also flew in another direction. He chuckled and said, although fellow Daoist Ao is a descendant of the dragon tribe, it's better to keep a low profile in the territory of the demonic beast tribe. If we just fly away, these gathering moth beasts definitely won't be able to catch us. However, if more and more gathering moth beasts appear, we'll attract the attention of other demonic beasts. We'll encounter even more difficulties in the future. Boom. 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 Shui Mingzi's voice was quickly drowned out by the sounds of explosions. The whirlpool that was several hundred feet wide suddenly expanded, and like a hurricane, it covered an area of several dozen miles. Wherever the ripples passed, not only did the giant trees turn into dust, even the surface of the mountain rocks were shattered. Dust filled the air, and the ripples also landed around the dozen or so cultivators. Enchanting and the others had already activated their abilities. Wherever the ripples passed, the power of the stars and moon would explode like jade talismans, causing the light around Enchanting and the others to flicker like candles in the wind. Good heavens! Enchanting naturally didn't care about the attacks of the flying eagles. He let out an exaggerated cry as he activated his magic power. A faint layer of light around his body suddenly expanded like a thin layer of mist. This wasn't even a domain yet, and it completely blocked the ripples several feet away. In the distance, Shui Mingzi looked thoughtfully at the dragon-shaped light around Enchanting's body. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he raised his left hand and made a strange hand seal. A layer of ripples appeared out of thin air. When the ripples landed on the ripples, they only managed to shatter the surface layer of the ripples. As for the other nascent soul cultivators like Shu Tingzi and Xinping, even though they didn't dodge as easily as Shui Mingzi and the others, it wasn't too difficult for them to block the ripples. Slap 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 slap. Following the shattering of the giant tree beneath everyone, the power of the ripples was greatly diminished. Even so, the sound of moth-gathering beasts falling to the ground could still be heard in the distance. Shui Mingzi was right. The flying eagles were indeed the nemesis of the moth-gathering beasts. However, there was still some distance between them and the moth-gathering beasts. These red-eyed, frenzied moth-gathering beasts had no idea that the flying eagles had appeared and that they had fallen into the trap of a dozen or so humans. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that its attack was ineffective and that the dozen or so humans who were emitting strange auras were still fleeing, the eagle bat was very embarrassed and angry. Its monster body, which was hundreds of feet in size, spread its wings and flew across the night sky. After leaving a beautiful and mournful shadow in the night sky, it let out a sound that was several times louder than before. Puff 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 puff. This time, the direction of the ripples was even clearer. The ripples fell into the air and spread in the direction that Shui Mingzi and the others were fleeing. Chapter 43-34. Woo! The space within a few kilometers began to rumble as tornadoes appeared. These tornadoes crushed the giant trees into dust, and even the shadows under the moonlight were somewhat distorted. The powerful ripples first rushed toward a nascent soul cultivator behind Shu Tingzi. That nascent soul cultivator calmly formed a seal, and the protective light around him produced strands of spiral-like crystal threads. These crystal threads intertwined around the cultivator's body, creating a net that was even denser than normal. The ripples only dimmed the light, but they couldn't shake the net at all. However, it was also at this moment that the ripples swept past the cultivator's head, and 3 to 5 strange demonic characters suddenly appeared in the light. The demonic characters crashed into the cultivator's protective light, and a dong 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 sound rang out like a golden bell. Hiss! The nascent soul cultivator was caught off guard, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His Niwen palace shook violently, and he couldn't maintain his balance. He fell rapidly downward. Ouch! Just as the nascent soul cultivator fell, Shu Tingzi and the others were also affected, and they all fell. However, it only lasted for a short while before the group of cultivators once again activated their secret techniques to stabilize their bodies. However, when they felt the tremors in their Niwen palace, their originally confident faces turned serious once again. After all, the hawk bats were good at sound attacks, which was the weakness of normal human cultivators, especially when it came to attacking the Niwen palace's divine sense. Quick! Shu Tingzi felt a slight dizziness in his head, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He hurriedly urged, "Let's lure the hawk bats to the moth-gathering beast, fellow Daoist." The nascent soul cultivator who was attacked just now rushed to Shu Tingzi's side and transmitted his voice. "This is just a hawk bat, oh. Fellow Daoist Po Hong, what did you say?" Shu Tingzi was slightly taken aback, and he turned his head to ask. "Fellow Daoist, You can't hear I's voice transmission? The cultivator named Po Hong was stunned. He opened his mouth to transmit his voice, but he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. Shu Tingzi's pupils shrank, and he nodded. That's right. When you were transmitting your voice just now, I only felt an ethereal voice. Damn it, the demons of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm are really weird. Po Hong cursed. No wonder our Daoist cultivators would rather be bullied by Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent than come to the 1,000 Beasts Sacred Realm. This is the path of death for us Dao sect cultivators. Even if it's a dead end, I'm willing to take it for Daoist Master Xiao. A trace of determination flashed through Shu Tingzi's eyes, and then he asked, "Oh, what did you want to say to I?" "Hehe, it's nothing." Since he couldn't use voice transmissions, Po Hong looked at the cultivators in the distance who were also acting strangely. He lowered his voice and said, "I just thought that since there's only one eagle bat behind us, as long as we can put some distance between us and let Senior Ao and Senior Shui lure the eagle bat to the front of the moth-gathering beast, clap clap clap." Just as Po Hong finished his sentence, more and more gathering moth beasts were killed by the shockwave. Hehe, Senior Shui's plan is indeed effective. We just need to hold on for a little longer. Shu Tingzi naturally couldn't express his opinion on Po Hong's words, and he only responded vaguely. However, before Shu Tingzi could finish his sentence, several more coughs were heard from behind the crowd. Ah! Po Hong was stunned and quickly turned his head to look. He saw that in the night sky, there were a few black figures that were dozens of feet in size. They had already started to attack like the eagle bat earlier. One of them was only a few miles away from them. Damn it, I really jinxed it. Po Hong said in a self-mocking tone, I just said one eagle bat, and now several of them came. If I said 10, would 100 of them come? Hee hee. Shu Tingzi laughed and said, if you had the ability to make prophecies come true, we wouldn't have to run so far away. You just need to stay in the hidden immortal continent and give some pointers. Unfortunately, Shu Tingzi's laughter was still echoing in the night sky. In the night sky several kilometers away, cough, cough, cough. Sounds kept coming. It was as if countless old men couldn't fall asleep at night and were coughing uncontrollably as they tossed and turned in bed. Damn it. Shu Tingzi's smile froze on his face, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. However, wherever his divine sense scanned, the entire night sky was like a ravine, and the shockwaves were like mountains. His divine sense couldn't pass through at all, so how could he see the situation in the distance? As Shu Tingzi cursed in his heart, he instantly understood Shui Mingzi's painstaking efforts. Although the gathering moth beasts were insignificant, the demons they attracted weren't easy to deal with. Let's go. Shu Tingzi didn't have time to check how many eagles were behind him. He waved his hand, and without any hesitation, he charged towards the incoming gathering moth beasts. At the same time, Shu Tingzi opened his mouth, and the earthy yellow drumstick flew out again. However, just as this Dharma treasure landed in the sky, Shu Tingzi immediately remembered Shui Mingzi's warning. He sucked in his mouth, and the Dharma treasure was put away again. Clap clap clap. Actually, Shu Tingzi did not even need to do anything. Wherever the eagle bats wave passed, no matter how many moth-gathering beasts there were, regardless of whether they had gone mad or not, they all fell from the sky without any resistance. Shu Tingzi gradually approached the gathering moth beasts with Po Hong and the others. Once there was an opening, they would leave this dangerous place. Shu Tingzi and the others naturally had a good plan. After all, the gathering moth beasts in front of them were too weak. No matter how many eagles there were behind them, as long as they charged into the gathering moth beasts, they could easily escape. However, at this moment, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's expressions changed. Shu Tingzi and the others' divine sense was blocked by the shockwaves from the gathering moth beasts, and they couldn't see everything. Shui Mingzi was able to determine the number of gathering moth beasts just from the shockwaves. Ao Zhantian even used the secret technique of the Dragon Clan's descendants to see the situation behind him clearly. The development of the situation was far beyond Shui Mingzi and the others' expectations. At this moment, dozens of gathering moth beasts had already gathered in the night sky, and there was an endless stream of gathering moth beasts flying out from the hills behind them. Shui Mingzi and the others could only break through the frenzied gathering moth beasts if they wanted to. Fellow Daoist Ao. Shui Mingzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Although his voice was faint, it could still be heard clearly. We seem to have fallen into a predicament. If we want to break through now, it might be a little troublesome. No worries, Ao Zhantian casually replied. He raised his hand proudly, as if he was about to take out some kind of magic treasure. Shui Mingzi hurriedly called out, fellow Daoist Ao, please don't kill any more gathering moth beasts. These gathering moth beasts are a little strange today. Ao Zhantian frowned, but he didn't mind. He transmitted his voice. This old man understands. Inform the other cultivators to act according to the situation. Let's leave this place first. All right. Shui Mingzi hurriedly replied. He transmitted his voice to Shu Tingzi and Xin Ping respectively. Woo-woo. However, at this moment, even more shockwaves surged forth like raging waves. The tranquility of the night sky was completely shattered, and tornadoes began to surge between the mountain peaks several hundred kilometers away. It was as if a storm was brewing. All of you, follow this old man and leave first. Ao Zhantian heard Shui Mingzi's voice transmission and a brilliant light erupted from his body. A layer of faintly discernible dragon figure emerged from the light, and a powerful aura also emanated from it. Yes, this junior understands. The 5 nascent soul cultivators were naturally no weaklings. The true essence within their bodies flowed rapidly under the urging of their nascent souls. Roar! Ao Zhantian opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. His body flew out like a dragon, and a long streak of light appeared in the night sky. The other 5 nascent soul cultivators also transformed into streaks of light and followed behind him. Fellow Daoist Ao, why are you like this? Shui Mingzi couldn't help but be shocked. Just as he was about to transmit his voice to ask where Ao Zhantian had gone, he saw that Ao Zhantian had already flown to the center of the gathering moth beasts. Shui Mingzi could only sigh and say to the people behind him, let's go, there's no need for you to hide anything anymore. Since there was no need to hide anything, the nascent soul cultivators immediately unleashed their abilities and flew into the sky. At the sight of the dozen or so 4th grade essence chi human cultivators, the hawk bat that had attacked first immediately let out a cry of surprise. Its body stopped in mid-air, and its meaty wings also stopped flapping. A series of feather-like spikes appeared on the back of its wings, and they trembled slightly. The hawk bat's lifeless eyes flickered, and a grayish-white color flashed from within. It turned around and called out to the dozens of hawks behind it, boy, who was the one who discovered the abnormality first? Reporting to the mountain patrol, it was this lowly one. The hawk bat that had flown out from the left said in a panicked voice, this lowly one had just returned from patrolling the Di Luo area when I heard some strange movements in the illuminating forest. After investigating, I discovered the aura of humans. This lowly one knew that he was no match for them, so he didn't dare to disturb them. Damn it! The mountain patrol cursed angrily. Hurry and report this to the mountain lord. These human cultivators are not something that we can fight against. If they escape, I'm afraid that they'll affect the mountain lord's plans. But the hawk bat turned to the direction that Shui Mingzi and the others had flown off in. Its mouth and nose twitched for a moment, and it said with some confusion, these humans have already flown far away. Hehe, if this was a normal day, we naturally wouldn't be able to catch up to them. The mountain patroller raised his head to look at the sky. His lifeless eyes stared at the moon in the sky. His mouth and nose twitched a few times at the blood that was spreading through the mountain forest. Then, he grinned viciously and said indifferently, but tonight is the night when the moths gather to mate. The blood of the female moth-gathering beasts is the medicine that stimulates the male moth-gathering beasts. These human cultivators have caused such a great commotion. They must have killed the male and female moth-gathering beast. Moth-gathering beasts may be weak, but when a male moth-gathering beast goes berserk, even we have to avoid them. Yes. The hawk bat didn't dare to say anything else. Its body glided and it landed on a distant hill. Chapter 43-35. Boys. The mountain patrol envoy let out a loud roar, and the strange demon language turned into a wave that reverberated within a radius of 10 kilometers. Hurry up and focus. Once we kill these humans, I'll let you have a taste of fresh human blood. Fuck, after tasting the blood essence of a few humans, I'm dying for it. At this moment, from the distant hills, and even from the nearby forest, there were more than a few hundred eagles and bats flying out. There were probably more than 1,000 of them. When these eagles and bats heard the mountain patrol envoy's command, they all responded in unison. Bursts of explosive sounds resembled the sound of war drums as they charged in the direction where Shui Mingzi and the others had disappeared. The strangest thing was that their bodies were surrounded by waves of energy that blocked the divine sense of the humans. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't see them with their naked eyes, they wouldn't have been able to see them at all. How could Shui Mingzi and the others know that they had encountered a difficult problem? Each of them activated their bodies and calmly looked down at the gathering moth beasts that were frantically trying to attack them. A sense of pride involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from Shui Mingzi, all the cultivators felt that their previous cautiousness was laughable. Of course, Shui Mingzi didn't place these gathering moth beasts in his eyes. He only released his divine sense and looked forward to avoid attracting even more powerful demons. Roar! Just as Enchanting and the others passed through the center of the gathering moth beasts, a series of hysterical roars rang out from within the gathering moth beasts. The 100 or so gathering moth beasts closest to Enchanting and the others suddenly leaped out from the gathering moth beasts and leaped high into the air. Peng peng peng! A series of explosions rang out at the same time, and the 100 or so gathering moth beasts turned into a bloody mist almost at the same time. Shu Tingzi was slightly stunned. He looked down at his feet in disbelief and said in a low voice, "Fuck, what's wrong with these demonic beasts? Didn't fellow Daoist just kill a gathering moth beast? Is there a need to be so aggressive? She actually self-destructed 100 or so gathering moth beasts. Are we going to be blamed for this?" Oh! Shu Tingzi suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm, "Oh no, could it be that fellow Daoist just killed a beast king? If that's the case, then we'll be in big trouble." Bang! 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 Before Shu Tingzi could finish his sentence, another 100 or so moth-gathering beasts leaped into the air and turned into blood once again. A thick smell of blood filled the air. Boom boom boom! The power of hundreds of stars and moons fell from the sky and hit the blood. The blood turned into countless tiny stars and fell everywhere. Roar roar! The blood-colored stars seeped into the bodies of the moth-gathering beasts. Many of the moth-gathering beasts that weren't flying very high suddenly roared. Strange blood-colored shadows appeared around their bodies, and their bodies seemed to have been flattened. Puff puff puff! Soft sounds of the blood shadows colliding rang out. Hundreds or even thousands of gathering moth beasts actually condensed together in a few breaths' time. Then, with a loud rumble, they charged up from a low altitude. When another pillar of light from the stars and the moon landed on this blood shadow, a blood shadow that was several hundred feet in size appeared in mid-air. The strange thing was that this huge blood shadow was completely different from the gathering moth beast. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to an eagle bat. Strange. Strange. Even Shui Mingzi was perplexed, let alone Enchanting. However, in the blink of an eye, Shui Mingzi understood why the gathering moth beasts were able to condense the blood shadow into an eagle bat. He couldn't help but smack his forehead with a smile. Fuck, in the eyes of the gathering moth beasts, the most powerful demonic beast in this world is the eagle bat. If they want to transform into an eagle bat, then their ultimate goal is to transform into an eagle bat. Isn't this what people call a frog at the bottom of a well? Shui Mingzi's smile didn't fade. All of a sudden, a strange force emerged from the blood mist beneath their feet. It was like a huge palm that grabbed at everyone. Oh! Shui Mingzi was startled. He quickly swept his divine sense behind him. Sure enough, the gathering moth beasts that had condensed into the shape of an eagle bat were also emitting a gu-gu sound. This sound reverberated through the night sky and instantly attracted the blood mist. Chimpage. Xin Ping, who was flying to Shui Mingzi's right, harumphed coldly at the sight of the force emerging from the blood mist. He waved his sleeves and a powerful gust of wind appeared out of thin air, whistling through the air and crashing into the force. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. The gust of wind passed through the force and even the blood mist before striking the huge trees and rocks beneath the blood mist. All of the trees and rocks within a radius of several thousand feet were reduced to dust by Xin Ping. However, what puzzled Xin Ping was that the force that had been pierced through by the gust of wind was completely unaffected. It continued to pounce toward him. Furthermore, as the force drew closer, Xin Ping felt the blood vessels in his body tighten. The blood essence within his body was about to rush out uncontrollably. Not good. Xin Ping was greatly alarmed. How could he still be concerned about using his magic power to escape? He hurriedly stopped and activated a mystic technique in an attempt to control his blood essence. However, as soon as he activated the mystic technique, his blood essence seemed to be boiling. It began to circulate wildly within his body without Xin Ping's control. This is the power of the bloodline? Enchanting was a descendant of the dragon tribe, so he had the true blood of the dragon bloodline in his body. Under the force of the force, his true blood Dharma idol also began to surge, almost surging out of his body. Enchanting hurriedly stabilized his Dharma idol and cried out in shock, "How does this lowly little demonic beast know how to use the power of the bloodline?" No one could answer Enchanting's shock because the power of the bloodline was still a little weak at the beginning. However, as it enveloped everyone, an unending stream of force gushed out of the blood mist like a torrential flood. Damn it! Shu Tingzi was also somewhat unable to control his own bloodline. He cursed angrily and slapped the top of his head. A ray of earthy yellow light surged out, and a small drumstick appeared. Shu Tingzi pointed with his finger, and the drumstick transformed into a large hand, protecting his body. However, the calmness on Shu Tingzi's face only lasted for a moment. He slapped the top of his head again, and another ray of earthy yellow light shot out. As Shu Tingzi formed a hand seal, the hand of a nascent soul fell from the sky and sealed the surroundings. Phew! Shu Tingzi let out a long sigh when he sensed that the power of the bloodline had weakened. Then, he activated his magic power again without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Shu Tingzi's body indeed flew out after activating his magic power. However, the power of the bloodline had increased by several times. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Shu Tingzi's body was covered in blood spots. If he continued to move recklessly, his blood essence would seep out. Shu Tingzi was dumbfounded. He hurriedly suppressed his body, not daring to activate too much of his true essence. He looked at the other 4 cultivators beside Shu Tingzi. They were also in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. Gao Fei. Shu Tingzi's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but look up at the sky. However, this thought was forcefully suppressed by Shu Tingzi. Shui Mingzi had said very clearly that in the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm, very few demon cultivators would fly high in the sky unless they had great abilities. This was because the demon race was cruel and unruly by nature. They would attack anyone who displeased them. Flying high in the sky would easily be seen as a provocation by the demon race. Not to mention, it was currently nighttime, and the power of the moon and stars was the densest. Countless demon cultivators were absorbing the moonlight to cultivate. Flying high in the sky was no different from seeking death. Gao Fei, hurry up and break free from the bloodline's control. At this moment, Enchanting no longer cared about hiding anything. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A clear sound rang out, and a crimson dragon blood body flew out from his body. The moment the dragon blood body appeared, it immediately raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire dragon body swayed and dispersed the bloodline power of the gathering moth beast. Shu Tingzi and the others didn't dare to fly too high, but after hearing Enchanting's words and witnessing the dragon blood spell body shatter the bloodline power, they didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly rushed into the starry sky. Fellow Taoists, split up. There's no need to fly too high. Fellow Daoist Ao, this old man will lend you a hand. Seeing that Enchanting had even unleashed his dragon blood body, Shui Mingzi also shouted with all his might. He rubbed his hands together, and strands of crystalline light as thin as hair fell into the void. Then, layers of jewel-colored water light flashed in the air within a dozen kilometers. Not only did the water light wash away the blood mist, it also killed many of the gathering moth beast. In fact, More than half of the several thousand feet long blood shadow was also killed by the water light. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Shui. Ao Zhantien expressed his gratitude, and the dragon blood body proudly pounced toward the blood shadow again. It opened its mouth, and the remaining blood shadow was actually riddled with holes by the dragon blood body. The gathering moth beasts could no longer hold on. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The blood tentacles between them were forced apart, and the gathering moth beasts fell from the sky. Ha ha. Ao Zhantien laughed loudly. So it's just a paper tiger. You really gave me a fright just now. Shui Mingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Ao Zhantien were both 5th grade origin power grandmasters, and Ao Zhantien had to unleash his dragon blood body in order to defeat low-grade demonic beasts like the gathering moth beasts. If word of this got out, people would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, what else could Shui Mingzi say? He hurriedly urged, fellow Daoist Ao, don't be careless. Although these gathering moth beasts are weak, they know the power of bloodlines. This is too dangerous for us human cultivators. It's better for us to retreat first. After we dodge this wave of small beasts, we'll deal with them. Caw caw. At this moment, a hoarse, owl-like voice came from the sky above Shui Mingzi's head. It was speaking the somewhat obscure language of the hidden immortal continent. Humans, with just the few of you, you dare to have designs on my Yizhao Ridge? You must be tired of living. Ah! How could this be? Shui Mingzi was truly shocked. He had already released his divine sense, but who would have thought that there would still be a demonic beast that could avoid his divine sense and attack him? When he looked up and understood what was going on, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. In the night sky, an eagle bat that was a few hundred feet in size spread its wings, blocking the starlight and the night sky nearby. Except for the lack of blood-red light around it, this eagle bat looked no different from the eagle bat formed by the gathering moth beasts. Chapter 43-36. Fellow Taoists, hurry up and leave. Shui Mingzi's heart trembled when he saw such a huge flying eagle appear. Even though the flying eagle hadn't attacked yet, he immediately transmitted his voice without hesitation. However, Ao Zhantien and the other nascent soul cultivators didn't react to Shui Mingzi's words at all. However, Ao Zhantien and the other nascent soul cultivators all stopped in their tracks and circulated their magic power. Lights of different colors shone from their bodies, and they were clearly prepared to face the incoming attack. Hurry up and leave. At this point, Shui Mingzi could no longer maintain his calm. He couldn't even care less about his status as a 5th grade origin energy great grandmaster. Ao Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Shui Mingzi's warning. He replied coldly, fellow Daoist Shui, it's just a small star demon. Why are you making such a big fuss over nothing? Since we can no longer hide our tracks, why don't we give it a shot? Shui Mingzi was a little embarrassed and angry. He understood Ao Zhantian's personality quite well. He had already made it clear when he snuck into the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm that he shouldn't flaunt his superiority and shouldn't take his status as a 5th grade origin energy great grandmaster too seriously. The Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm was a sacred realm for the demonic beasts. It was a realm of death for the human race. However, Ao Zhantien was still as arrogant as ever. He completely ignored Shui Mingzi's warning. Ao Zhantien didn't even put him in his eyes. Shui Mingzi's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. His gaze swept past Ao Zhantien and the group of nascent soul cultivators to look in the direction of the gathering moth's beasts. After the gathering moth's beasts were destroyed by Ao Zhantian's dragon blood dharma body, they couldn't regroup for the time being. This was an excellent place to escape. If Shui Mingzi was determined to escape, he should have a chance. However, when he looked at the chance of survival that was within his grasp, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger. He swallowed his pride and said, fellow Daoist Ao, it's not that I'm trying to suppress the demon clan's arrogance, nor is it that I'm trying to suppress the morale of the human clan. This is the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm, not the Western Paradise or the hidden immortal continent. The humans of the demonic beasts are worse than dogs. What's the use of saying so much? Without waiting for Shui Mingzi to finish his sentence, Ao Zhantien opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi. A dark golden scythe flew out of his mouth. As soon as the scythe landed in the air, a bone-chilling cold light shone from it. Even the stars nearby were attracted to it. Oh! Shui Mingzi was shocked. His pupils shrank slightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then cried out, "So that's how it is. Fellow Daoisteo, it looks like you've gained quite a lot from your training on Dragon Island. You must have relied on this dragon artifact to reach the out-of-body realm, right?" Hee hee. A smug smile appeared on Ao Zhantian's face as he replied, "I'm not as lucky as fellow Daoist Water to be able to reach the out-of-body stage as soon as I arrive in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. I only managed to get a sliver of a chance when I was on the Dragon Island." "All right." Shui Mingzi didn't care about the arrogance in Ao Zhantian's voice. He waved his hand and took out his horsetail whisk. "Since that's the case, let's join forces and fight this demon from the 1,000-demon sacred realm." As he spoke, Shui Mingzi turned to Xin Ping, Shu Tingzi, and the others. "You don't have to stay here for long. Hurry up and find a suitable direction to break out of this encirclement." As he spoke, the moth-gathering beasts had already gathered again. More blood mist began to condense. At the same time, thousands of eagles and bats swarmed over from all directions, trying to surround the human cultivators. Xin Ping and the other nascent soul cultivators felt the same way as Ao Zhantian. They were all extremely sullen. Now that they heard Shui Mingzi's instructions, they all activated their magic treasures and charged in different directions. Wherever the light went, not only was the night sky illuminated, even the stench of blood was washed away. Woo! The human cultivators moved, and the moth-gathering beasts also began to attack. At a low altitude, a blood mist that was several times larger than before began to boil. It chased after Shu Tingzi and the others like a bloody sea. This blood mist was very strange. It appeared out of thin air and rose high into the sky. It chased after Shu Tingzi and the others closely. Its speed wasn't any slower than the flying speed of these nascent soul cultivators. It was as if these nascent soul cultivators had a suction force that could surpass the distance between them. Hiss! Shu Tingzi was the first to notice this strange phenomenon. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly sensed the bloodline in his body. Sure enough, although the bloodline in his body wasn't gushing out, there was still a strange vibration that was faintly discernible. Following this vibration, the moth-gathering beast's blood mist also rapidly chased after them. Holy shit! Shu Tingzi immediately understood. He almost groaned. I understand now. The moth-gathering beasts are moths that fly into the fire. This fire is the bloodline of the human race. Fire can kill moths, but if there are too many moths, the one that will be killed is the fire. Fellow Taoists, these moth-gathering beasts are too strange. We don't need to hold back. Shu Tingzi looked around. The nascent soul cultivators closest to him seemed to have also noticed this. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Fortunately, they were already far away from the moth-gathering beasts. Shu Tingzi's voice transmission could be heard by the other cultivators. Po Hong also anxiously said, "Fellow Daoist Shu Tingzi, there's no need to say any more. Let's use our spells and escape as far as possible." As he spoke, the blood mist had already arrived. Some moth-gathering beasts had hidden in the blood mist. These moth-gathering beasts were clearly much more powerful than the ones from before. They activated the blood mist and formed hundreds of strange tentacles that grabbed at Shu Tingzi and the others. Damn it! When the tentacles appeared, the blood in Shu Tingzi and the others' bodies immediately showed signs of boiling. Shu Tingzi cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap. Wang! An earthy yellow pillar of light shot out from the top of his head and condensed into a nascent soul hand that slapped at the tentacles. Shu Tingzi activated his spells. Xin Ping and the others didn't dare to be careless and used their nascent soul hands. Wherever the nascent soul hands landed, the space within 100 feet was sealed. The speed of the blood tentacles also decreased. Boom! Boom! Dozens of explosions rang out as the nascent soul's hand collided with the blood-colored tentacle. Strangely enough, even though the blood-colored tentacle was slowed down and a large part of it was crushed by the nascent soul's hand, the remaining blood mist still managed to break through the nascent soul's restraint and grabbed at Shu Tingzi and the others. What surprised Shu Tingzi the most was that the remaining blood tentacles were even more powerful. Shu Tingzi could already feel his blood seeping out of his body. No wonder Senior Shui Mingzi repeatedly warned me. Shu Tingzi felt a hint of regret. The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is not a place where human cultivators can come. Pu. Shu Tingzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence should have landed on the magic treasure, but due to the blood mist's attraction, a small portion of the blood essence floated in the air. Wung. After the small drumstick received the blood essence, it immediately emitted an intense earthy yellow light. The blood within the earthy yellow was also very eye-catching. Quick. Shu Tingzi formed a hand seal and chanted a mantra. A 3-inch nascent soul wearing spirit armor appeared above his head. The moment the nascent soul appeared, it rubbed its small hands. A small drumstick flew out of its hands and turned into a bolt of lightning that landed on the small drumstick. Wung. The small drumstick let out a rumbling sound again and expanded to several feet in size, protecting Shu Tingzi and his nascent soul. Kill. The nascent soul opened its mouth and let out a soft roar. A yellow crystal light landed on the drumstick, and the nascent soul waved its 2 small hands in the air. Woo! The drumstick that was several feet in size swept through the air and let out a deafening rumble. Under the drumstick, an area of several kilometers was swept clean by the earthy yellow light. Shu Tingzi felt his body relax, as if the large hand that had attracted him had suddenly disappeared. Shu Tingzi was overjoyed and turned into a rainbow as he charged toward the end of the light. Since Shu Tingzi could use a divine ability to escape from the gathering moth beast's attack, Xinping and the other nascent soul cultivators could naturally do the same. Xinping's natal magic treasure was a 3-colored fan. At this moment, the nascent soul fanned the magic treasure, and the 3-colored light turned into 3 pillars of light that barely broke through the blood mist and carried Xinping's body away. Just like Shu Tingzi, Xinping was in a good mood. His nascent soul couldn't help but sneak a glance in another direction. At this moment, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were already fighting with the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord in the distance. There were more than 100 eagle bats surrounding them, and the other eagle bats couldn't catch up to them in time. Shu Tingzi and the other cultivators were fleeing in a different direction from Xinping. The blood mist below them had already thinned. Even if the blood mist condensed again, the gathering moth beast definitely wouldn't be able to catch up to them. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be out of danger. Damn it. Xinping's nascent soul withdrew his gaze. He circulated his true essence while thinking to himself, after escaping from here, I'll use this as an excuse to leave this place and quickly return to the hidden immortal continent. Although Shui Ming's plan is good, my life is more important. However, just as Xinping relaxed his mind, the blood mist below everyone's feet changed again. Woo woo. The blood mist that had been broken through by the crowd suddenly boiled again. At the bottom of the blood mist, a dozen gathering moth beasts that were several times larger than the normal gathering moth beasts flew out of nowhere. These gathering moth beasts landed in the blood mist and opened their mouths to roar. The gathering moth beasts within a few kilometers also let out wails of anguish. Peng peng peng. Just as the wails of anguish faded, several hundred gathering moth beasts exploded, and a thick blood mist surged out again. Unlike before, when the blood mist appeared, the dozen or so gathering moth beasts immediately emitted a blood-red demonic aura. When this demonic aura entered the blood mist, the entire blood mist instantly transformed into a tentacle that was over 1,000 feet long. What made Xinping pale with fright was that the dozen or so gathering moth beasts didn't care about the other cultivators that were escaping. They only glanced coldly at him, and the tentacles streaked across the sky, chasing closely after him. Chapter 43-37. Damn it. Xinping didn't expect himself to be so unlucky. His nascent soul didn't have time to return to his body. He opened his mouth again and spat out a blood-colored light. The light from the 3-colored magic treasures became even brighter and his flying speed suddenly increased by 40%. Unfortunately, Xinping had only flown a few kilometers before the blood mist tentacle caught up with him. A powerful suction force fell on Xinping's body, preventing him from escaping. Kill. Xinping's nascent soul roared and waved his small hand. Shua. A three-colored light beam turned into a large hand and grabbed at the blood tentacle. Woo! The large hand swept across the sky and collided with the blood tentacle. A slight wind whistled and the nascent soul's hand missed. The blood tentacle was like nothing. Seeing that the nascent soul's hand was useless, Xin Ping's expression changed greatly and he was about to use another ability. Su! The blood tentacle that was still far away from Xin Ping suddenly turned into a shadow and instantly caught up to Xin Ping. Xin Ping's nascent soul suddenly felt that his body was incomparably heavy and he almost couldn't fly with his body. What's going on? Xin Ping was shocked. His nascent soul's eyes flashed as he looked at his physical body. He saw that on the arm that had killed the gathering moth beast, a few drops of blood had already turned into the shape of worms and were rapidly moving towards his physical body. Those few drops of blood were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, causing the nascent soul to be unable to breathe. Damn it! Xin Ping couldn't remember how many times he had cursed. He knew in his heart that these gathering moth beasts were not chasing him for no reason. It must be because he had accidentally left a mark when he killed the gathering moth beast. Xin Ping's nascent soul's eyes flashed with anger. Looking at the blood tentacle approaching, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Xin Ping's nascent soul should be able to easily escape from the tentacle, but the prerequisite was that he had to abandon his body. But without a body, how could a nascent soul escape from the Thousand Devil Sacred Realm? Xin Ping's nascent soul shouted without hesitation, "Shui Mingzi, come and save me." As for Shui Mingzi, he immediately activated his horsetail whisk and focused on dealing with the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. Shui Mingzi was well aware that although the gathering moth beasts were troublesome to deal with, they weren't particularly powerful. If nothing unexpected happened, Shu Tingzi and the others should be able to escape with ease. However, the gathering moth beasts that he and Ao Zhantian were facing were the most powerful opponents of the night. As expected, just as Shui Mingzi brought out his horsetail whisk, the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's neck suddenly began to rumble like the beating of a drum. Following which, a fist-sized vortex appeared in the night sky within a radius of several kilometers. These vortexes were filled with pillars of starlight and moonlight, and they all rushed toward Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian like a torrential downpour. Not only that, the sound of the drums was actually a real order to attack. A group of eagles and bats flying in the night sky flapped their wings at the same time, and many coughing sounds were continuously produced. A series of chaotic ripples swept up violent winds. Within a radius of several kilometers, apart from the vortexes of various sizes, there was nothing but violent winds that drowned out all sound. What gave Shui Mingzi the most headache was that the violent winds were filled with ripples. These ripples were like thousands of small hammers striking his Niwen Palace. Although he had a secret technique to protect his Niwen Palace, he was unable to withstand such a concentrated attack. Waves of indescribable dizziness gradually appeared in his mind. Die! Shui Mingzi didn't dare to be negligent. The nascent soul true essence in his body was activated, and he brought out the horsetail whisk in his hand. Shua! Tens of thousands of threads of light streaked through the air and landed in each of the vortexes. Boom, boom, boom! The threads of light accurately pierced into the center of the vortexes, and the entire vortexes instantly exploded. Streaks of black and white light flashed past, and a faint spatial crack appeared where the vortexes had been destroyed. Many of the violent winds stirred up by the eagles and bats were swallowed up by these spatial cracks. However, these spatial cracks disappeared in a flash, and didn't have much of an impact on the battle. Hee hee! Ao Zhantian chuckled at this moment, and the magic treasure that had remained motionless all this time suddenly moved. The dark golden light flashed and split the space around it. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the light landed, it turned into countless dark golden phantoms like a stream flowing through a stream. Wherever the shadows passed, all the ripples were sliced apart, and the violent winds that had been wreaking havoc a moment ago suddenly came to a halt. Sigh! Shui Mingzi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw how powerful Ao Zhantian's magic treasure was. He thought to himself, as expected of the Dragon Island, there are countless rare treasures. Back then, Ao Zhantian was only a nascent soul cultivator of the 4th level of essence power. To think that he would be able to obtain such a powerful dragon weapon, This dragon weapon seems to be as powerful as my Dao sect's spiritual magic treasure. Hee hee. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord wasn't surprised when he saw the ripples being destroyed by Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi. Instead, he smiled faintly, and his wings suddenly began to flap again. A series of thunderous booms that were even more concentrated than the beating of the drums rang out once again, and layers of explosive ripples surged towards Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian. Shui Mingzi's expression changed when he saw the explosive ripples surging towards him. However, Ao Zhantian actually chuckled like the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. He rubbed his hands together and shouted, "Combine!" As Ao Zhantian's magic power spread out, the countless dark golden shadows suddenly disappeared, and a scythe magic treasure that was several jong long strangely appeared near the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's shadow. Then, it slashed towards the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord with lightning speed. GG. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord was shocked and instinctively cried out twice. His body flashed, and he wanted to turn into a shadow and escape from the magic treasure. However, Ao Zhantian's spiritual magic treasure was simply too powerful. Just as the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's body turned into a shadow, the scythe had already struck the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's wings. Peng! The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's wings seemed to have exploded, and feathers of various colors scattered in all directions. Amidst the scattering of feathers, the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's body turned into a shattered star. In fact, the power of the scythe did not seem to be depleted at all. After it pierced through the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's body, it emitted a sharp light that was several hundred jong long. This sharp light was even sharper than a flying sword. It streaked across the night sky and instantly killed several eagle bats that were unable to dodge in time. These eagle bats could only let out a miserable cry, and their feathers scattered as blood splattered everywhere. Ha ha. Ao Zhantian laughed loudly and shouted, "You're only SOSO, fellow Daoist, quickly dodge." Seeing the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord turn into a shattered star and several eagle bats were killed, Shui Mingzi was not happy. Instead, he was shocked, and his expression was somewhat indescribable. He raised his hand and pointed at the horsetail whisk. Just as he was about to activate the magic treasure, for some unknown reason, the magic power in his hand did not activate. Instead, Shui Mingzi let out a cry of shock. When Ao Zhantian heard Shui Mingzi's warning, his heart trembled. Without any hesitation, he activated the magic power in his body, and his entire body teleported into the distance. However, it was a pity that just as his figure began to fade, 100 jong in front of him, a gush of shattered fireflies gushed out like a fountain. As these shattered fireflies flowed, the moonlight pillar crashed down at the same time. The Eagle Bat Mountain Master's perfect figure strangely appeared amidst the shattered fireflies. The moment the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's body appeared, his originally lifeless grayish-white eyes suddenly flashed with a resplendent glow. Two cold rays of light shot out from the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's eyes and landed on Ao Zhantian's illusory body. Pa 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 pa. The sound of glass shattering rang out, and the space around Ao Zhantian's body began to distort. Ao Zhantian's body was forcefully squeezed out of the void. Not only that, when the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord saw Ao Zhantian's body appear, he opened his mouth. Boom boom boom. Thunderous roars rang out from his mouth and nose, and thousands of fist-sized whirlpools instantly surrounded Ao Zhantian. Damn it! Ao Zhantian's embarrassment turned into anger. With a wave of his arms, a blood shadow appeared, and the dragon blood Dharma body charged out of his body. The blood-red dragon roared, and its huge dragon tail swept through the air. Woo woo woo. A total of 70% of the whirlpools were destroyed by Ao Zhantian before they could even display their might. Good. Shui Mingzi clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Ao, you're quite impressive. Let this old man help you." As he spoke, Shui Mingzi raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. His nascent soul floated out from the top of his head. The nascent soul also held an inch-long silvery white horsetail whisk in its hand. However, the tail of the horsetail whisk flickered and emitted a two-colored brilliance. Furthermore, this brilliance contained starlight. When the nascent soul waved the horsetail whisk, the starlight instantly shone brightly. Shua. As Shui Mingzi's nascent soul waved the horsetail whisk, boundless heaven-earth yuan qi surged. Furthermore, The pillars of starlight around the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord also split apart and scattered on the Horsetail Whisk. Tens of millions of light strands instantly covered the space within 1,000 jong. With a series of screeching sounds, a small portion of these light strands pierced through the void, while the majority of them emitted a cold aura as they pounced towards the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord. Seeing Shui Mingzi using his sacred art, the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord suddenly lifted its head and opened its sharp, protruding beastly mouth. Woo-woo! A scarlet-red pillar of light shot out from the mouth of the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord like a flood. This pillar of light wasn't aimed at Shui Mingzi or Ao Zhantian. As this pillar of light descended into the night sky, the starlight around the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord's body flickered slightly and floated out. Then, a small portion of the pillar of light shot towards the starlight. Wung wung. A strange sound rang out within 1,000 jong of the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord. Amidst the sound, the space around the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord started to distort. Within the starlight, the light strands that Shui Mingzi had used previously were forced to appear. At this moment, the light strands were already distorted by the spatial pressure and were unable to pose much of a threat to the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord. Not only that, when the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord shot out a large portion of the pillar of light into the night sky, the entire night sky was also distorted. Even the thousands of eagle bats that were surrounding the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord were affected by the pillar of light. At the same time, they let out a series of cough-cough sounds. The space within a few dozen li was once again enveloped by the ripples as a series of formless waves rose up. Chapter 43-38. Damn it! At this moment, Ao Zhantian's Niwn palace was shaking violently. Not only could he see it with his naked eyes, but he could also feel the world spinning around him. Ao Zhantian's dragon blood Dharma body trembled slightly as if it couldn't maintain its balance. Ao Zhantian cursed angrily as his dragon blood Dharma body roared toward the sky. He wanted to borrow the power of the dragon blood Dharma body to break through the encirclement of the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord and his subordinate. Roar! A dragon's roar soared into the sky. Unfortunately, it only traveled 1,000 feet before it was shattered by countless coughs. Even Ao Zhantian's dragon blood Dharma body showed signs of collapsing. Not good. Ao Zhantian's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he seemed to have come to a sudden realization. The eagle bat is the nemesis of the gathering moth beasts, and the gathering moth beasts possess the power of bloodlines. Isn't my dragon blood Dharma body also manifested from my bloodline? How was it possible for me to destroy the energy waves of the Eagle-Bat Mountain Lord? Could it be that the demon race also knows how to plan? Wung. Just as Ao Zhantian was puzzled, the entire night sky trembled again. Countless pillars of starlight descended and grabbed onto Ao Zhantian's dragon blood Dharma body like a giant palm. Ao Zhantian's expression froze, and he hurriedly tried to withdraw his dragon blood Dharma body back into his body. Unfortunately, how could he still control the situation at this point? A huge force pressed down on his head like a boulder, and he couldn't activate his dragon blood Dharma body no matter what. Fuck. Ao Zhantian didn't dare to be careless. He rubbed his hands together, and streaks of light as thin as hair fell into the sky. The space in front of him trembled as countless origin chi of heaven and earth broke through the pillars of starlight. Whoosh! As Ao Zhantian made a few hand seals, the scythe rushed into the sky and sliced through most of the pillars of starlight. The dragon blood Dharma body finally moved again, and it fell toward Ao Zhantian's body. Fellow Daoist Ao, let me help you. Seeing that Ao Zhantian was in trouble again, Shui Mingzi's body swayed, and he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand again. At this moment, Xin Ping's cry for help sounded strangely. Shui Mingzi, come save me. Ah! Shui Mingzi was shocked. He didn't care about Xin Ping's disrespect and naturally released his divine sense. Buzz buzz. When his divine sense landed in the night sky, a feeling of dizziness immediately entered Shui Mingzi's mind. Shui Mingzi was shocked. He quickly withdrew his divine sense and looked up. Seeing that Xin Ping was in danger, Shui Mingzi was extremely shocked. He glanced at Ao Zhantian and the Eagle-Bat Mountain chieftain in disbelief, seemingly hesitating. Fellow Daoist water, hurry and save Xin Ping. Ao Zhantian naturally heard Xin Ping's cry for help. He hurriedly shouted, This old man still has some strength left, but Shui Mingzi seemed to have misgivings about something. However, it only lasted for a moment before his body flickered. A two-colored light flashed around him, and a faint demonic cloud appeared beneath his feet. Shui Mingzi teleported away, and in the space of a few breaths of time, he appeared 3,000 meters away from Xin Ping. Unfortunately, Shui Mingzi's figure had only just appeared. Before he could wave the horsetail whisk in his hand, the blood vessels on Xin Ping's body had already appeared like thick earthworms. With a loud bang, Xin Ping's body exploded. Damn it! Shui Mingzi was furious. He waved his horsetail whisk, and hundreds of strands of light shot towards the huge moth-gathering beasts. He shouted again, "Fellow Daoist, don't panic. Hurry and come to this old man," who knew that it would have been better if Shui Mingzi hadn't said anything. As soon as Shui Mingzi spoke, a trace of resentment flashed across Xin Ping's nascent soul's eyes. The magic power around his body surged, and with a whoosh, he actually teleported into the distance. "Fellow Daoist Xin." Shui Mingzi was shocked. He hurriedly said, "This is the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. How can a nascent soul like you escape from being devoured by the demons?" As he spoke, Shui Mingzi was about to chase after Xin Ping. However, just as Shui Mingzi's figure moved, a wave of blood energy surged through his body. Not to mention teleporting, even flying was a bit troublesome. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Shui Mingzi was truly enraged. He opened his mouth, and a silvery white pillar of light fell into the strands of light he had shot out. With a boom, the strands of light flew up and instantly killed a huge moth-gathering beast. Shui Mingzi's magic treasure did indeed kill a moth-gathering beast. However, the crimson tentacle wasn't something that Shui Mingzi's magic treasure could defend against. The crimson tentacle changed direction and came crashing down on Shui Mingzi. At this moment, due to Shui Mingzi's departure, Enchanting was facing off against the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord alone. He had just retracted most of his dragon blood avatar into his body when the light around him began to distort and ripple. The remaining avatar was already beginning to crumble, roar. At this critical moment, a loud dragon's roar soared into the sky from afar. Following which, a powerful vital intent appeared out of thin air. This vital intent was very strange. It was like a river, but also like a boulder. As it descended, it caused the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord to tremble violently. Even though it didn't break through, it still caused the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord to hurriedly turn around. Which damned bastard dares to bully a descendant of the dragon tribe? A loud voice sounded from behind the vital intent. It was the language of the 1,000 Beast Holy Realm. Good. Enchanting was truly overjoyed. Even though he hadn't seen the newcomer yet, just from the power of the vital intent and the dragon's roar alone, he already knew that the newcomer was definitely a powerful ally. Sure enough, just as the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord spread its wings and soared into the sky, a demonic body that resembled a dragon and a snake descended from the night sky. The snake's tail, which was several dozen feet thick, whistled through the air as it came crashing down like a small mountain. Where the serpent tail landed, the Eagle Bat Mountain Master similarly flapped his wings to receive the attack. Boom! With a loud explosion, the serpent tail was flipped over, and an ugly serpent dragon tumbled in midair, revealing its demonic body. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord also tumbled through the night sky. Even though it spread its wings, it was still unable to maintain its balance. So, it's a python dragon. Enchanting was filled with anticipation for the appearance of a member of the dragon tribe. When he saw that it was a python dragon, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, when he saw that the python dragon's demonic body was so sturdy, there was hope amidst his disappointment. He didn't dare to be careless. While the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord was entangled by the python dragon, he hurriedly retracted his dragon blood dharma body. With a sway of his body, the scythe in his hand slashed out once again. Its target was the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. Peng, peng, peng. The magic treasure streaked across the sky, and a series of explosive sounds could be heard. At this moment, the space was still enveloped by the fluctuations of the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. The scythe didn't leave behind a beautiful arc, but traces left behind by the shockwave. With so many shockwaves blocking the scythe, When the magic treasure landed on the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's head, it was no longer as sharp as before. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord sneered coldly. With a flap of its wings, the scythe was sent flying diagonally. It didn't pose any threat to the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord at all. Fellow immortal. At this moment, the python dragon was already twisting its body. Seeing that Enchanting's magic treasure was useless, it shouted, "You go and kill those small fries. Leave this bastard to me." All right. Enchanting naturally understood the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm's words. With a nod of his head, he moved with all his might. With a flick of his hand, he pounced towards the nearest Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. Who? The python dragon watched Enchanting leave, and a trace of a smile appeared in its eyes. With a loud roar, it opened its mouth and shot out a huge pillar of starlight towards the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. Boom boom boom. Wherever the pillar of light passed, the shockwaves in the surrounding space were all destroyed. At the same time, the python dragon's tail slammed down again, and a mountain-like force enveloped the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord. Dong dong dong. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord was greatly alarmed. His mouth and nose emitted a drumming sound, and waves of shockwaves broke through the air in an attempt to block the pillar of light. At the same time, his body also reflected the brilliance of the starlight as he flapped his wings to meet the python dragon's tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the python dragon's tail smashed into the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord's back. Facing the python dragon's sturdy demonic body, the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord was unable to resist at all. His 100-jong-tall demonic body floated down like an autumn leaf, and his feathers were sent flying in all directions. Ha ha! The python dragon laughed loudly. You're just a bat. How dare you be so arrogant in front of my dragon tribe? Yee! Just as the python dragon was laughing maniacally, the Eagle Bat Mountain Master, who seemed to have no strength to resist, suddenly spread his wings. His entire body transformed into a strange black shadow, and with lightning speed, he fled towards the dark night at a low altitude. Damn it, you still want to escape in front of me? The python dragon was unwilling to let it go. After a moment of shock, demonic clouds flashed around its body, and it chased after the black shadow. It was also at this moment that Shui Ming's voice rang out from afar. Fellow immortal, oh? The python dragon's body turned sluggish, and when it turned its head to look, it saw Shui Ming's body flashing with two different colors of light. Layers of blood-red light rippled outwards. The horsetail whisk in Shui Ming's hand was able to block the numerous gathering moth beasts, but it was unable to block the power of the bloodline within the blood-red mist. What was special was that at a low altitude, there were thousands of gathering moth beasts, whose eyes were flashing with red light, gathering over without fear of death. Fellow immortal, do you have any ideas? Shui Mingzi shouted loudly. If fellow immortal is able to lend us a hand, I will definitely reward you greatly. What does it have to do with me? The python dragon's words almost caused Shui Mingzi to roll his eyes in anger. You're not even a descendant of the dragon tribe. After the python dragon finished speaking, it turned its head again to look in the direction that the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord had fled. In just a few breaths, the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord had already disappeared without a trace. The python dragon's body flew for 1,000 feet, but it seemed to have some misgivings and stopped chasing. Instead, it looked in Enchanting's direction and called out cheerfully, Fellow immortal, don't worry, I'll help you. Damn it, isn't it just a python dragon? Do you have to think so highly of yourself? You're ignoring me, but I'm going to pay you back. Seeing how the python dragon was so biased, as if it didn't care about his life at all, Shui Ming's nose became crooked from anger. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, sending a surge of true yuan into his magic treasure. Thousands of starlight appeared once again, but this time, the starlight didn't attack the gathering moth beasts. Instead, it landed on Shui Ming's body. Following which, Shui Ming's body flickered, and his body gradually blurred as he charged into the blood-red mist, flying in the direction of the python dragon. Chapter 4339. Enchanting's scythe was a powerful magic treasure to begin with, and he had the upper hand against the normal eagle bats. While the python dragon and the eagle bat were clashing, Enchanting had already killed several eagle bats. When he saw the python dragon flying toward him, he was even more elated. "Thank you, fellow immortal. You're welcome, you're welcome." Even though the python dragon said that, it was clearly enjoying the compliment. Before it could even get close, its massive python tail smashed toward another eagle bat. Boom! There was no suspense. The eagle bat was struck by the python tail and fell straight into the forest. Giant trees were toppled, and rocks were pulverized. Even the eagle bat was severely wounded. Ha ha ha! The python dragon roared with laughter again. A bunch of little bats dares to taunt the dragon tribe. Among them, the word dragon clan was enunciated very clearly. Boom boom boom! The python dragon swept its tail horizontally again, instantly sending several eagle bats flying. Enchanting's heart was deeply hurt as he watched the python dragon defeat the eagle bats with ease without using any special abilities. He thought to himself bitterly, "Fuck, even a powerful dragon can't defeat a snake in its own territory. I'm also a 5th grade essence force cultivator, and this python dragon's strength is similar to I's. However, in this 1000-beast sacred realm, these little bats can only bully I. They can't do anything to the python's body." Chirp chirp. Just as Enchanting was feeling jealous, a strange screeching sound came from the distant night sky. Cough cough. All of the eagle bats coughed at the same time upon hearing this screeching sound. The entire night sky was once again disrupted by the fluctuations. Enchanting felt another wave of dizziness coming toward him. He hurriedly put away his magic treasure and prepared to defend himself with his magic power. "What are you doing? Trying to escape?" What made Enchanting even more depressed was that the python dragon didn't seem to fear the fluctuations of the eagle bats at all. It waved its tail again, and several eagle bats that were trying to escape fell into the forest. Comparisons are odious. Enchanting sighed in exasperation. "Oh, right, this guy isn't human, he's a demon. Why should I compete with him? Fellow Daoisteo, hurry up and help me." Enchanting sighed. Shui Mingzi was already flying closer, and he called out loudly. Of course, Enchanting was also completely helpless against the power of the gathering moth beast's bloodline. When he heard Shui Mingzi's request for help, he naturally knew that Shui Mingzi was asking for help from that mysterious python dragon. Furthermore, he had clearly seen the python dragon's disdain for Shui Mingzi. Even though Enchanting didn't know why this python dragon was so close to him, a descendant of the dragon tribe, he knew that as long as he asked, this python dragon would definitely help him. However, Enchanting paused momentarily before speaking. "Fellow Daoist Water, seeing as all of our fellow Daoists have already escaped from danger, why should we continue to fight these gathering moth beasts? Let's meet up with Shu Tingzi and the others first. Then, we'll search for Xin Ping's nascent soul." Before Shui Mingzi had a chance to reply, the python dragon turned around and extended its massive head over. It spoke in a flattering tone, "Fellow Daoist Water, there's no need to rush. Isn't it just a few small things? Let me help you." Fellow Daoist Water. Enchanting was truly flattered by the python dragon's enthusiasm. He hurriedly wanted to say something, but the python dragon didn't give him a chance to do so. The python dragon raised its head slightly, and the pillar of starlight around its body shone brightly. Then, the python dragon charged toward the gathering moth beasts and the blood mist in its wake. Roar roar roar! It roared 3 times in quick succession. Following the roar, a violent gale swept up, and the night sky within a radius of several dozen kilometers darkened. Not only was the blood mist completely swept away by the gale, but even the gathering moth beasts were swept up into the air. Countless huge trees were uprooted at low altitudes, and the howling of the gathering moth beasts reverberated throughout the forest. Enchanting and Shui Mingzi were dumbstruck. The two of them looked on with incredulity. The gathering moth beasts that 2 out of Aperture Grandmasters and a dozen or so nascent Soul Grandmasters couldn't handle were chased away by the python dragon's 3 roars. Furthermore, the 2 human cultivators could clearly see that the python dragon was only at the 5th grade origin chi realm. What it relied on was merely its innate divine ability. That was all. Cough cough. Enchanting's mouth gaped open. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly caught a whiff of an indescribable stench. He hurriedly coughed a few times and held his breath. Only then did he discover that the stench was coming from the python dragon's mouth. Enchanting hurriedly coughed a few more times to cover it up. Then, he smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Water, let's leave this place first. Once we find a safe place." The python dragon didn't wait for Enchanting to finish his sentence. "With me here, what's there to worry about?" "Hihi, that's true." Enchanting was a little embarrassed. He raised his head and looked at Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi also nodded with interest. "Oh." Just as Enchanting was about to speak again, the python dragon suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Demonic clouds surged around its body, and the pillars of light from the moon and stars fell again. The python dragon's body rapidly shrank. In just a short moment, a demonic beast about the size of an ordinary human appeared in front of Enchanting and Shui Mingzi. The python dragon greeted Enchanting and spoke in the human language of the hidden immortal continent. "My name is Ao Yi. How should I address you, fellow Daoist Water?" "Oh, so it's fellow Daoist Ao." Enchanting hurriedly replied respectfully. "I am Enchanting." "Hihi, it really is fellow Daoist Ao." A smile appeared on the face of the python dragon called Ao Yi. "I knew that the weather would be good tonight. Coming out for a walk, I was sure to meet a benefactor. I wonder which dragon palace fellow Daoist Ao is the descendant of?" Seeing that Ao Yi was very unscrupulous and completely ignored him, Shui Mingzi felt helpless. Hearing Ao Yi's question, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Enchanting was a little embarrassed. Seeing the smile on Ao Yi's face, he didn't dare to hide anything. "I am a human cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Although I have the bloodline of the dragon tribe, but I have nothing to do with the dragon palace of the four seas." "What? You have nothing to do with the dragon palace of the four seas?" Ao Yi seemed to deflate. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He looked Enchanting up and down and said coldly, "Aren't you a descendant of the dragon tribe? How can you have nothing to do with the dragon palace of the four seas?" Enchanting clearly didn't expect Ao Yi's expression to change so quickly. He was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, "I am a human, not a member of the sea tribe. How can I have anything to do with the dragon palace of the four seas? If you say no more." Ao Yi waved his hand and said impatiently, "If you have nothing to do with the dragon palace of the four seas, then why did you show your dragon form? Fuck, this is so troublesome. You made me work for nothing. I was happy for nothing." Fellow immortal Ao. Shui Mingzi, who was at the side, smiled faintly and asked, "Doesn't your name have the surname Ao? Could it be that you are not a descendant of the dragon tribe of the dragon palace of the four seas?" Chimpage. Ao Yi's face revealed a trace of anger and embarrassment. He glared at Shui Mingzi with his large eyes. The python tail hidden behind his armor waved, and a demonic cloud appeared in the air. It looked like it was about to fly away. Shui Mingzi's lips curled into a mocking smile. He already knew that this python dragon's true form was a python. He belonged to the thousand beast sacred realm, and his bloodline was relatively low. He thought highly of himself. Not only did he give himself the surname Ao, which only the dragon tribe could use, he also saw himself as a member of the dragon tribe. However, he was not a member of the dragon tribe, which was why he wanted to curry favor with the dragon palace of the four seas. When he saw Enchanting reveal his dragon blood Dharma body, he thought that Enchanting had something to do with the dragon palace of the four seas. Thus, he came to save him. Now that he saw that Enchanting had nothing to do with the dragon palace of the four seas, he immediately turned his back on him and prepared to leave. Shui Mingzi ignored Ao Yi and allowed him to leave. However, Enchanting panicked and hurriedly called out, "Fellow immortal Ao, don't be in such a hurry." "What? You are not a descendant of the dragon palace of the four seas. Why are you holding me back?" Ao Yi asked with a cold smile. A faint smile appeared on Enchanting's face as he pulled out his scythe magic treasure. "Take a look at this, fellow immortal." "Why would I look at this?" Ao Yi did not even look at the magic treasure. He waved his hand and said, "Don't block my way. I still want to go to the North Sea to take a look." "Hehe, fellow immortal." Enchanting did not dare to beat around the bush. Although I have nothing to do with the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, I have been to the Dragon Island. This magic treasure is a dragon weapon I obtained on the Dragon Island. Ah! Dragon Island? Aoyi's body trembled when he heard this. However, the smile on his face immediately returned. He hurriedly flew to Enchanting's side and asked, "Fellow immortal Ao, why didn't you say so earlier? So you are a descendant of the Dragon Island." Fuck. Shui Mingzi almost fainted when he heard Aoyi's words. He could not help but curse inwardly. This python must have gone crazy from wanting to have a pure bloodline. As soon as he heard that the Dragon Palace and the Dragon Island were related to bloodline, he was just a python. Even if he cultivated for 10 more lifetimes, he would still be a python. He has nothing to do with the true dragon tribe. Cough cough. Enchanting coughed a few times and smiled. I am not. As soon as Enchanting said no, Aoyi's expression changed. Enchanting's eyes darted around, and he quickly changed the subject. Although I'm not a direct descendant of the Dragon Island, my dragon bloodline is extremely pure. That's why I had the opportunity to train on the Dragon Island. Fellow immortal, please take a look. This is the dragon weapon I obtained on the Dragon Island. Aoyi's expression immediately became respectful when he heard this. He reached out with both hands and took the scythe. He looked at it again and again. Although he could not see any dragon chi, he still looked a little reluctant to part with it. Ayo, not good. Fuck, if you don't return this python to me, what am I going to do? Enchanting suddenly panicked. He reached out for the magic treasure again and said, "This dragon weapon is only suitable for humans. After I refined it, the dragon chi is even more restrained. I'm afraid fellow immortal won't be able to see anything." Chapter 4340. This. Aoyi was clearly reluctant to return the scythe, but after hearing Enchanting say that it could only be used by humans and that it had already been refined, he reluctantly let go. Enchanting hurriedly put away the magic treasure and heaved a sigh of relief. Aoyi then probed, "Fellow immortal Ao, when will the Dragon Island trial begin? What kind of bloodline do I need? Do I have a chance? Can you introduce me to the Dragon Islands? Dragon King? Country bumpkin." Shui Mingzi cursed in his heart upon hearing Aoyi refer to the Dragon Island's dragon tribe as Dragon King. Enchanting chuckled. "Fellow immortal Ao, entering the Dragon Island requires an opportunity. Even I won't have the opportunity to enter the Dragon Island in the future." "You won't have the opportunity to enter the Dragon Island? Then what are you talking about?" Aoyi was immediately enraged. Aoyi's reaction was completely within Enchanting's expectations. He replied in an unhurried manner, "Don't worry, fellow immortal. I won't have a chance to enter the Dragon Island, but I can introduce you to the dragon tribe." Shui Mingzi's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. "Fellow Daoist Ao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to befriend this demon tribe? Please wait a moment, fellow immortal Ao." Enchanting smiled at Aoyi before turning to Shui Mingzi. "Fellow Daoist Shui, don't you think it's quite dangerous for us to travel through the 1,000-demon sacred realm with only a dozen or so human cultivators? Tonight, we only encountered moth-gathering beasts and eagle bats, and we were almost annihilated. Although we're all safe now, fellow Daoist Xin Ping's physical body has been destroyed, and his nascent soul is missing. Xu Tingzi and the other fellow Taoists have fled in panic. We've traveled more than several million kilometers from Baiqingyu, right? Who knows what kind of demon tribe we'll encounter during this time? Although this python dragon looks annoying, it's still a demon tribe member of the 1,000-demon sacred realm. With him leading the way, wouldn't it save us a lot of effort?" But Shui Mingzi suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart and retorted, "How can we let a demon tribe member know what we're doing? If this python dragon knows the demon tribe member of the demon tribe of Baiqingyu, wouldn't you be creating trouble for yourself? Not only will our whereabouts be exposed, it will also be a bloody calamity. Moreover, do you think you'll be able to do it? I've heard from fellow cultivator that you'll never be able to set foot on Dragon Island again." Hee hee. Ao Zhantien seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he replied calmly, "Of course we can't let this python know what we're about to do. However, since we are going to buy Qingyu to participate in the banquet, why is there a need to hide this from others? Bai Qingyu's demon king possesses remarkable abilities. It's perfectly normal for us Daoist cultivators to seek his protection. Iman demon Iman immortal BBB ims of A of ims Iman demon dragon tribe members dragon B immortals immortal ims of the immortal of Iman dragon immortal AO iming Iman's Iman. This flood dragon's abilities are limited, but he's born with a python's body. His skin is thick and his flesh is hard to deal with." Ao Zhantien gave Shui Mingzi a sideways glance, then said with a meaningful smile on his face, "Fellow Daoist Shui, do you think it is impossible for me to introduce this boa dragon to the dragons of Dragon Island?" "Oh." Shui Mingzi was surprised. "If you can't return to Dragon Island, then the dragon tribe won't leave Dragon Island without a special reason." At this point, Shui Mingzi was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Shui Mingzi in disbelief and asked in surprise, "Fellow Daoist, are you saying that the dragon clan from Dragon Island will come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" Shui Mingzi was so shocked that he forgot to send a voice transmission. When Ao Yi heard this, his eyes lit up and he almost pulled on Ao Zhantian's robe. He hurriedly said, "Immortal friend Ao, when will the dragon tribe from the Dragon Island come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Where are they? Hurry up and introduce them to me." Ao Zhantien looked at Shui Mingzi with a wry smile and said to Ao Yi, "Don't worry, Immortal Ao. I'll discuss this with Immortal Ao Yi. Although I can't be sure if the dragon tribe will come to the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm, this is still an opportunity. It's better than going to the North Sea alone and searching for the Dragon Palace, right? Hurry up and discuss this." Ao Yi rubbed his hands together excitedly. Shui Mingzi looked at Ao Yi's expression with a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that he couldn't stop this flood dragon from following him. If he had any objections, this flood dragon would definitely fight him. Shui Mingzi had no choice but to transmit his voice to Ao Zhantien, "Fellow Daoist Ao, I don't think the Dragon Island will be interested in the Thousand Beast Holy Realms Qing banquet, even though Bai Qingyu has invited the Thousand Beast Holy Realms Qing banquet. I don't think the Dragon Island will be interested in it. So, if you don't mind me asking, which dragon tribe member do you think will come to Bai Qingyu?" He. Ao Zhantien looked in the direction of the North Sea and smiled mysteriously. The Dragon Island naturally won't be interested in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. However, if they find out that Xiao Hua has been suppressed by Bai Qingyu, even if all the dragon tribe members don't come, their junior elder, Ao Sheng, will still come. Junior elder? Ao Sheng? Shui Mingzi was dumbstruck. Which dragon tribe member is he? He. Ao Zhantien looked at Shui Mingzi and replied, "This is a secret of the Dragon Island, so forgive me for not being able to explain it to you. To tell you the truth, it's precisely because I have this bit of confidence that I dare to come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm with all of you." Great. Shui Mingzi was ecstatic. "Why didn't you tell us earlier that you have such a strong backing? Although we came here with the intention of dying to save Daoist Xiao, wouldn't we be able to raise our morale if we had such a strong backing?" Ao Zhantien replied, "I wasn't sure either. If I had told you earlier, it might have ruined the Dragon Island's plans." "You're right." Shui Mingzi nodded vigorously. "This is an important matter. We definitely can't let Bai Qingyu know about it." Shui Mingzi looked at the excited Ao Yi with a remorseful expression. He wondered if this python dragon would ruin their plans. Ao Zhantien, on the other hand, asked Ao Yi with a smile, "Fellow Immortal Ao, do you know the Thousand Demon Sacred Realms Bai Qingyu?" Bai Qingyu? Ao Yi was taken aback. "Is that the Dragon Island's base in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm?" Ao Zhantien was speechless. It seemed like Ao Yi's every sentence had something to do with the dragon tribe to flaunt his bloodline. "No." Ao Zhantien explained, "Bai Qingyu is the territory of a demon monarch in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm." Demon monarch? Ao Yi's expression froze. He didn't ask any questions, as if he was thinking about something. An extremely powerful demon monarch. Ao Zhantien said, "This demon monarch is going to hold a banquet soon. We're heading to Bai Qingyu to seek the protection of this demon monarch. I know that a member of the dragon tribe from the Dragon Island will also be attending this banquet. Before Ao Zhantian could finish, Ao Yi was already beaming with joy. A powerful demon monarch. Good, good. I didn't think that I would hit the jackpot today. Not only will I be able to befriend a member of the dragon tribe from the Dragon Island, but I'll also be able to befriend a powerful demon monarch. My efforts today weren't in vain. Fellow immortal Ao, where is Bai Qingyu? Let's go, bring me there. Ao Zhantian smiled at Shui Mingzi when he saw that this unscrupulous python dragon had already taken the bait. He then said to Ao Yi, fellow immortal Ao Yi, there's no need to be in such a hurry. I still have a few other fellow Taoists who were separated by the gathering moth beasts. I still have to find them first. How can I not be in a hurry? Ao Yi urged. I've been searching for so long, and finally, Ao Yi immediately shut his mouth. He coughed twice and pretended to be an expert. He nodded and said, you humans are really weak. Aren't you just a few gathering moth beasts? Just because they separated you? Lead the way, and I'll stand guard for you. You can flatten the entire 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Yes, fellow immortal, please. Ao Zhantian nodded and winked at Shui Mingzi. Shui Mingzi's lips curled into an indescribable expression as he flew off in a certain direction. Ao Zhantian waved his hand and flew off carefully, leaving Ao Yi behind. Ao Yi was the only one left. He slowly moved his body and followed behind the two human cultivators. The first rays of dawn had already appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew on Ao Yi's face. The ugly face of the anaconda dragon clearly carried a human smile. This Ao Yi was Xiao Hua, the one who shouted that the illusory pearl had transformed into a python dragon. He didn't attract the attention of Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi at all, and he blended into the group that was going to save Xiao Hua. Ao Zhantian naturally didn't know if Ao Sheng would come. However, before he left the Dragon Island, he clearly saw that the relationship between Ao Sheng and Xiao Hua was definitely not ordinary. Since he was willing to go all the way to the 1,000 demons' sacred realm in order to save Xiao Hua, how could Ao Sheng, a minor elder of the Dragon Island, not come when he heard the news? Ao Zhantian's prediction was naturally correct. Far to the west of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, near the shore of the West Sea. Boom! A huge wave soared into the sky, and a loud dragon's roar shook the surroundings. The originally calm sea instantly became turbulent, and a dragon's body that was several thousand feet long flew out from the bottom of the sea. The moment the dragon rushed out of the sea, it immediately flew into the sky like a flying dragon. Under the dragon's roar, the originally clear sky immediately became turbulent, and waves of dark clouds surged in from all directions. Regardless of whether it was the dark sky or the snow-like waves on the sea, all of it revealed the fiery fury of the dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The huge dragon rushed into the sky, and frantically circled the clouds several times. It opened its mouth and shouted 3 times toward the sky. In the end, it yelled again, Bai Qingyu. You dare to suppress the dragon master of the dragon tribe? If I don't smash you, Bai Qingyu, into pieces, then I'm not a minor elder of the Dragon Island. As the clouds shattered, the appearance of the dragon was revealed. It was the furious Ao Sheng. Chapter 43-41. Junior Elder, Junior Elder. Ao Sheng roared angrily. Just as he was about to fly in the direction of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, another dozen dragon generals flew out from under the sea. The first dragon general shouted, Senior Elder, don't be in such a hurry. Bai Qingyu is merely a demon realm in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. The demon king there is not even famous. How could he have the guts to suppress our dragon clan's dragon master? What you've heard is nothing more than some rumors. Second Elder has already sent out dragon generals to Bai Qingyu to gather information. If Xiao Hua, dragon teacher Xiao, is really suppressed in Bai Qingyu, there's no need for you to head there personally. My Dragon Island would have long dispatched troops to eliminate Bai Qingyu. Scram! Ao Sheng was even more furious. Don't follow behind me. Don't think that I don't know. You have already known about Bai Qingyu and the rumor that Xiao Longsha might be suppressed in Bai Qingyu. Then, Why didn't you tell me earlier? If it wasn't for me, how could I have eavesdropped on this matter? How long do you want to hide it from me? Junior Elder. Although the Dragon General felt wronged, he didn't dare to talk back to Ao Sheng. Instead, he smiled and said, if you are angry, you can vent your anger on me. This matter is far from as simple as Junior Elder thinks. Although our Dragon Island didn't announce Xiao Longsha's matter to the world, the Great Holy Palace in the Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm still knows about it. That demon Inn by Qingyu must have received the news as well. Since they know that Xiao Hua is our Dragon Clan's Dragon Master, they still dared to risk universal condemnation to suppress him. They must have something to rely on. It's not difficult for our Dragon Island to kill Bai Qingyu, but it's difficult to find the person behind them. Moreover, Bai Qingyu is in the depths of the Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm. Even if our Dragon Island dispatches troops, it will easily arouse the disgust of the Great Holy Palace. It might even lead to a war. Oh, and the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Therefore, the opinions of the various elders are not unanimous. It's hard for us to issue the Dragon Island command. Ao Sheng roared in midair. Is there any use in saying this now? You just need to tell me, is Xiao Longsha suppressed in by Qingyu? Do you have any plans to save him? The Dragon General hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and saying, this subordinate cannot be sure if Dragon Teacher Xiao is being suppressed in by Qingyu. Furthermore, without the order of the Dragon Hall's elder, I cannot go. Scram, scram, scram. Ao Sheng became even more furious and shouted, since you can't go, then don't talk nonsense here. In any case, Laozi has already decided. If you guys don't go, Laozi will go. Laozi only has Xiao Hua as a good friend in this world. If Laozi doesn't save him, who will? Hee. That Long Jiang still smiles and says, we naturally won't go and save Dragon Master Xiao. However, we need to protect Junior Clan Elder. If Junior Clan Elder goes to Bai Qingyu, we will have to accompany her. Holy shit. Ao Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then he said happily, so this is your plan. Tell me, is this the Great Elder's idea? Long Jiang had an innocent look on his face as he shook his head and said, this subordinate never said that this was the Great Elder's idea. Ha ha ha. Ao Sheng laughed loudly and swung his dragon tail, saying, if that's the case, why aren't you guys following Laozi to the Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm? Don't rush, don't rush. That Long Jiang narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the West Ocean and replied, the dragon who leaked the news of Bai Qingyu to Junior Clan Elder hasn't appeared yet. How can we go to Bai Qingyu alone? It can't be. Ao Sheng stopped smiling and said with a bitter face, does the Great Elder know about this as well? This subordinate must correct Junior Clan Elder's word. Long Jiang said seriously, the Great Elder doesn't know about this at all. Even the elders of the Dragon Hall don't know about this at all. Junior Clan Elder made the decision on her own. In order to protect Junior Clan Elder, this subordinate has no choice but to go to Bai Qingyu. As for Junior Clan Elder being with Ao Zhan, that's purely an accident. Roar! Just as Long Jiang finished speaking, a pitch-black dragon body rushed out of the blue water in the West Ocean. An unusually ferocious aura was emitted from the dragon horn on the dragon body. Ao Sheng looked up and saw Ao Zhan in his pitch-black dragon armor. There weren't any other dragons behind Ao Zhan. However, as soon as Ao Zhan appeared, the dozen or so Long Jiang beside Ao Sheng immediately became alert. They silently spread out and protected Ao Sheng in the center. Oh! Why are there only a few Long Jiang? Ao Zhan didn't release his Yuanshan because he wanted to hide his tracks. When he saw the dozen or so Long Jiang beside Ao Sheng, he couldn't help but be surprised. He shouted, damn it, just the few of you are not even enough to fill the gaps between Bai Qingyu's teeth. After saying that, Ao Zhan stopped in midair and looked at Ao Sheng thoughtfully. He then said, Ao Sheng, did you not tell the Great Elder about the information I gave you? Impudent. Without waiting for Ao Sheng to speak, the leading Long Jiang berated, this is our Dragon Island's Junior Clan Elder, Ao Zhan. How can you call him by his name? Go away. Ao Sheng's face was full of disdain. He waved his dragon claw and pulled the Long Jiang aside. He said, Ao Zhan and I have experienced life and death in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. There's no need to use the Dragon Island's rules to restrain him. Besides, in the future, he... Cough cough. Seeing that Ao Sheng was about to reveal some secret, Ao Zhan hurriedly coughed and stopped Ao Sheng. Hee hee. Ao Sheng chuckled and replied, "Do I need you to say it? Of course I know what you mean. After I got the information, I quickly went to find the Great Elder. However, ever since he left the folded Jadeite Legacy realm, he has been meditating. Not to mention me, even the other elders don't see him often. The majority of the Dragon Island's affairs are all controlled by the second elder." "Oh, the second elder." Ao Zhan's eyes narrowed as a strange expression appeared on his face. "Although I didn't see the Great Elder, I also reported the matter to the Great Elder's follower," Ao Sheng explained again, but after the follower returned, he didn't say anything. "I could only go to the fourth elder. The fourth elder berated me and told me not to meddle in the matters that didn't exist. He then chased me out." At this point, Ao Sheng looked at the Long Jiang on the left and smiled. "However, when I secretly sneaked out of the Dragon Island, I actually found a Long Jiang. When these Long Jiang were chasing me, I also brought them out of the Dragon Island." Sigh. Actually, there was no need for Ao Sheng to say anything more. Ao Zhan had already heard the strangeness of the matter. He sighed and looked at Ao Sheng meaningfully. "Ao Sheng, actually, I am already regretting telling you about Bai Qingyu's matter." "Why?" Ao Sheng looked at Ao Zhan in shock and confusion. "Because," Ao Zhan said word by word, "I didn't expect that Ao Sheng, a small elder of the Dragon Island, would be willing to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames for the sake of a close friend. Damn it." Ao Sheng's eyes were a little wet as he laughed. "Isn't it just a mountain of swords? Isn't it just a sea of flames? I don't even care about them, but..." A hint of warmth appeared in Ao Zhan's eyes as he solemnly advised, "Ao Sheng, you're a minor elder of Dragon Island. You're different from the other dragons, and you're also different from me. Let's not talk about where you are or what others say. You represent the Dragon Island. Your words and actions cannot be crossed in any way." "Bullshit, bullshit." Ao Sheng was getting impatient. He waved his tail in the air and shouted, "I am Ao Sheng. I have nothing to do with the Dragon Island." "That's right. You're Ao Sheng." Ao Zhan nodded solemnly. "That's exactly what the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is thinking. Ao Sheng's death is completely different from the death of a minor elder. Who dares?" Ao Sheng was about to roar again, but before he could finish, Ao Zhan roared and the dragon chi around him surged. Thick dragon marks appeared on the black dragon armor. Once the dragon marks appeared, not only did the seawater below Ao Zhan soar into the sky, countless water-based chi of heaven and earth turned into crystals and fell into the dragon marks. Even the other chi of heaven and earth within a few miles turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards him. "How dare you!" The dragon generals protecting Ao Sheng were shocked. They hurriedly moved and tried to block in front of Ao Sheng. However, when Ao Sheng roared earlier, he was already much closer to Ao Zhan. Now that Ao Zhan suddenly exerted force, the black light turned into several dragon phantoms and pounced on Ao Sheng from all directions. The dragon generals couldn't tell what was real and what was fake, so they didn't dare to move forward. When they wanted to block Ao Sheng behind them roared, "Get out of the way, woo woo." Behind the dragon generals, a golden light appeared. Within the light, streaks of dragon patterns covered the sky as they rushed towards the black dragon mark. Within the light, Ao Sheng's dragon body was like a mountain as it rushed towards the black dragon mark with a sharp aura and dragon's might. Boom! Ao Sheng flew out of the protection of the dragon generals and collided with Ao Zhan's dragon body. Waves of air surged into the sky. Not only did it tear a 1,000-feet-deep trench in the sea, it even tore the clouds in the sky apart. Roar roar roar! Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan's dragon bodies were tumbling in the sky. Within the light, the two dragons were roaring crazily. Damn it! After a while, Ao Sheng stabilized his dragon body in the sky and shouted, "Ao Zhan, it's only been 200 years. How did your strength increase so quickly?" Hee hee. Ao Zhan looked a little worse than Ao Sheng, but the excitement on his face was obvious. "You're under the protection of Dragon Island. How would you know our pain? Although the forbidden areas of Dragon Island can be used for training, compared to a real life and death battle, it's still not enough. Ao Sheng, I just want to tell you that this trip to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is not a smooth journey. You can get whatever you want on the Dragon Island, but outside of the Dragon Island, if you represent the Dragon Island, no human or monster would dare to give you any slight treatment. However, if you're not a little elder of Dragon Island, but just Ao Sheng, with your little strength, even I can compete with you, let alone other dragons. You will easily become the target of other dragons. In particular, Bai Qingyu was able to suppress Xiao Hua. That demon king's strength is far beyond ours. Therefore, I feel that there's no need for you to get involved in the trip to Bai Qingyu. Just let me go." Chapter 43-42. Ao Sheng, of course, understood Ao Zhon's painstaking efforts. He coiled his dragon body in midair and looked at the turbulent sky. In the distant sky, a patch of darkness had already blocked out the bright sunlight, and the darkness was rapidly spreading to the entire sky. Perhaps it would not be long before a violent storm arrived. Ao Sheng retracted his gaze from the dark clouds and looked at Ao Zhon. Similarly, he answered word by word, "Xiao Hua is my best friend. He is being suppressed by Bai Qingyu. If I don't go, how can I still stand in this world? Since you said that the training on the Dragon Island is just a small storm, then this daddy wants to see what kind of storm the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm will be like. Don't worry." Ao Zhon raised his dragon head and laughed. "Even if there is a storm, I will stand in front of you. Let's go." Ao Sheng shouted before Ao Zhon could finish his sentence. Then, demonic clouds surged around Ao Sheng's body and his dragon body flew high into the sky in the direction of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. "Ha ha!" Ao Zhon laughed in the sky when he saw the dozen or so dragon generals chasing after Ao Sheng. He urged his dragon body to fly away. The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm in the distance was like the back of a giant beast on the surface of the sea. Although he couldn't see its true appearance, Ao Zhon knew that what awaited him was a bloody storm that he had never seen before. In the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, at the Yizhao Ridge, Xiao Hua proudly followed Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian into the distance. After a long time, the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord flew out from a distant hill with a few eagle bats. The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord was not used to the intense sunlight, but he still flew high into the sky and looked in the direction Xiao Hua left in. Only then did he speak. "Fourth Mountain Patrol Envoy, how many boy did my Yizhao Ridge lose in last night's battle?" Reporting to Mountain Lord, 43 boy, the same Mountain Patrol Envoy from last night hurriedly replied. "H, how dare they injure so many boy of mine?" The Eagle Bat Mountain Lord cursed fiercely. "Those damned human cultivators, if it weren't for the ancient Bell Mountain, this daddy would have killed them all. Hehe, Mountain Lord, the loss of my illumination ridge is nothing. You haven't seen the moth-gathering beasts yet. After being tormented by those human cultivators and that disgusting python, not only did they fail to mate normally, most of them died. I'm afraid it will take them 1.5 years to recover. What does the life and death of the moth-gathering beast have to do with me?" Eagle Bat Mountain Master glared at Eagle Bat and scolded, "This daddy is feeling heartache for those 43 boy. They died for nothing." Actually, the 4th Mountain Patrol Envoy spoke up again. "Mountain Lord, you have to think about how to explain this to the ancient Bell Mountain. After all, we didn't follow the instructions of that human." When the Eagle Bat Mountain Master heard that, he subconsciously flapped his wings and roared, "What else is there to explain? It's not that I don't want to give that human a chance to defeat me, it was just that last night was too strange. Not only were they about to encounter a gathering of moths to mate, but a python appeared at the end. I haven't even feigned defeat, and that python dragon has already defeated me. That python dragon is a true demon of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. How can we eagle bats compare to it?" Yes, that's true. The 4th Mountain Patrol Envoy replied with a smile, "But we didn't follow the plan and let that human save all the other humans. I'm sure it will affect the arrangements of the ancient Bell Mountain. If the ancient Bell Mountain sends a demon general over, the Mountain Lord will have to explain properly. Don't cause a misunderstanding with the ancient Bell Mountain. Damn it, these humans are so troublesome. Eaglebat Mountain Master said impatiently, I don't know what the ancient Bell Mountain is planning. What are they playing at? With that, Eaglebat Mountain Master flapped his wings and descended the hill. He ordered, you and the others, continue to check the surroundings. There have been many humans coming from the North Sea recently. Who knows what kind of trouble there might be? Yes. The eagles and bats responded and flew to different places. The 4th Mountain Patrol envoy flew in the air for a while and understood the situation of the nearby mountain range. Then, he turned his head and listened for a long time. Then, he turned around and flew into the forest of giant trees. He carefully concealed himself and headed towards the mountain range in the distance. After flying for the time it took to finish a meal, the 4th Mountain Patrol envoy finally arrived at the side of the mountain range. He saw that the eagle bat didn't approach the mountain range. Instead, it landed on a protruding mountain rock and raised its head to cough at the surroundings. The sound waves naturally caused some ripples, causing many giant trees and rocks to shatter. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea and seeing that there was no abnormal movement, the eagle bat landed in the valley in the distance. In the valley, there was a shallow pool with rippling water. Halfway up the mountain, there was a small waterfall. The sound of flowing water wasn't particularly loud. The eagle bat flew over the pool and arrived in front of the waterfall. It coughed a few times and the water of the waterfall was immediately lifted, revealing a rather large cave inside. The eagle bat rushed into the water without hesitation and landed in the cave. At that moment, the cave flickered with the light of a restriction. It was triggered by the eagle bat's sound waves. The eagle bat retracted its wings and didn't go deeper into the cave. Instead, it stood there and called out, "Is fellow immortal here?" Gurgle. A sound like a gushing fountain came from the cave. Then, a tricolored brilliance surged out like water. A human cultivator in daoist robes stood above the brilliance. The human cultivator's hair and beard were all white, and his face was thin. His eyes were slightly closed, and his palms outside of his daoist robe were unusually fair. Even though he was very thin, the veins on his skin were clearly visible, like the veins of jade. Looking at the appearance of this human cultivator, wasn't it Master Fan Tien who was taken away by the Grand Mist Ancestor in the Western Paradise? Master Fan Tien flew to a place not far away from the eagle bat. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a wave-like splendor appeared in his eyes. The splendor fell on the eagle bat, circled a little, and then swept out of the cave again. "Hehe, fellow immortal, don't worry." The eagle bat seemed to have sensed Master Fan Tien's eye-clearing technique and smiled faintly. Within a radius of 3,000 miles of this Yizhao Ridge, it's the world of the eagle bat. There's absolutely no other demon race that dares to follow behind me. After Venerable Master Fan Tien took a look, the clear light in his eyes slowly disappeared, revealing his clear black and white eyes. However, there was obviously a kind of contempt in his eyes. He nodded and asked casually, "Last night, there were continuous roars in the vicinity of Illumination Ridge. Was there any unusual movement?" Of course there was. Otherwise, why would I be in front of fellow immortal? The eagle bat smiled and replied faintly, "Oh, are they Dao sect disciples from Blackwind Ridge?" Master Fan Tien raised an eyebrow and asked, "How many of them came? Did they pass by Yizhao Ridge?" The eagle bat hesitated for a moment before replying, "Fellow immortal's question really makes it difficult for me. The unusual movement last night is related to Bai Qingyu. I don't dare to speak carelessly outside." Master Fan Tien's eyes lit up when he heard the eagle bat mention Bai Qingyu. He raised his hand and took out a small Chenkuan pouch and handed it to the eagle bat. "Fellow immortal, this is a pill refined by my ancestor. It's very useful for demon race in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Especially a few marrow cleansing pills. Ordinary demon race light gathering realm cultivators will have unexpected effects if they take them." Ha ha. The eagle bat didn't refuse and took the pouch. "Thank you, fellow immortal." After putting away the pouch, the eagle bat said, "I really don't know how you humans are so smart. The pills you refined are truly miraculous. I've already tried the pills fellow immortal gave me before. The effects are completely consistent with what fellow immortal said. He he. Master Fan Tien replied, our Dao sect's secret techniques have a long history and can be traced back to ancient times. The Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect were suppressed by our Dao sect to the point that they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, our Dao sect's pill refinement techniques are only superficial. Of course, even this superficial technique is still difficult for the Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect to reach. Now, my ancestor is the #1 pill refiner in the world. If he claims to be #2, no one would dare to claim to be #1. As long as fellow immortal works with my ancestor, there will be countless opportunities like this in the future. Immortal pills and miraculous medicines will be as easy as lifting a finger. Haha, that's good, that's good. The eagle bat laughed. In that case, I don't dare to hide anything from fellow immortal. The people who passed by my Yizhao Ridge last night weren't the Blackwind Ridge disciples you mentioned. Most of these cultivators were at the 4th level of Essence Qi. 2 of them were even at the 5th level. They don't match the strength of the Blackwind Ridge disciples. Of course, these dozen or so Dao sect cultivators are also from the human race. If they passed by my Yizhao Ridge under normal circumstances, we wouldn't interfere too much. However, before fellow immortal came to find me, one of the humans came with the token of the ancient Bell Mountain's Demon King and asked my Yizhao Ridge to put on a show with him. Put on a show? What do you mean? When he heard that the person who came wasn't the Blackwind Ridge disciple he was concerned about, Venerable Master Heaven Flipping was a little distracted. However, when he heard the Eagle Bat's explanation, he was stunned and asked curiously. The Eagle Bat laughed. It's a show. Let my mountain lord defeat the other human cultivators and let this human rescue the other cultivators. Let this cultivator be the leader of the other cultivators. Hehe. That's really interesting. Venerable Master Heaven Flipping laughed. It seems that the show yesterday was very exciting. If this old man wasn't afraid of being discovered by your mountain lord, I would have gone to take a look long ago. It's more than exciting. The Eagle Bat replied. It's simply brilliant. Thinking about it now makes this old man very excited. Fellow immortal, can you tell us more about it? Venerable Master Heaven Flipping asked with a smile. Chapter 43-43. Seeing that Venerable Master Fan Tien was interested, Eagle Bat couldn't help but smile. Of course, don't you humans have a saying that you don't deserve it? I got so many elixirs from you, but I didn't help you catch a few disciples of the Blackwind Ridge, so I naturally have to tell you in detail. After Eagle Bat explained the process of the matter, Venerable Master Fan Tien frowned and asked thoughtfully, what is the name of the human descendant of the ancient Bell Mountain? I don't know about this. Eagle Bat shook his head and said, when that human came, it was my master who received him personally. We weren't there. You said that one of the 2 human cultivators with 5th level essence power is surnamed Ao and the other is surnamed Shui? What about the other cultivators? Venerable Master Fan Tien thought for a moment and asked again. Eagle Bat thought for a moment and replied, the cultivator surnamed Shui is the descendant of the ancient Bell Mountain. I didn't hear the other names clearly. Oh, it seems that one of them is called Xian Tingzi. Xian Tingzi? Venerable Master Fan Tien thought for a moment and said, as far as I know, among the nascent soul cultivators on the hidden immortal continent, there is one called Xian Tingzi. He seems to have participated in. Speaking of this, Venerable Master Fan Tien's face showed a trace of ecstasy. He raised his hand and said, fellow cultivator, I still have some things to do, so I won't see you off. Eagle Bat didn't care what Venerable Master Fan Tien was thinking. He understood the meaning of Venerable Master Fan Tien's words. He spread his wings and flew out of the cave, then he carefully flew toward the hill. Venerable Master Fan Tien's body flashed with water light again. He didn't rush to use the water escape technique to leave. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the water splashing down. He secretly smiled. Xian Tingzi participated in the Yarotai gathering more than 200 years ago. Not only did 80% of the nascent soul cultivators die on the Yarotai mountain, even the Star-Lord Hall's master Kong Hongwu, Jingmu Xian, Tailfire Tiger, Sunhorse of Star, and Plum Sun Chicken all died. The strangest thing is that until now, The Immortal Palace still hasn't found out who killed these Star-Lord. Xiao Hua naturally participated in that Jade Pavilion gathering, and he is the most suspicious. Now that Xiao Hua was being suppressed by Qingyu, Shu Tingzi must have taken the risk to head to Qingyu for Xiao Hua. There must be some unknown secret behind this. Since all the cultivators with Shu Tingzi are heading to Qingyu, this cultivator with the surname Ao should be Ao Zhantian, who participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting. The cultivator with the surname Shui should be Shui Mingzi. Motherfucker, I really didn't expect Shui Mingzi to have the bloodline of the demon clan. He's even related to the ancient Bell Mountain. It was precisely because of the ancient Bell Mountain that he was able to step into the leaving aperture stage so easily. That was why he was so bold as to try and recruit Ao Zhantian, Shu Tingzi, and the other cultivators under his command. Looks like my patriarch isn't the only one who has designs on the Black Wind Ridge Dao Sec. Things are getting more and more interesting. This old man has to hurry and take a look elsewhere to see if there are any other Dao sect cultivators who participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting. I also have to pass this news to the Patriarch as soon as possible. This puny Xiao Hua. I'm afraid he doesn't just control the Black Wind Ridge Dao sect. He also has some other powers that the Patriarch doesn't know about. Esteemed Master Fantian's figure swayed in mid-air as several splashes appeared. Just as he was about to disappear, he seemed to have thought of something and his figure froze in mid-air. He waved his hand and a jade slip appeared in his hand. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead. After a while, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Motherfucker." As expected, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian weren't the strongest Dao sect cultivators who participated in the Jade Pavilion meeting. There were still 3 people who were suspected by the Immortal Palace back then. They were esteemed Master Zun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Zhong Daoran. These 3 were the most powerful of the surviving Daoist cultivators. Ao Zhantian and the others were here, so how could esteemed Master Zun Kong be far behind? These 3 were already in the late-stage nascent soul realm back then. I wonder if they had the opportunity to enter the out-of-aperture realm in the past 200 years. If they really did enter the out-of-aperture realm, this old man is no match for them. The Patriarch's plan will most likely be affected. When Master Fantian said this, he put away the jade slip again. His expression became even more solemn. Then, the water around him shone brightly. His body flashed slightly and turned into a stream of water light, disappearing from sight. In this world, anything that could happen would always appear in front of you inadvertently. Since esteemed Master Fantian could think of it, it would naturally happen. In the eastern part of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, there was a mountain range. A kind of bewitching purple demon grass covered the entire land and mountain peaks. The purple color that covered the entire mountain range was like a magnificent wave that flooded the entire world. Anyone who saw this purple color would involuntarily feel an indescribable sense of suffocation. This was a kind of beauty that didn't seem to exist in the mortal world. All humans and demons passing by couldn't help but stop in their track. On one of the purple waves, a beautiful woman in purple robes leaped about like a drop of water. Her bell-like laughter and waves of praise played a beautiful melody on the tranquil painting. Behind the woman were 3 Dao sect cultivators. The one in front was dressed in emperor's robes. There was a smile on his sculpted face. His smile was filled with boundless affection, and his gaze never left the woman. The 2 cultivators behind the emperor's garb tactfully distanced themselves from the 2. One of them looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Daoran, do you think we should fly to Qingyu first and let this pair of lovers stay here for a while? Hihi, Brother Zun Kong, we've already been in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm for more than 10 days. I don't dare to say that I'll meet demons every day, but I'm tired of fighting so much. Looking at such a beautiful scenery, not to mention Fairy Gusu, even this old man is a little intoxicated. Brother Daoran was naturally the Zhong Daoran that Fantian spoke of. At this moment, he also narrowed his eyes as he looked at the endless purple and spoke to Zun Kong very indifferently. TCH. Zun Kong curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Zhong Daoran. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Chodi are together and living a carefree life. Why are you pretending to be cultured behind them? There are so many beautiful sceneries in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Why are you only intoxicated by this place? The people are beauties, the scenery is beautiful. Zhong Daoran smiled. Isn't it a great joy for us to be able to accompany fellow Daoist Zhai Xingzi to see such beautiful sceneries? Who's speaking ill of others behind their backs? The emperor-robed cultivator in front was naturally Zhai Xingzi. He turned his head slightly and asked the two with a smile. Who's speaking ill of you behind your back? Zun Kong jumped up. I didn't plan on hiding it from you. Zhai Xingzi laughed. He pointed at Zun Kong and said, Haha, aren't you behind my back? At this moment, there was a loud rumble on a hill about 1,000 feet away from Gusu Chodi. Dozens of pillars of Aeron Chi suddenly appeared. Within the pillars of Aeron Chi, chains of inscriptions that flashed with brilliance lunged at Gusu Chodi like venomous snakes. Every single inscription on the chains of inscriptions produced a vortex of Aeron Chi. The dozens of chains of inscriptions separated Gusu Chodi and Zhai Xingzi, sealing the space within 1,000 feet. The vast aura whirlpool-like vast aura crazily intertwined in the space and bound Gusu Chodi's graceful body. In just a short moment, the originally calm and beautiful purple ocean was stirred up by a storm. Under the inscription chains, countless demonic grasses soared into the sky. The small and weak demonic grasses were crushed by the Aeron energy pillar, turning into purple juice that sprinkled all over the sky. Under the sunlight, this purple color was just like Gusu Chodi's horror. It was truly heartbreaking. Zhai Xingzi's heart was naturally broken. His stone-like face twisted in pain. The Fa Li around him surged and stars appeared on the surface of his body. As Zhai Xingzi waved his hand, a giant hand condensed from starlight flew across the sky and grabbed at the vast aura chains. Haha. Before the huge hand could land, dozens of shadows of light rushed out from the purple vortex. The shadows of light were first flat and distorted, but when they reached midair, hundreds of mighty pillars of air came crashing down with loud rumbles. The pillars of air crashed into the shadows of light, and in the blink of an eye, the shadows of light filled up. With a loud laugh, the shadows of light broke apart rapidly, and each of them turned into an old man hundreds of feet tall. These old men wore black scholarly robes. The moment they appeared, they waved their hands and the vast aura chains fell into their hands. As the old men waved the chains, some of the chains fell in all directions. It was clear that they wanted to seal the entire space. Some of the other chains pounced towards Zhai Xingzi and the others. Just as Zhai Xingzi's giant hand was about to grab the inscription chain, the chain suddenly expanded. The inscriptions that were surging within the chain actually broke free from the chain and condensed into lines of poetry. With a great chi pillar, they crashed into the starlight hand like numerous flying arrows. When the inscription's armor runes crashed into the vast aura hand, there was a loud explosion. Boom boom boom. In the midst of the explosion, half of the vast aura hand was destroyed. Swoosh. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. The starlight around his body was activated once again. The giant hand let out another loud rumble. As Zhai Xingzi's body was about to fall again, the two inscription chains that were closest to the giant hand of starlight intertwined with each other and landed on the giant hand of starlight. Boom. The giant hand of starlight finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the great pillar of chi, it turned into specks of starlight. Damn it. Zhai Xingzi's divine sense swept over and saw that Gusu Chodi's figure had already disappeared under the Minglu shackles. Unknowingly, he was enraged. He cursed in his heart and slapped his head. Pu. Thousands of starlight rushed out and turned into a star above his head. That star slowly rotated in the sky. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of light pillars of stars and moons broke through the barrier of the great pillar of chi and fell into the star.